Are you voting Trump?
Because of pro-life.
Okay. So, is it because life at conception?
It's because I believe the fetus has personhood,
When does it have personhood?
capacity for sentience.
Capacity? So are you saying like potential or like once it's sentient?
The ability of a being to develop a certain ability is how I'm defining capacity.
And a being to develop. So potential?
Well, I guess, but potential isn't exclusive to beings or substances.
Okay. I don't know why you keep muting your mic, but yeah, as it relates to this, so are you saying that you would value things like prior to having the like sentience in of itself?
Um, well, I would value the substance, yes.
By the way, have you been on my live before? Someone said that in the comments section.
Uh, Not recently, like maybe like a year ago. I
So
debated you when you
so
weren't famous.
so not on this topic, and I'm not famous, but not on this topic.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So as it relates to did we talk about abortion?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if you're
You sort
gonna,
of
we're just
contradicted
gonna.
yourself last time.
I contradicted myself last time. I
Yeah.
don't think I contradicted myself, but can you tell me what the contradiction was?
Yeah, the contradiction was you said that the fetus did not have personhood, or the fetus had personhood, but it wasn't Schmurder to unalive it in a vacuum.
I don't remember ever saying that.
You did, I promise you.
Okay. I. I don't see how I would have said that. If it's sentient, I consider it murder.
Okay, so you're backtracking.
I don't remember ever saying that. Plus, it was over a year ago. So how is it backtracking to have a different position over a year?
I don't think you have a different position. You're just backtracking. This is like a really long backtrack. Like a year later, you're backtracking.
What? I don't see how that's a backtrack if it's a year later.
I'm kind of joking
Also, I
here,
never
but
said that.
okay, I'm kind of joking. But what do you believe personhood is?
Okay, if you're joking, I'm just gonna kick you off, bro. I don't want to
Why?
deal with like the joking around like that. Because that was like actually gaslighting. Like you're telling me I was doing that, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
Well, I don't. Okay, February.
I don't. Do you live in the U.S.?
Yes, it's 11 past
It's
7
11 past 7.
Eastern time,
Okay, what state?
Massachusetts,
Okay, what's your capital of your state?
Boston. But I'm not telling you like where I'm from or anything like that.
I wasn't gonna ask any further than that. Okay, so why are you voting Trump?
It's the overturned Roe versus Wade based.
Okay, so just abortion. So do you value it at conception?
Yes,
Okay, so how do you feel about IVF? Do you think it should be banned?
yes,
Then how do you feel about Trump wanting to pay for IVF?
based. Anything Trump does is good.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Can you hear
How old are
me?
you?
24.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, but I support him.
Face.
He's better than Kamala.
Wait, what? Okay, that didn't make any sense. You're not voting for him, so I don't really care. That you shouldn't like him more, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Look, 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Oh, why so?
I just feel like Kamala has really contradicted herself so many times.
Yeah, when did Kamala Harris contradict herself?
Just kidding. I'm not voting for Trump. I just wanted to say thank you for sticking up for.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. I am looking for someone who is going to debate, but I do appreciate every single one of y'all on the right side of history. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Let's try to get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 18.
Are you voting Trump?
No, wait, I just want to say something. We can't vote for.
I'm sorry, everyone. If you aren't voting for Trump, everyone, don't send a guest request right now. I am just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but you should call up with Destiny.
All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates today, everyone. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
April.
That's not a year.
Fuck.
That was brutal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you driving?
No.
Okay. Is someone else driving?
Yes.
Can they say hi real quick?
Hey.
Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Everyone, please don't just come up here to lie. I'm going to figure out that you're lying, so there's no reason to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, I support him on pretty much everything except that he's a cuck for Israel.
Okay. Vanny, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, on basically everything? Okay, so
Yeah, pretty much everything.
What's his healthcare plan?
Why would I care about his healthcare plan?
What about his childcare plan?
What exactly about it?
What's his childcare plan? Just tell me anything about it.
Fucking nothing.
Nothing?
He doesn't have a plan.
Okay. What about his plan to fight climate change?
Who cares about climate change? I mean, it's inevitable.
Okay, you don't think it's caused by humans?
Well, it is, but it's also the Earth. It's been warming for generations.
But not at the rate it is now.
Well, let's talk about the Ice Age then. You want to talk about?
So do you want to go back to like a time in history, in Earth's history, where like it wasn't survivable for humans? Because there were points in Earth's history where it wasn't survivable for humans. So just saying that like, oh, the atmosphere was this way in the past isn't really a good determination of whether or not it's like good for human survival. Tommy, are you there? I can't hear you. You swiped out of the app. Are you saying that you would like? So what's your point here?
Well, what's your point? The fucking both of them are the same party, pretty much.
I don't think Kamala Harris denies climate change. I don't think she's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. I don't think she tried to restrict women's access to abortion. I don't think she supports 10 to 20% universal tariffs. I think she has a healthcare policy. She's got a child care policy, appreciate the hand art. She's got a plan to help people who make under $50,000 in their first year of their business, a plan to help people with housing.
You realize they just peddle the same quotas from the previous administrations?
So you understand that certain things like this are actually beneficial for getting things passed in the future.
All right, name one good thing about climate change. Name one good thing.
Good thing about you mean good policy?
About yeah.
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act, which had the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
Okay, how's that going to benefit me?
How's that going to benefit you? It's going to make us less energy dependent on other countries.
So I'm saying me individually.
Push the gem gun. Yeah, if we're more energy independent in the long run, it is the case that not only are we going to be able to fight climate change faster, push the hanging lights, but it is also the case that we are going to be able to not rely on other countries as much for energy production. So
okay,
if there's some sort of negative event that happens, it is the case that we'll be able to more accurately respond to that.
Why does she not support nuclear energy or fusion energy?
So fusion isn't possible yet, but nuclear...
Why is she not funding it?
Why? Because it's not even near possible.
How do you? It's being researched by China right now.
There is nuclear funding in the context of in the context of bills she's passed, like the Inflation Reduction Act.
You keep bringing up the Inflation Reduction Act
because that's going to be related to like the energy.
No, that's just the taxes, dude.
What? That didn't make any sense.
Inflation Reduction Acts. What are they going to do with it?
What? I don't know what you're trying to say there.
You keep saying Inflation Reduction Act. Whenever I bring up a point, you say Inflation Reduction Act. Do you even know what it is?
Yeah, it's one of the bills that she influenced to get passed, right? She was actually the tie-breaking vote on it, had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare.
So how is it inflation reduction if she's spending money
Oh, it's one, it's deficit reducing. Two, it has a long run decrease in inflation. It's marginal. It's not like a very large amount. That's just the name of the bill. It's like a 0.1% decline in inflation in the long run. But that's without taking into account. Elisa, thank you so much for the $10. That's without taking into account the fact that there could be differences in market conditions in the future that might not allow for us to be able to get energy from other places around the world to the same degree.
Okay, can we talk about Dean Withers bringing up the N-word?
Okay, so if you want to have a conversation about the live, we can. I've talked about this plenty of times. It's condemnable what he's done in the past when he was like 15 years old. I think that should be condemned. Now, I think that he has become a better person. I think that he's actively become anti-racist. So that's what people
I haven't
should
seen
do.
him speak since. He's released one tweet with a bunch of anti-racist books, and that's it. He's
few
hiding.
tweets
He's
he
in
made.
hiding right now.
No, he's taking a few days off because of.
He's in the
going
bunker,
to a-
right?
No, he's going to a podcast. He's going to be filming in LA for a podcast. So
he can't tweet?
That's why. He has tweeted. You can look at his Twitter.
He
But
tweeted one.
Can we talk about?
Two
Can we talk about?
tweets.
Sir, can we talk about like? There's more than two, but can we talk about this stuff, or do you just want to like have a conversation about
Well,
that?
I'm not even voting for Trump because he's a fucking
Okay.
cuck for Israel. And
Okay.
he's-
All right. So I don't know why you came on my live. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 36. I'm going to be voting for Kamala Harris.
Based. Good for you. Good for you. W. Brittany. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just because of Kamala Harris can't put a sentence together and everything that she says, the majority of what she's saying now is what Trump has already said he was going to do.
So how is she a
Yes or no?
Marxist?
Huh?
How is she a Marxist then?
She's a complete liar.
No, how does she have all of Trump's policies, but then she's also a Marxist?
What is the 2025? What is that? That the guy just started backing her? Everybody said Trump was going to do?
No, Franklin, can you answer my question?
Yeah.
How can she like be in support of all of his policies and then also be a Marxist at the same time? Are you saying Trump is a Marxist?
I guess so, if she's going to follow the same thing.
Okay. So if
Yes
Trump's
or no?
a Marxist, then what are you against in terms of her policy?
That she's a complete liar.
Can you name one time she's lied?
Yeah, by saying she's black. I know you're going to get upset. She's not black.
Okay. So do you think? Can you tell me like?
No, can you tell me, is she
Can I
black or
please
no?
finish? She is.
Go
She
ahead.
is.
Sorry.
She
I'm
is.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So her parents, right? Her mom is Indian and her dad is Afro-Jamaican. So yes, she is black. This whole idea that she's not black is really ridiculous, and it's not grounded in any reality. Can you explain to me why you think that?
Okay, we'll go beyond that. I'll give you that. That's so. What about the border control?
What about it? Border Patrol, you mean?
Yeah, border. She was in
what
charge
about
of
the
it
Border
for the last 3.5 years, correct?
No. What was her authority?
What do you mean? What was her authority?
What constitutional or statutory authority did she have over the border?
I'm assuming that they gave everything to her.
Nope.
They didn't?
Nope. You can't give me a single source indicating that. What
No.
she was specifically tasked by, and you can find this within Biden's announcements, he specifically indicated that she was meant to go to South and Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here by building up their infrastructure, which she raised over $5 billion in private funding to be able to do that. Kane, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
What about the U.S. border?
Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much, Jess. What about it?
There to go look at it?
Yeah, she's been to
Did
the
she?
border on
Okay.
multiple occasions.
Now you're a liar too, because she admitted she hasn't been there, just like she hasn't been to other places. Yes or no?
That was in like what, 2021? She's
Okay.
gone to El Paso in June of 2021.
No, she never went to the border. She was outside of the border. She never went.
Franklin, so what do you mean go to the border? I can show you a picture of her at the border. Would you like to see it?
I can show you a picture of my ass. Doesn't mean anything.
Franklin, if you want to have a conversation, we can. I don't know why you're acting this way.
No, I'm just asking because
Yeah, I can show you a picture of her at the border. El Paso is at the border. Okay, I'm just referencing what she did. Chrissy, I appreciate the subscription. There's no need to tell me that you want to show me your ass. That's a really weird thing to do.
I know you like it though.
I don't know why you're saying that. That's really weird to say.
Is it?
Can you please engage with me on like some of the productive dialogue?
Okay, so what is she trying to accomplish? Because every time she's been interviewed, she goes back to her family being middle class, middle this, middle that. I'm middle class too. Just because I say I'm middle class and want to do this, want to do that, what is she actually trying to accomplish?
Yeah, so she wants to do a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Appreciate that mustache. A $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. She's advocating for a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses for the first year of them starting out. Be still my heart. Thank you so much for the subscription. $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket. $35 cap on insulin per month for everyone, not just people on Medicare. Plenty of things she advocates for.
Okay, so about the $50,000 for housing. Have you read into that?
It's $25,000. Yes, I have.
25, 50, it's the same difference.
Not really.
Yeah, because if you are getting, if we are all getting, how do I say this? I'm not trying to be rude, but how am I trying to say this is, so if a person buys a house at 9%, during Trump's presidential, it was 3%. What is that $25,000 saving?
Yeah, it's helping them with their down payment. So in terms of the 9%, are you talking about interest rates? Interest
Yes.
rates are set by the Federal Reserve. They're influenced to be by the Federal Reserve. It's not the President of the United States. Even under Trump's administration, he was asking Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, to reduce the interest rates, which they didn't do. And also, interest rates aren't at 9%. I just want to clarify that.
They're not? I sell cars for a living, so yes, they actually are.
Well,
Where
that's
are
not
they
set
at?
by the Fed. That must be
Where
like,
are they at?
where are they at? I think it's around 6% right now.
Okay, where were they when Trump was in office?
They were. I'd have to go check again. Casey, I appreciate the subscription.
Yeah, it was at 2.4%.
Okay, so that's set by the Federal Reserve. That has nothing to do with the President of the United States.
Yes,
Like
it
I just
does. It
told
has
you.
everything to do.
So then, why didn't Jerome Powell reduce the interest rate when Trump was asking for it? And why
Because
did he
it
say
was
no?
already so low.
Oh, but I thought you said that it's influenced by the president.
It is influenced
Then why didn't it go lower? He
because
wanted
there
it
was,
to go lower.
he wanted it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Travian, appreciate the $2.
Yes or no?
So how does he influence it if the Federal Reserve is nonpartisan?
You just said it. What'd you just say? Say it one more time, please.
Yeah, how does he influence it if the Federal Reserve is nonpartisan?
Exactly, nonpartisan.
Franklin,
Just
I don't think you know
because-
what you're saying right now.
Yes, I do.
Nonpartisan means it's not going to be related to like party politics.
Yes, it
Right,
is.
Democrat or
100%
Republican?
it is. You can say nonpartisan all you want. But go ahead and finish. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it means it's not influenced by like the political process. That's what I'm saying.
You don't think, and I'm not saying Biden, Harris, Trump, you think none of them have anything to do with it?
Yeah, no, they don't. Not at all.
Honestly,
Yeah, honestly.
you're nuts.
How am I nuts?
And I'm not sticking up for Trump either, because
You're voting for him.
politics are all jacked up.
But you're voting for him.
Yes, I am going to vote for him.
Okay.
You know why? I'm going to tell you my exact reason why I'm voting, and it's not even because of Trump. Who has ran the United States for the last 30 years?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, are you talking legislative branch,
Okay,
presidency?
Republican or Democrat for the last 30 years? How many years has Democrats ran it?
It's basically same. Since the Cold War, there's about 3 Democrat and 3 Republican presidents.
Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy.
Okay, so let's go over it. Who was the last president?
Last president since Biden?
No, as
Trump.
as Biden right now.
Yeah.
Who's the acting president?
It's Biden.
Okay, Democrat. Before that, who was it?
Trump.
Okay, before that, who was it?
Obama.
Okay, who was he?
A Democrat.
Before him?
Bush.
No, Obama ran it twice.
Okay, I think you know that when we're referencing the president,
Okay,
it would
and
still
then-
take into account the multiple terms that they have.
Okay, I'm just trying to confirm. Before that, who?
Before Bush, I'm pretty sure it was
No,
Clinton.
before Obama was Bush, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did he do 2 years? Or 2 terms? I'm sorry, 2 terms, not 2 years.
Bush do 2 terms?
Yes.
Yes.
Before that, who was it?
I'm pretty sure it was Clinton.
Was Bush, what was he?
Pretty sure it was Clinton, and then it was Bush before him.
But Bush, what was he?
Bush is Republican.
Okay, cool.
Clinton is Democrat, so 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans. And also during this same period, there was around 50 million jobs added to the economy under Democrats, and only around less than 2 million for the Republican presidencies. So if you want to look at the different administrations and what happened under the administrations, and that's how you're going to determine who's a better candidate, can you please explain to me why you want to vote for Republicans when, historically speaking, since the Cold War, they have worse conditions for jobs? Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. Oh, he left. Okay. Jalissa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Lily, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you voting for Trump?
36. Yeah.
Why so?
Are you there?
Yeah, why are you voting Trump?
Everything.
Like what?
Why do you want to vote for Kamala?
Kamala? I want to vote for Kamala because she has advocated for good policy like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Appreciate the hat and mustaches. Thank you so much.
What, Paul?
And what? You just cut out.
Seeing that at the store.
Farmer,
Or
you
anywhere
just
else.
cut out. What did you say? Okay, it seems like you're plagued by
Store,
MAGA Mobile.
Healthcare.
You should be in support of the
Bulls.
bipartisan infrastructure bill that wants to expand access to high-speed broadband to rural communities. Since you're a farmer,
Well,
you
that
should
has
be in support
nobody
of that,
hooked up
right?
to the internet.
So it is expanding access to the internet, and it has expanded access to the internet.
That
I
has
don't think-
nobody hooked up to the internet.
By the way, you're lagging out, but yes, it is
The Biden
expanding
administration
access.
put it out that 0 people have been hooked up to the internet.
Can I have your source real quick?
To who?
Okay.
The Biden administration.
No,
Their own
what's the
people
source?
put it out. You should be.
Government website. Like what government website in particular?
Who's the communications guru? He just put it out. 0 people have been hooked up. You know, just like your infrastructure Inflation Reduction Act was supposed to build chargers all over the country. And was there like 8 built for the $8 billion or something?
Appreciate the Meerkat. Thank you so much. Yeah.
That's
'cause
on
these
there
things
too.
Yeah, these things are meant to be built by 2030, so it still has like almost another 6 years.
But they've already spent the money. The money's gone.
I don't think they've spent all the money. And that
Can you
would
show
just,
me
and
a
if they,
source that says that they haven't spent the money?
if they're not all built, that's what I would assume. But if it has, then it would just indicate that specifically, they what's it called? It would be that they have the money sent out, and that the places are just then going to have to produce it. So it's in the hands of the local individuals, and they just need to do that. They need to follow through with the spending.
They've been spending money like crazy trying to put fiber in, and not one person's hooked up yet.
So you
I
say
see
no
it
one's
every
hooked
day.
up, but I would like to. I'd like to see a source for
They've
that.
been working all year here.
So
They
it's
were
also the
working
case.
last year here and no one's hooked up. So they've been slinging these fiber cables like crazy, overhead, underground, getting them to people's houses, but there's nothing running through them.
So I have a source here from Reuters right now that it was meant to spend $42 billion to make internet access universal by 2030. So these investments are meant to take time to follow through with. Now, I don't see any information that indicates that there is zero, right, built. I don't see any source indicating that. I've been looking for that and I can't see that. So if you'd like to provide me the source that does indicate that, I'd love to see that. Because it says states are expected to submit initial plans later this year that will unlock 20% of the funding. Once the plans are finalized, which could take to 2025, the government will release the remaining money. So seemingly, most of the money hasn't even been released yet. So by 2025, this should start releasing and building.
Okay, so where's the money coming from that they're currently building off of? Because I told you, I've been watching it for over a year.
Yeah.
These fiber cables going up.
Yeah. So again, based upon this says that at the end of 2023, they were supposed to unlock 20% of the funding. So that's the funding that is specifically allowing for them to finalize plans and to set up like particular funding.
Then why would they have cut Starlink out of this? Everyone could have had internet already.
So I don't know why they wouldn't have used Starlink or whatnot. That probably could have related to like engaging with like that firm. So I'd have to like look further in that to see. Christian, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate that. So, Farmer, can you tell me one policy he influenced to get passed, like Donald Trump, that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Tax cuts. No, they didn't benefit all the wealthy. We all know that most of the wealthy, and you can't argue that, are Democrat funders, voters, the whole nine yards.
Are you driving a tractor right now, Farmer?
Semi.
Okay. All right. Have a good day, man. You can't be driving while on live, even if your hands free. That's just TikTok terms of service. So I'm gonna make sure to go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. By the way, everyone, I am kind of sick today. That's why I sound a little bit different. I'm kind of sick today. I've got like post-nasal drip. My throat kind of hurts type thing. So it might be like a cold. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting for Trump? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, by the way.
Sorry, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm thinking Trump, but I'm also open to voting Democrat.
Yeah, so would you vote for someone that's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against their will?
Oh, you're referring to Trump?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
I would not.
So seemingly you wouldn't vote for Trump. Well, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Well, can I just ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
Well, when we look at like, U.S. government, media, and, influence of power and stuff like that, why is it that whether it's Trump or Kamala, it's mostly Jews when you look at it? Like,
okay,
isn't that a problem, you feel?
That's a really weird thing to say. Even if it is the case that there are Jewish people within positions of power, I don't think that means that Jewish people control the whole world.
They're 2% of the population.
Yeah, I don't think that means that again they control the whole world or any of this conspiracy bullshit.
No, they don't control the whole world. I'm just saying when you look at mainstream
so then like what's the issue?
But it's like, isn't that a problem when they?
How is it a problem?
When they have special interests for their own people, though.
Okay, so would you just like to limit the effect of like PACs from impacting our politicians?
But like, isn't that kind of racist though? Like, shouldn't it be like diverse?
I don't think it's racist to have Jewish people in positions of power. I think it.
No, I'm saying
I think you could say it's anti-Semitic. I think. Can I finish real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you could say it's anti-Semitic to point this out as like an issue, right? So yeah, like I don't think the issue would be them being Jewish. I think the issue under your view would be that they have Zionist ideology, and there are anti-Zionist Jews. So to make the issue the fact that they're Jewish is absolutely an anti-Semitic thing to do.
But they are Zionists, though. They do have a special interest for Israel. Though.
So then why didn't you say Zionist? Why did you specifically say Jewish?
Because Jewish people are Zionists, are they not?
Oh,
If they're Jewish,
no. So again, not all Jewish people are Zionists. This claim that all Jewish people are Zionists, in of itself, I think, is anti-Semitic.
But most are, though.
Regardless of whether or not you want to say that, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that you should refer to them. Oh, it's bad that Jewish people are in positions of power. Well, how about you say, I don't like the fact that Zionists have so much control over our political system, because not every Jewish person is a Zionist, and not every non-Jewish person is anti-Zionist. So the idea here that you're specifically referencing, that it's just Jewish people that are Zionist, I think is a wrong way to look at this. If you think that there's too much influence for Zionists over our political system, don't say it's because they're Jewish. Now that's just anti-Semitic.
But whether you say it's Zionist or Jewish, is there really a difference, though?
Also, David, I just explained to you the difference. Now that you have not acknowledged that at all, I'm going to kick you from my stream because you're disingenuous. Because you're disingenuous. Because I just explained it to you. Trisha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Cody, thank you for the $2. Maria with the $15. Thank you so much. And Cody again with the $3. Thank you so much. Ash with the $1. Lona, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate that mustache.
I am 20.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I personally like how he made the economy and made how can I just put this? Like, he just loves God. He made things cheaper for me to live. It was just so much better that way. Even though I'm just now going to vote, I am now starting to realize that he is just, how can I put this? ADHD sucks. It really does. I just want to know why you're voting for Kamala.
Marine, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. So, but before we ask that, and I'll answer the question, I promise. I just want to ask you the question. Can you name one policy he influenced to get passed that made your products cheaper?
He made gas cheaper. He literally, I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know that he made gas cheaper if you don't know what policy he influenced to get passed that would have caused that?
Because it was $1.79 for gas, and now it's like $3.99.
Did you know it was even cheaper under Obama's administration?
Obama didn't really do much.
Okay, now you're acknowledging that just because it happens under the administration, that doesn't mean it's caused by the president. You'd have to actually refer to what they did that would have caused that. Now, Obama did a lot. To say that he did nothing kind of just tells me that you're misinformed on that. But can you please tell me? Can you please tell me what he did then, Trump, that would have caused your gas to go lower?
He cut down the taxes.
So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act didn't make your gas cheaper.
There was a lot more jobs. There was a lot of peace in the world. There was no wars.
You said there was more jobs.
Yes.
What tells you that? What tells you that?
There was more jobs. A lot of people were working, and a lot of people had good income, and a lot of people now lose their jobs, and people are affording more for gas instead of getting back home to feed their families. They're spending more for their for taxes on groceries, and they just have to get in back and forth.
So did you know that real median wages right now are higher than they were in Q4 of 2019 prior to COVID under Trump's administration? That means median wages, accounting for inflation, are higher now. And also taxes on groceries. I don't know what taxes on groceries you're referencing.
Did you see inflation?
The taxes on groceries, that's not a tax. Taxes on groceries would be like a tariff that Trump is actually advocating for. He's advocating for a universal 10 to 20% tariff, which would tax your gas.
What's the proof for that?
It would tax your groceries. He said it himself. Look
When?
up Trump 10 to 20% tariff.
That's not right. Literally, since Biden was in office, all of the products for groceries, goods, everything was higher, and it's actually in statistics. Everything was higher when Biden was in office, and you could literally say that to a person that's blind.
So, yeah, as it relates to inflation, it went up globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So to say it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration is a bit ridiculous because it went on the same trend globally. Now, as it relates to how, what happened, it was because of COVID. So could you tell me what you think caused inflation?
Okay, straight up, it was literally the war with Ukraine, I think. I think it was the war with Ukraine because we had to get all of our weapons and all of our money to Ukraine.
Brittany,
There's proof about that.
are you trolling? Because we spent a very low proportion of our military budget on Ukraine. Actually, over the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, we spent around 1/32 of our military spending on the Ukrainian government. And 70 billion of that, of the 107 billion, was specifically weapons and equipment we already had that we weren't using, that we just transferred over to Ukraine so that
There's
they could
literally
defend themselves
documents.
from Russian invasion.
There's literally documents about all of our, have you noticed, during COVID, obviously, yes, everything did go up. But I'm not saying that was the reason. If you really think about it, everything has been going up ever since Biden got into office. Trump kept everything low.
Brittany, only people that say that are people that have no understanding of how inflation works. Could you tell me that what Biden and Harris did that caused the prices to go up?
I gotta get out of here. I'm sorry, what?
Can you tell me what the Biden-Harris administration that caused this inflation? You said it was Ukraine. It has nothing to do with that at all. That was not something that could cause inflation globally, all around the world. Push the hand out.
It was... I'm sorry. What?
There's no way that could have caused inflation around the entire globe. Could you tell me how that could have caused inflation globally? Purdy, thank you so much. Thank you.
Can you tell me how it's not? Please inform me.
Because it happened globally. Manipulating you.
You're asking me all these questions, but you're not answering the majority of mine.
What question did I not answer?
I want to know why you're voting for Kamala, and you didn't answer that.
I got you. Yeah, because of the policy she's advocated for, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, the policies she wants for her next administration, the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Thank you for the hand heart. A $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. She wants a $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses that are starting out. She wants to do a $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month for everyone, not just for seniors, and get rid of the effect of medical debt on our credit, and allow for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing, expand access to the ACA. There's plenty of things that she wants to do.
But if she says she's going to do it, that doesn't mean she's really going to do it. What Trump said that he was going to do, he did. He built a wall. He did it.
Really? How much of a new wall did he build?
You literally have to go down there, but I guess they decided to open it.
No, he only built around 3.7% new wall.
Okay, but it's better than none.
Did you know that the bipartisan border bill that he torpedoed gave funding to build the border wall? So if you actually wanted to build the wall, appreciate the hand art, you wouldn't be supporting Trump because he undermined a bipartisan border bill that would have helped build the wall.
But he actually went down there also, side note, he also went down there and helped people with the hurricane, but Kamala didn't.
Shannon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Can you tell me why she didn't?
Yeah, because they were told not to go there early on, because it is the case that they're trying to use the resources that exist in that area, not to keep the president safe, push the pumpkin, thank you so much, but to save people in need. One. Two, she's given $750 in additional funding.
Where did the
Galaxy, thank you so much.
$750 come from?
Can I please finish? Here's the Galaxy. Thank you so much. So $750 in additional funding to help out people with hotel costs, insurance deductibles, food, water, generators, things like that, and home repairs, along with the 100% reimbursement of local costs. So the federal government is doing that. Whereas Donald Trump, when he was dealing with natural disasters, he blocked funding, $13 billion for 3 years to go to Puerto Rico for Hurricane Maria. He diverted $155 million of FEMA money specifically to build migrant detention centers. So he was spending money on immigrants rather than spending it on people in disaster areas in need. Along with the fact that Donald Trump, he went golfing during Hurricane Dorian in 2019, right? That was ravaging the East Coast. So this idea that Donald Trump is good in the context of natural disasters is ridiculous. He's even the guy that claimed that we could stop hurricanes by nuking them.
He went to East Palestine. He went to East Palestine, and that's close to home for me. And he went there and he helped them out. What did the president do? Nothing. And what else did
$5 and
Kamala
Ariane,
do?
thank you for the $1. Shannon, thank you for the
Kamala
$10. Thank you so much.
Or it's not Kamala.
Do you want to respond to what I just said, Brittany?
What did you say?
Like all the things I just said. Push the money gun. Like I'll go over it again. He blocked funding to Puerto Rico, $13 billion for 3 years.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. I can show you a source right now. Would you like to see it?
Do it.
Okay. And also the 10 to 20% tariff, I can show you that as well if you'd like.
But the other thing is that was it Kamala or Biden? It was Kamala.
And Amber, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much.
Something about $750 to all the people who got in trouble with that hurricane, but yet they send billions and millions to other countries. So 700.
So we'll talk about that in a
that's
second.
That's NBC News. That's not a reliable source.
Oh, okay. This is just referring to a particular statement from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The Officer of Inspector and General Report made public Thursday, and that found specifically that Donald Trump delayed the approving of Congress funds. Right.
Go to Fox News.
Ma'am, Fox News is just as what you're referencing. Can I show you NPR?
Nothing fake. I only rely on Fox because everything else decides to scramble up words and get to people to not realize the truth. When you do more digging, then you realize that Fox is a reliable source.
I don't know how you can tell me that Fox News is a reliable source. That seems a bit ridiculous if you're going to reject NBC.
Do your own research. Prove me wrong.
Brittany, I've done plenty of research.
The research on the wrong news.
I look at all different types of news sources.
You're looking
I
at
can
CNN,
send you estimate
but you
the
refuse to look at
I didn't
Fox.
reference CNN. I can reference specifically NBC, The Guardian. I can reference Washington Post, AP News, NPR. Right? Like, would you like me to show you any of these? Like,
go for it.
So, are you going to accept any of them?
I'm not going to agree with you, but I will accept it.
Okay, so this is from the Washington Post. Investigation suppressed by Trump administration reveals obstacles to hurricane funding for Puerto Rico. That's the title for you to look it up.
Okay.
It says the Trump administration put up bureaucratic obstacles that stalled approximately, it actually says more than what I said. Thank you so much. $20 billion in hurricane relief for Puerto Rico, and then obstructed an investigation into the holdup, according to an Inspector General report obtained by the Washington Post.
Okay.
$750 in additional funding for hotels, for insurance deductibles, and for home repair costs, and food, water, and generators. Whereas Donald Trump, whereas she also, I just want to reference, she also is going to reimburse 100% of local costs.
But literally, that's $750. What is that going to do?
Man, are you listening to me? It's reimbursement of 100% of local costs, along with $750. Guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Thank you so much for the rock star. Appreciate it, Mass. Thank you so much. Sounds like that person's driving. Let's go directly to the next person, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Yo, appreciate the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, why so?
He's just the better candidate, man. I like America First agenda. The Biden-Harris campaign, Biden-Harris administration did not put America first. And Harris is just an extension of that failed administration. Bro, have you been outside today?
Yeah. Did Trump put America first when he torpedoed the bipartisan border bill? And also, can you go to a place where there's a little bit less like background noise?
Yeah, hold on a second. He did actually, yes.
Yeah. So how is that putting America first if it was a bipartisan border bill?
That bill was trash.
What was bad about the bill?
Well, they did absolutely nothing to address the real situation, which is all the people that are here.
Yeah. Can you tell me 2 things that are listed within the bill?
Yeah, of course. They was it like 2,500 more border agents, judges, a bunch of stuff that takes 18 to 24 months to put together, including the infrastructure for the technology that y'all boast about. All that bill would have done was absolutely nothing. What actually stopped the border flow, as you know, is the executive order that Joe Biden put into place. That border bill is just a red herring that y'all like to use in these lives. You mostly, you love to talk about that border bill, but you deep down, you know that border bill was trash.
No. So actually, if you look at the border bill, you didn't reference a lot of the things. Actually, you gave the wrong number. So in terms of like
whatever the number was, judges, border patrol, technology.
So they gave border agents, immigration judges to make the system go faster, so that the
you know how long
process...
it takes to hire those people?
Hey, Kelton, can I finish real quick? Is that fine?
I mean, not really, because I've heard it a million times from you. You say the same thing to the same people all day long. Like, you need to get out of the house, bro. Like, your eyes are just so dragged. It's not healthy what you do. Do you know that? Also, what are you going to do when the...
This is me when I was 1 year old.
You've
Do you see my eyes?
You've actually
Kelton?
referenced that before. Those are shadows. Right now
Kelton,
you have bags. You have what are called
those are bags under
your
my eyes. Okay, I have
You
these
have bags
regardless
under your eyes
because this is genetic. So
Are
can
you
I please
racist like
explain?
being too?
Can I
Are you racist
explain,
like
or are you
being
just
too?
coming up here to not engage in a productive dialogue?
Well, man, I've heard it from you so many times. It's like it's nonsense what you say. So go ahead, say what you got to say.
Okay, for sure.
Defend your border bill.
Yeah, so as it relates to the border bill, it gave funding for immigration judges and for border patrol agents, which specifically would the immigration judges would help the asylum process go faster. So instead of taking 7 to 10 years for people to go through the asylum process, it would take 6 months to 1 year. So that actually it makes the asylum process go better off, which is what Republicans have been asking for. It also gave funding to build the border wall, and it capped the amount of people that can come into the country at 2,500 for a weekly average and 5,000 for a daily average, which is well less than what we've seen under previous points in time. There was well over 6,000 people encountered at the border on plenty of different occasions, actually regularly in plenty of instances. So yes, it would have helped with the border crisis that you're referring to. So if you
how long
actually
does it take
want
for a bill like that to come to fruition, Parker?
Yeah, it depends on if it gets passed. Push the little crown.
So let's say it got passed. How long do you think, and you know the answer to it, how long does it take
I don't know
those
the
kind of
exact
bills?
answer. I wouldn't be able to
18 to 24
estimate that.
months. Not to mention that you'd been, it's a lame duck president situation where Joe Biden would not have been the one, pushing and organizing everything that had to go through. He would have been out of there. So it was a lame duck
how about this?
situation.
How about this?
Not to mention, no, hold on. Let me finish. So you're bringing up a bill, and you bring this up like literally every day. You're like a broken record. You bring it up all the time to people, and you know that it would have taken 18 to 24 months, when in fact, what actually stopped the flow at the border?
So you're going to reference the executive order, but the issue with the executive order is that it's not a long-term fix to the situation because it can get shot down by the Supreme Court. So if you want both the executive order and the bipartisan border bill, you should have influence to get past the bipartisan border bill, right?
What did the bill do to codify or to
'Cause it's
address the
long-term.
millions of people that are already here and the citizenship of those people? It did nothing for that, did it?
So
And that's the main issue, Parker.
So the
Isn't
issue
it?
is people in the country. So you're saying you want to engage in mass deportation?
I mean, there are people that need to be deported. You know that, right?
You would say like
you start with the
violent
criminals. You start
Violent
with
criminals?
the criminals, yeah.
Okay, so if you want
Start
to
with the
start,
criminals. No, you're not answering what I said. You
Alright.
know, right,
Can I
that
finish?
it said nothing in that bill to address the citizenship or the people to codify what their citizenship would be that are already here in the United States. All it did was put more people at the border, judges, infrastructure, technology, border agents. It said nothing about the main problem, which are the tens of millions of people and their citizenship or non-citizenship. Correct?
So to clarify, you would rather instead of stopping
You're not answering me.
limiting.
That's funny. You're not answering me.
Kelton, I'm going to answer you. Let me please talk real quick. Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah,
so
man.
yeah. So why wouldn't you look like if you have like a leak in your house, right? You're telling me you
I don't
want
need a hypothetical. Just get to the point.
Yeah, Kelton, please let me speak. If you have a leak in your house, what you're telling me is instead of blocking the leak, what you should do is mop the floor while the water still rushes in.
No, what Joe Biden should have done was not
You
allow
can
all
mop.
these
You can
people
so
to
so.
flow in
Wouldn't
right
it
when
make
he
more
got into
sense,
office.
Kelton? Wouldn't it make more sense to like mop up the floor and to like use towels to get the water out? To like
Your
to
hypotheticals are
help
so
with that?
ridiculous, man.
Can I please finish?
So ridiculous. We're talking about people and
Can I please
citizenship.
finish,
You haven't
Kelton?
answered my question.
I'm
You
currently
haven't answered
addressing.
it.
I'm currently addressing this right now. Can you please let me address this?
I mean, it's just a silly hypothetical like you always do.
I don't think it's silly. I'm currently explaining it to you, and you're just really mad because
I sound
I'm
mad to
making
you,
a good
Parker?
point. Yeah, because you're not letting me
making a good
speak
point.
right
You're
now.
not making a good point. It's a point
So
that
can
you
I
always try
finish
to
the
make.
point?
Go ahead.
And if I don't answer your question, you can just re-ask the question. I apologize. So as it relates to this, again, you can start trying to get rid of the water that's inside of the house once you stop the leak. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to do both. You want to help with the water in the house, and you want to put a stop on the leak. So first, putting a stop on the leak makes sense, right? Like, why would you not want to put a stop on the leak if it is the case that you want to limit the amount of water within your house?
I actually like this analogy that you bring up. It really helps my argument because Joe Biden should have stopped the leak from day one. Rather than allowing all these people to take advantage of our beautiful asylum laws, he left the doors open for these people and they took advantage. And that's why the numbers quadrupled when Joe Biden got into office. The damage had been done, Parker. 3.5 years of damage had been done. And you know that. So to talk about a leak or mopping something up, you're damn right. The milk had been spilt, Parker.
So can you please tell me when the bipartisan border bill was proposed originally?
I think it was like maybe about a year in. You know, Joe Biden claims that he had one on day one, when actually on day one, so I don't want to hear that argument. Actually, on day one, he signed multiple immigration executive orders that rescinded strength, that rescinded strength, number
So
one.
if it
And
was
when they first, let me finish. When they first brought up the border bill, as you know, because you talk about this every day, when they first brought it up, it had all kind of pork in it, you know, stuff for Israel and Ukraine and blah, blah, blah. And so what did it go 3 times? It never even made it out of the Senate, did it? And what do you think about H.R. 2?
Before we go on to talk about that, I want to address like it being split up. So if it was the case that you guys disagreed with the appropriations aspect of the bill, Angel, I appreciate the subscription. Why didn't Trump
As we
call
should.
people in Congress to undermine the appropriation bill solo, right? Instead of
The
the solo
damage had
border
been
bill?
done, Parker. When he made that call, the damage had been done. The milk had been spilled. You can't pick it up.
Okay, so here's my question: would you like there to be more damage or less damage?
Parker, the cleaning up of the damage that you're talking about is going to take 18 to 24 months. You're talking about hiring judges, hiring Border Patrol agents. You know how long it takes to hire a judge? You have any idea?
So you can do both. You can do both at the same time. You can
Answer
do
my
the
question.
executive
Do you
order.
have any idea how long it takes to hire a judge?
I think it depends
No,
on the
I didn't think you
circumstances.
did.
Depends on
Next,
the level of funding.
You're talking about technology. You have
I
to
don't
put
see how that's
together
relevant, by the
technology.
way.
You
Wait,
have,
so
how
I
is
just
that
want
not
to
relevant?
clarify.
You're talking
Can I
about the
please
things
speak,
that are going to
Kelton?
clean everything up. Hold on,
Kelton,
hold on.
can I please speak?
Hold on. You can.
Or am I
but
not
you're
allowed to
talking-
speak on my own live?
You speak all day long, bro. So chill out.
I haven't been.
You're talking about the things
I can
that are
just
going to
I
clean
can just
stuff
allow
up,
myself to
but it
speak.
takes 18 to 24 months to do
Kelton,
that. You
Kelton,
think that
you're
that's
just making
good?
the same point over and over again. So can I address this,
I know
please?
because you're not listening and you haven't even addressed what I'm talking about.
I have addressed this.
How
So
long
again,
does it take to hire a judge?
You said 18 through 24 months. Can I please finish?
Go ahead.
So when this bill was being proposed was, guess what, 18 through 24 months ago. So I just want to let you know that this would
Propose
already
with all
be...
that pork.
Kelton, can you please
Nice
listen?
try.
You said
Nice
it's
try. Propose
you said
with pork.
So you said it's all pork. So then why didn't you undermine the appropriations bill?
Are you not paying attention? Are you not following here? The damage had been done. Why did they allow all the people to come
Can you
in the
answer my
first place,
question,
Parker?
Kelton? Kelton, can you answer my question? I'm not talking about the border bill.
I told you because the damage
Why
had been done.
didn't-
It was useless.
That didn't make any
It
sense.
was useless.
Why didn't you undermine the appropriations bill? Because you think the appropriations are the bad part of the bill, the pork of the bill.
Oh,
I'm not
they didn't. They
referencing the
passed
border
that.
aspect of
They
the bill.
passed that.
Yeah,
They
so
passed that, as they should.
So my point is, as they should? I thought you just said it was pork
Yeah.
and it was bad.
It was at that time, yes.
Oh, so I appreciate that. So it's
Because
only
when you're talking about United States,
Okay, Kelton, now I'm going to mute you. Okay. So it's only pork whenever it was put
I would
with
mute
the
me
border.
too.
Yeah. So it was only pork when it was put with the border bill. Appreciate that mustache. But when it was separated, it wasn't pork. You guys were saying that the
Basically, yeah.
appropriations was the bad part of the bill, but it wasn't actually the appropriations because when the
no, don't
appropriations
say
were
you guys.
separated,
I told you multiple things that were the bad part of
when the appropriations were separated from the bill, you still didn't undermine the appropriations. So stop making the argument that the appropriations are the bad part of the bill while you guys aren't advocating to undermine the appropriations bill. Okay?
Parker. I actually told you numerous other reasons that the bill was bad, but you're not listening.
Well, you were bringing
Are
up
you?
the Ukraine funding and all that other stuff, so I'm just telling you that's
That
a
was
bad
the first, I
reasoning.
just brought that up one
I've
time. to
also
be honest
addressed
with you.
Kelton, I've also addressed your other points as it relates to you saying it might take 18 through 24 months to do this. Well,
Yeah, 'cause
if
you
it
don't know how
was the
long it
case
takes
that
to
it would
hire a
take 18
judge.
through 24 So if it was the case that it would take 18 through 24 months, by that time that we would have passed the bill, if we passed it originally, it would have been in effect right now. 1, 2, we could have also done the executive order as supplemental. So we could have done both because the executive order is not a long-term solution and the bipartisan border bill is a long-term solution.
Parker, did the executive order work?
The executive order is going to work as long as it's still within place, which again is
So
not
that's a-
long-term.
That's a
Because
funny
it is
answer. I
it's
asked you a
not
simple
long
question.
term.
Did it
It's
work?
not long term because it
Now,
is
come
the
on, bro.
case that it likely will get shot down by the Supreme Court. So
Come
the
on, bro.
idea
Did it
here
work, though,
that you
currently?
so the idea here
Yes or
that
no?
this is
Come on,
just hey man, Kelton, if you want to have a conversation with me and
I'm trying
engage
to.
genuinely, you can.
I think
But
there's a
right
lag.
now,
I'm sorry.
okay, so it's seemingly you have so much MAGA mobile, right, that we probably couldn't have
Oh,
a
wow,
conversation
MAGA
if
mobile.
you're going to continue and to cut me off. So either
Parker,
be quiet
MAGA,
and let me
MAGA
finish
makes
my
your
points.
whole career, Parker. MAGA makes your whole career. Without MAGA, you're nothing.
So then why
You
did
know
I have
that,
a
right?
so why did I have a platform prior to talking about politics?
You didn't.
I
You
did.
think you did, but you didn't.
I did.
Not like you do now, did you?
Regardless, I did actually have a platform where I got people in
hey,
it, right?
so
That
do
is
people with
relatively
100
similar to
followers.
this.
It's a platform. It's called TikTok.
Okay, so I don't know why you're so mad and you can't address the
Do I
the
sound mad to
productive
you?
aspects. Especially the rock star. Yeah, clearly you sound mad to me because you're not able to let me finish. You're not able to let me speak, right? When it is the case that I am allowing you to do so, First Lucy. Is that clear?
Parker, I've let you speak. You bounced around a lot of questions that I've asked you.
No, you haven't, right? I don't know what questions I've bounced around. I've answered every single one of your questions and I've addressed it. Okay? You just don't like my
Not really.
answers, right? Because they make you look bad. Okay? So I've already addressed this. I've gone over it.
So, Parker-
and you haven't addressed the points that I have brought up. So please address
Such
the
as?
points that I've brought up. Like,
Such
if it
as?
is the case that you want the border bill done, right? If you want something done about the border, push the little crown, you would have not only supported the border bill, but also supported the executive order to be in effect while the border bill is being put into place. So while we're
I have an
hiring
answer for you.
judges, while we're hiring people to get to be in these positions, it is the case
have
that
an
we could
answer for
have please, can you shut up, Kelton? Because if you cut me off one more time, I'm just going to kick you from my stream. Is that clear?
Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so you can do both at the same time. You can walk and chew gum. You guys just won't acknowledge this because Donald Trump said blame it on me if the border bill fails because he didn't want Democrats to get a win. Appreciate Little Crown. Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. Also,
So,
Susan, thank you
Parker-
for the $5. Tasha, thank you so much for the $25. Lisa, thank you for the $25. Pixie with the $5. Angel, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Sharon with the $25. Thank you so much, Sharon. Susan with the $5. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $5. Katrina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Amanda, thank you for the $2. Justine, thank you so much for the $1. And Christian, thank you for the $2 for the 40-year-old baby. Thank you so much. Yvette, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Yvette in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Yvette. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You know what? None of that seemed genuine to me. Like, you grift all day long, that when you say thank you, your voice, when you change your voice, it's so not genuine. I think people know that. I don't know why you are such a grifter, man. Like, you really need to get out of the house. Your eyes are looking very gloomy. Are you also? I wanted to ask you one question. Are
You're
you a
clearly
racist?
hurt.
Are you a racist like your boy Dean?
Kelton, you're clearly hurt, right? I want to be able to have a productive dialogue with you, and instead
I
of
know, I'm
actually
asking
engaging
a
in a
quick
productive dialogue, you're trying to
Is that
call
question
me
trigger you?
you're trying to call me a grifter. So can you
You
tell
are a
me
grifter,
how I'm
aren't you?
grifting for saying thank you?
You're grifting by getting on these lives and you say the same things over and over again. You hope. That's why you hang up on people that come up to actually try and be nice to you and say something on your side, and you literally just hang up on them. You'll just, we're only talking to Trump supporters because you have to grift. Like, you're
No.
addicted to grifting.
No, dude.
Yeah,
this
we're
is a-
only taking opposition. We're only
Yes,
talking to
it's
Trump
a debate
supporters.
platform. Push the hand up.
Yeah, yeah,
So the reason
right.
why I
But,
only
like-
talk to people who are Trump supporters is not because I'm grifting. It's
It is
because I
because
run a
you're grifting.
debate platform. If I ran a platform that wasn't debate and it was meant to have people up who are on my side, right, I'd be able to do that. But I run a platform where I have to debate the other side. So you can sit there and you can say I'm grifting just for debating people, but
Which is true,
fundamentally that makes no sense because then
First of all,
you would be
I'm the one that
Kelton,
taught you that
because
word.
then Ken, because then you would be, or Kelton, you would be the one that's grifting because it is the case that you came up here to debate.
So I'm not the one begging for money and thanking people for money and trying to meet your little goals and all that. And I'm not sure if you recall, but a few months ago, I actually taught you that word, grifting. You had to
Oh,
look
wait,
it
you've
up
already
in your
come
own
up on my
mind.
live, Kelton?
Yeah, man, I have.
Oh,
Now you-
all right. Have a good day, man. I only talk to people who haven't been up on the live before, so that like people in the comment section or in the guest box can come up. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much for the hat mustache. Who haven't been here before? Brian, thank you for the $5 for the grifting. Thank you so much. Riley, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Shannon, thank you so much for the $20 for the grift money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Rachel, thank you for the $2 for the grift.
99% of the things that you say, first of all. But what's really got me on like the fence of just not even voting, because I'm not going to vote for Trump in my life ever. But what's got me on the fence of just not even voting in general is the way I feel like the government is handling.
So Deanna, I would recommend just listening in. Since you aren't going to be voting for Trump, I am going to get people who are voting for Trump, but I really do appreciate you coming up, Deanna. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you want me to answer any questions, make sure to join my Discord. That's the best place to like ask me questions.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you so much, Deanna. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Kay, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Heidi with the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For the genuine, kind, patient, and hopeful voice. We care about you and your efforts. Here's some money for the grift. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Far back. I want to say they were
Well,
stable.
Dan, I can tell you that's factual because of the inflation rate that happened every year under Trump's administration.
Who cares
There's
about
going to be an
Obama?
increase in price. So,
Obama's
Dan,
long,
I'm just showing you
Obama's
how
long gone.
hypocritical your
Obama's not
reasoning is.
running.
And
Obama's not running.
I'm just telling you how hypocritical your reasoning is. Because even if prices were lower in the context of Obama, you're not going to say that you support Obama because prices were lower then. So I'm
I like
clearly
Obama.
showing you. So you think Obama is better than Trump?
I wouldn't say that, but I
But
don't think
prices were
I didn't-
lower. Eggs were cheaper.
I didn't vote for Obama, but I wouldn't say he did bad. He did good. I mean, but Trump came in and did better, you know?
Okay, what did he do? Can you name me one policy he influenced to get passed that
Like-
benefited
like I
the low and middle
said-
class more than it benefit rich people?
Where I live, most people don't know, they can't even spell policy. This is people that have families. They
So
do.
let's instead of defunding and getting rid of the Department of Education, how about we fund it more? Because I think that's an issue. If you can't spell policy, right, and your main language is English, like your first language is English, I think that's a big issue.
I'm just saying that most people, that was kind of an exaggeration. Most people don't care about policies. Like I said, people want to buy
That's being unreasonable, though,
toys,
Dan.
lake houses, upgrade their life. They don't care about policies. It's not for everybody. You can put 1,000 farmers into a room. They're not going to know a single policy, but they're just going to say, hey, it was better under Trump. You can put 1,000 mechanics in a room. They're going to say, hey, it was easier under It was easier to get parts. It was easier to do this. We got paid more. I could have paid my mechanics more, this or that. Nobody knows these policies. People don't care about it. Most of the people don't care about policies. They just want cheaper stuff and an easier life.
So Dan, what you're doing here is you're ignoring reality, right? And you are also not acknowledging the fact that just because people do it doesn't mean it's good reasoning, right? People have done things throughout history that is unreasonable. There are points in human history where people believed the earth was flat, okay? That doesn't mean that because most people believed the earth was flat, that the earth was flat. That's a ridiculous statement to make. So clearly, just because things happen within the context of society to a great degree, doesn't mean you should do that as well, and doesn't mean that's reasonable to do. So if you want to be a sheep, if you don't want to look at policy, and you just want to vote based upon your feelings, at the end of the day, your goods are going to be more expensive because you voted for Donald Trump, who wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs. So you're voting for exactly what you don't want. You said you want things to be cheaper. It makes no sense to vote for Trump. Anyone that has any understanding of economics knows you're wrong and knows you're being ridiculous and knows that what you just said is very unreasonable.
Again, we're just doing circles. What do you think about the border?
Can you restate to me what I just said?
Yeah. No. What about
Dan,
the border?
Dan, should I really engage in a conversation with you if you're not going to engage with what I have to say and instead just say that we're engaging in circles because you don't want to acknowledge reality?
I want
Like, to me, that
acknowledge-
just sounds
I
like you're being
wanna-
delusional, Dan.
No, I'm not delusional, but like I said, we went through a Biden presidency, we went through a Trump presidency. Just
And you
from
don't know any policies. So
I
how
don't
can you
need-
know what they did?
I don't need to know policies.
You
Like
do
I said,
need
I
to
don't-
know policies, Dan.
I don't care about the policies. That's not something I want to invest my time
So
in.
you're going to be an uninformed voter, and you're going to help put someone in office that's going to make your goods more expensive. Like,
I'm
that's
gonna
just very unreasonable.
I'm just going to take it from a very simple standpoint.
Yeah,
Trump-
feelings over facts.
No,
What
Trump
happened to
did-
facts over
Trump-
feelings?
Trump did better than Biden, and
You can't
Trump
even
is
tell me anything they did.
Trump is a businessman. You know, he has.
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Yeah, my boss. He's had like 20. The guy's a freaking millionaire.
I promise you he doesn't have 6 bankruptcies. Maureen, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You just made that up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Maureen. Yo, W for your son. Okay, Dan, you just made that up because you wanted Trump to feel like yourself to feel better about voting for Trump. Now that makes no sense. It sounds like you're really delusional, and it all kind of sounds like you're a cult at this point. Like you're a part of a cult because you're following him no matter what evidence points towards the otherwise.
That's literally, I want to say 95% of Americans. You know that, right? That's why everybody you put up here, nobody knows the damn policy. And I've seen those TikToks where, Republicans
Maybe
come
that's just
to
MAGA.
No, there's listen what I was going to say. There's those, Democrats that come to the Republican rallies, and the Republicans don't know anything, and vice versa. The Democrats don't know anything. Oh, we're voting for Kamala because she's a woman. Oh, because she's black. Like most Americans don't know politics.
That's not the typical thing. And also, again, I would critique the people on the left that don't know any of the reasoning to substantiate their position. You want to know why? because it makes our position look worse for people to be out there and to know nothing about the policy. Mark, I appreciate the subscription. So I advocate for people who are also on my side to critically think, to use argumentation, to base their positions on evidence, rather than just to believe things without any good evidence, or to just vote for people for reasons that don't relate to policy, to morals, to character, things that are very important towards what the United States president stands for. Okay? So you've got to know policies if you want to vote. Appreciate the hand art. If you want to be an informed voter. If you don't want to be an informed voter, you're just going to continue being a sheep, and it's going to ultimately lead to worse conditions in this country. Rosa, I appreciate the $5. If you really care about this country, if it's really about America first, you'd care enough to look into the policy that would actually benefit Americans. Appreciate the corgi. Instead of just believing in things because you feel like it. Because ultimately, that is not America first. That is sheep mind first. That is corporation first. That is Trump first. That is not America first. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much, Yvette.
Sure, whatever. I guess so. But anyways, what do you like? Let's go back to the border. What do you think about the border? How did Biden and Harris do with the border?
Yeah, so they tried to influence to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Sorry, they didn't pass an infrastructure bill. Per standard border bill that was actually helped written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford. Right, so that would have helped with the border. Right, and that would have been beneficial.
When was this bill introduced?
So it was starting to get written in like 2021, and it was proposed in, I think it was May of 2023. So about a few months after the heavy increase in the amount of people coming after the removal of Title 42, which was emergency pandemic, appreciate the cap, policy.
So Biden became president in 2020, and the policy was only going to go to.
No, he never became president in 2020. It was 2021.
So it took him 2 years to write a policy. And how much people did they let in these 2 years?
I just want to let you know, it was like 6 months after Title 42 expired. Okay? And a lot of the policies that were limiting immigration. And the reason why more people came into the country is because it is the case that inflation happened globally. So when there's not as much economic security globally, it incentivizes people to go to places like the United States where there's more economic security. So why are so many people coming to the country for economic security if the country is so bad?
Well, I just know before they even came president, Biden was saying, I'm going to, reverse some of his policies.
Can you answer my question?
Why would they come into the country? People have always
if the country is so bad, right, and we're an uncivilized world, uncivilized country, like what Trump is saying, right? Why are so many people coming to the country for economic security?
People have always been coming to America for economic security because this is the land of the,
But there's more people coming now. Appreciate the face. So do we have so much more economic security now? Appreciate the pumpkin.
No, it's because
the rest of the world?
They took all of, like I said, when Vance was talking to Walz, he said, they took 94 policies. Do I know them? Absolutely not. And he said they wiped them off. I mean,
but Trump never said those were effective. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Melissa. Thank you for the $5. Did you know that Trump, he has a graph, and he says that when the border clampdown happened was with the implementation of Title 42, which was COVID emergency policy, right? Like he says his Remain in Mexico border policy had no effect, and all of his other executive orders had no effect, person that had mustache, because those were implemented well before he says that his border clampdown happened.
Then how come there was all these videos back in 2022 surfacing of these caravans of people just, coming to
there
America?
Were caravans under Trump?
Nowhere near that size.
So now you're saying that there's more people. So why are there more people coming to the country? Is it because we're so economically secure?
No, because Biden and Harris failed. They got rid of policies. They were letting people in. They're a joke.
What policy?
She didn't even, like I said, I don't know any policies. Nobody knows policies.
Why are you saying that they got rid of policies if you don't even know what the policies are?
It's like Tim Walz, when Tim Walz was debating, J.D. Vance, he said, the Biden and Harris, they took 94 policies right off the table.
I'm telling you, you got to be more critical than this. You got to be more critical. I want a better country, right? I want my kids to grow up in a country that isn't plagued by misinformation. And fundamentally, the way that you think here about politics is the exact reason I come on here and I talk about these things every day, Push the Pumpkin, because I want you to inform yourself. I want you to critically think. I care about you as a person, and if you could do that, if you critically think, if you look into the policy, ultimately speaking, we're going to have a better country. It's not just you, it's not just me, it's everyone in this chat. If we critically think, if we look into the policy, if we try to have evidence for our positions, we're going to have a better country.
Okay,
You don't look into any of the plans. Trump's going to run for president with no plans like he's doing right now. No healthcare plan, no childcare plan, no plan to help for housing, no plan to help small businesses that make less than $50,000 a year. Literally no plans. No plans to fight climate change. He doesn't even believe in it. He said that climate change isn't caused by humans and that the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet.
Well, Kamala's got all these great ideas. Why didn't she implement them? Why didn't she implement these first 3 years that she was, vice president? Why didn't she do at least one of those things? She's saying she's going to do all this stuff.
What things specifically? So she did expand access. Okay, so those things, it relies on Congress to get these things passed. Like every policy Trump's advocating for. Why didn't he do it in his first administration?
I don't even remember what Trump was running for because, it was 4 years ago. I don't remember.
He said Mexico is going to pay for the wall and he's going to build the wall. They didn't build the whole wall. They built 3.7% new wall and Mexico didn't pay for it. He said he was going to drain the swamp. He didn't do that because apparently under his own view, corrupt judges that he appointed into office stole the election from him. Okay.
Yeah, but
he wanted an infrastructure bill. He gave no infrastructure bill. He wanted to repeal and replace the ACA. Push the head mustache. And 9 years into running for president of the United States, all he has is concepts of a plan. Push the head mustache. So if you care about this country, you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump undermines the integrity of this nation. Push the head mustache. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Leveled up.
See, you say that and it sounds good, but that's not the reality. If Biden had all these amazing policies with Kamala, why did everything literally hit the fan? Why did shit hit the fan when they started running this country? The wars. Literally, it's record inflation, record this, record that, just record after record after record.
Dan, you're lying.
No.
If you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we had higher inflation during stagflation. Way higher inflation. And also, we had lower inflation than a lot of the globe. Push the confetti. And we had the fastest recovery from inflation due to our Federal Reserve. What deals with inflation is the Federal Reserve. What caused inflation is COVID, affecting our supply chains, price gouging, things that are not related to the President of the United States. So for you to say that it's caused by the President of the United States, push that mustache, shows how little you know about statistics and shows how little you know about economics.
Yeah,
so
I know.
Please, do research, look into these things. Don't just be a sheep.
I'm not a sheep. I know the president doesn't run everything, but the people that Trump, nominates to run, they got a head on their shoulders. The people that he surrounds himself with, hey, you take care of this, hey, you take care of, yeah.
So like the people around him are like very good people. So the multiple national security advisors that said that he's unfit to be president, a threat to democracy. He specifically is a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world. His vice president, who said that no one should vote for someone who puts themselves over the Constitution, push the elephant, which is what Trump did and asked him to do. We can reference multiple chiefs of staffs that also said that he's unfit to be president, a threat to democracy. A four-star general that said that he called veterans suckers and losers. The people that were engaging around him, right, that he appointed into office, literally risked the entirety of their careers to call him out for his bad behavior. Here's the boxing glove. Thank you so much. So all the people around him said he's bad. Almost all of them.
No, you're always going to find somebody that didn't like something or whatnot because Trump was strict. If you're not doing the job right, he would fire people, which is a good thing. Because I look at my boss, when people come into our workplace and they're dragging their feet, he gets rid of them really quick,
So why is he appointing so many people that aren't doing their job?
I don't know.
Is he that bad at appointing people? Is he that inexperienced? Are you saying that he needs more experience in political office to know who to hire and who not to hire?
No,
and if you're saying that he hired people who are rhinos, then he didn't drain the swamp. Why is he hiring corrupt people?
You're never going to drain the swamp. You're never going to drain the swamp.
So then why did he run on that?
They run on everything.
Oh, okay. So he's just lying to you, and you want to vote for him?
Yeah, because just to sum it up, I just want a simpler, easier, cheaper life. I'm not going to sit there and study policies. I got work to do. You know, I got a family to raise. I don't have time to go to and study politics. Nobody does. That's what you need to wrap your head around. That most Americans don't know whether you're Democrat or Republican. None of them know.
Dan, here's my question: why the hell did you join the live?
I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't care about politics, get off my live. Don't vote.
No,
if you don't care about policy, leave. Right? Don't leave this live. I don't want to go over policy with someone that just simply doesn't care because they want to be a sheep, that wants to deny reality, that wants to be delusional, and wants a worse country because they don't want to do the research because you're too lazy.
That's like 90%.
So stop.
That's 90% of Americans probably, literally, that don't know policy. Democrats and Republicans.
Do better, Dan. Do better. Let's get this country to be based on excellence. Appreciate the pumpkin. If you want this country to be excellent, if you want this country to be great, then you have to put in the work to do it. You can't just expect everything to be handed to you. You've got to put the work in to do it. And that's what I'm advocating for us to do. Let's critically think. Let's look up policy. Let's do research. Let's educate ourselves and let's educate our children. Let's have the best country in the history of the world because we wanted to put in the work to create that country. Because we will adopt things that have been adopted by other countries that they're doing better than we are. For what things specifically, Aaron?
Biden and Trump. We already, I mean, with Biden and Harris, and look where the country is and what state there are now.
Dan, I've already heard you say this. Let Aaron make his point real quick.
Okay, I want to ask a question. Did you watch the 60 Minutes interview last night?
Aaron, can you just ask what your question was? I didn't watch the 60 Minutes interview.
Okay. Well, anyway, the 60 Minutes interview, the moderator
can you just reference what you were just saying prior?
Okay. Quadruple the amount of people that have come across our border. Quadruple from Trump. It's not a lie. There's quadruple the amount of illegal immigrants came over in the first 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration. So, I mean, she can't even answer why. I mean, where are you getting your statistics? I mean, that's insane. That's an insane amount of people to come across our border. I mean, you do understand that, right?
So I get it from Customs and Border Protection if you're relating to the immigration numbers. Push that mustache. So if you want to do something about the border, why did Trump undermine the border bill? That was bipartisan. That was.
Do you know what was in that bill? Do you know what was in that bill?
Yes, I do. Can you tell me one thing in the bill that you disagree with?
Yeah. What else was in the bill?
Can you tell me one thing in the bill that you disagree with?
The $20 billion that was supposed to go to the border was for catch and release only. The other $80 billion in that bill, it was $80 billion was supposed to go to Ukraine.
So I mean, one you just lied. It was not all. Sorry. So he's echoing. So 20 billion didn't go to catch and release. I don't know where you got that idea from. There was funding
because it's actually in the bill. Did you actually read the bill?
I did read the bill.
Because it's actually.
So I'm gonna kick that guy. So let me finish, please. Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so there was funding for immigration judges to make the asylum process go faster. That would make the process go from 8 to 10 years instead to take specifically 6 months to 1 year. Border agents, like 1,500 border agents, the $2,500 daily average cap, which would allow them to shut the border down after that. And for 1 day, $5,000, right? It also gave funding to build the border wall. So it was a compromise from Republicans and Democrats that Trump called for people in Congress to undermine. And if you're telling me specifically, can I please finish? If you're telling me specifically that it was shut down because of the appropriations, well then why, when they separated the bill from the appropriations and the solo border bill, the Border Act of 2024, why did the Border Act not get passed? And why did the appropriations get passed?
What I want to know is why was there any money slotted in the same bill?
Aaron, if you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go to the next person.
Okay, ask your questioning.
So you didn't listen?
I don't understand what you're even talking about because this bill...
Can you restate to me the last sentence I said?
All right. Well, I just honestly, you didn't even answer...
If you want to have a conversation
my
with
question.
Me, sir, you are not engaging with what I have to say right now.
You didn't even answer my question when I asked your question.
Don't gaslight me. You're gaslighting me right now because
You didn't
listen.
answer my question when I asked you.
Aaron, you're gaslighting me right now because I was just going over things and you didn't listen. And because you weren't listening, you decide to shift it onto me and say I'm the one that was specifically not answering the question.
You
Yet
didn't,
when
though.
I was proposing something and I was talking, you weren't referring to it. So I'm going to go and ask the question again. Okay? And then you can ask your question.
Okay.
So if it was because of the appropriations within the bill that the bill didn't get passed, then why didn't Trump call people in Congress to not vote for the solo appropriations bill because that got passed, whereas the solo border bill, when that got separated from the bipartisan border bill, that didn't get passed?
So Trump, you're saying Trump called these people while he wasn't in office, so he had no real power to do anything
That's
besides
totally false.
Besides,
you can have political power and still pressure people to support particular policy because you have high approval ratings within your particular party.
Well,
Let's be a
that's
little bit
their-
more critical than that.
well, that's their choice. That's their choice. That's whether Trump says something or not. They still have a choice whether to pass that bill or to not pass that bill. I mean, what I don't understand, or you don't understand, is like that first bill had two purposes. It was a dual purpose bill. It was not just for the border. So, okay, there were two things.
Katie, thank you so much for the boost, crew. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bella, thank you for the 69 cents. Sarah with the $20 for thinking critically. Thank you so much. And Amanda, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So I just explained this to you and you didn't listen again.
No,
Aaron.
I did listen to what you're saying. You're saying Trump.
Because I just talked about the fact that they split the bill. So the appropriations had the Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza funding. That got passed. Trump didn't call people in Congress to torpedo that bill. But the bipartisan border bill, right, they separated the border bill from it, the Border Act of 2024, and that didn't get passed.
But
So
it
can you
only
tell me
takes
why?
it only takes an executive order to shut the border down. That could have been done at any time. That could have been done any time within 3 years. You could just do an executive order to shut the border down, and all of a sudden they do that in
Can I
the
address
third
that?
year to cut the numbers down in half from already quadruple is half. It's still twice as much as when Trump was in office.
That's a lot,
Like,
Aaron. You just lied. So let me
it's a lot
explain
of
why you're
people.
lying. Let me explain why
It's
you're
not,
lying.
I'm not lying.
So actually,
you didn't
at the-
even watch that
Aaron,
60 minutes
Aaron,
interview.
I'm currently
where
explaining it to you. Would
literally
you
the
like me to-
moderator said it.
Aaron, can you please be quiet real quick so that I can explain this to you?
You're not.
Actually-
you're not listening to me. You
I am
accuse
listening
me
to
of
you,
not
and I'm
listening to
currently
you, but you're not listening
addressing
to
what you
me.
just. I'm currently addressing what you just said. Okay. So as it relates to the level of crossings that currently are happening right now, the daily crossings right now are lower than the end of Trump's administration in terms of daily crossings. So you just lied about that. You can find that from Customs and Border Protection. Secondly, as it relates to this, are not talking about what I'm saying at all. The appropriations are the funding that was meant to go to other countries, and the bipartisan border bill was split, so it was a solo border bill, and they didn't get that passed. You're saying, why didn't they do the executive order? So they did do the executive order. That's why border crossings are lower right now. But the reason why they didn't just solely rely on the executive order and they wanted the Congress to pass the legislation is because it's not a long-term solution for us to have the border bill not passed and for just use an executive order, because the Supreme Court is likely to shut down the executive order. So the long-term solution is the bipartisan border bill, and that's exactly what Langford said. That's exactly what Lindsey Graham said. That's exactly what Mitch McConnell said. So to say that this isn't true is to deny basically what everyone is saying on the Republican side, except for Donald Trump, because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
So that's smarter to do it in the fourth year of the presidency instead of the second or third. So you just let all these people come in, which was quadruple the amount that Trump had let in from his presidency. Quadruple. It's not a lie. It's an actual fact. So that was smarter to do an executive order in the third or fourth year of your presidency, even though that first bill didn't pass. So you just wait 3 years to go ahead, and that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, so the bipartisan border bill was starting to get written in 2021, and it was actually proposed in 2023, over a year and a half ago. Okay? So the idea that they just waited until the very end of their administration is bullshit. Okay? You guys don't do any research, and that's why you guys think this. Do the research. Literally look into these policies. Actually read what we're referencing. Because when you don't do the research, you then have positions like this. When Donald Trump himself said, blame it on me for the border bill failing because he didn't want Democrats to look good. You guys lie over and over and over again, and you say it's the appropriations. And you can never answer my question why the appropriations bill passed and the solo border bill didn't.
Okay. I mean, can I ask you a simple question? Just a simple.
Answer my question, and then you can ask me a question, Aaron.
Okay. Well, I've already answered your question. Donald Trump wasn't in office. Donald Trump was not in office. He wasn't in office, and you can say all you want about he did this and he squashed this. He wasn't in office. Kamala Harris was in office. Joe Biden was in office. If you need votes on a bill, then you get somebody to whip up the votes to pass a bill. That's on them. That's not that. You're trying to make this Donald Trump's fault when he wasn't even in office. They've been in office for 4 years, and the amount of border crossings is quadrupled the amount of Trump's.
I don't want to hear the same point again, Aaron. Okay, I'm muting you because you're being dense. And you're not referring to what I'm saying. Donald Trump still has political power, even though he's not in Congress. Donald Trump still has political pressure because he has a high approval rating within the Republican Party. He's still the Republican presidential nominee. To say that he doesn't have any power is ridiculous. This was acknowledged by Lindsey Graham, a Republican. This was acknowledged by Mitch McConnell, a Republican. This was acknowledged by Langford, a Republican that was Trump endorsed. So if you want to have a conversation about the facts, let's have the conversation about the facts instead of you just walking around the facts and trying to engage in delusion. Because this isn't productive. This doesn't lead to a better country.
Okay, it's not about the facts. It's just about the real statistics. The real numbers don't show what you're talking about. Like the real numbers, if you actually look up the number of border crossings, it is insanely more than Trump's presidency. It is insanely more. And you can shut down the border when you want to shut down the border. That is something any president can do with a stroke of a pen. You can shut down the U.S. border. Yes, you can. And they chose to leave it open. And that's a fact. It's a fact because the numbers don't lie.
Again, Aaron, the numbers I'm referencing are for the Customs and Border Protection, right? And what you're not acknowledging is that Customs and Border Protection says right now daily border crossings are lower than that they were at the end of Trump's administration. I've already told you this, Aaron, and you're making the same point again. You're not trying to engage in productive dialogue.
Of course they're
down
lower.
You're trying to engage.
Of course they're lower. They're going to make everything look good right now.
Aaron, I just want to let you know you
can't be serious.
You have now gone back on what you said because you just
an election year.
You just said literally 5 minutes ago that the border crossings are higher now and that I was lying while saying that the border crossings are lower right now. So you just contradicted yourself, Aaron.
I'm talking as a whole presidency. The last 4 years. The last 3.5 to 4 years.
No, you're such a liar. You're such a liar.
Oh, I'm sorry that they're down today while they're in an election season. Oh, wow, that's a big shocker. Gas is probably going to go down too. Oh, wow, they're doing such a great job. We should vote for them because now gas is going down. Oh, wow. It's so simple. It's a simple-minded thing that they do. We make everything look rosy. You vote for us, and then we tank everything again. This is what Democrats do literally every time.
Aaron, can I address what you were lying about? So I was talking about daily crossings. I specified daily crossings, and you said I was wrong. Okay? So you are gaslighting because I was addressing daily crossings and you said I was wrong, and now you're agreeing that daily crossings are lower now. So stop lying, right? And acknowledge that you said that.
Oh. Daily crossings are lower than they were. Yes.
At the end of Trump's administration.
I'm talking as a
So why didn't Trump in an election year decrease the border crossings?
You're not even listening.
So, Aaron, why didn't Trump close the border if border crossing numbers were higher at the end of his administration daily than what they are right now daily? It sounds like he wanted more people to come into the country.
Why? Why would Trump want... Why? Well, I mean, more illegal
Aaron, I
immigrants
was just
coming into
using
the
your same
country
reasoning. I
are
was just
more
saying your
reason
reasoning.
why Democrats can get people to vote. Literally, look in Michigan alone. You're not even required a voter ID. They give illegal immigrants in Michigan driver's licenses and register them to vote.
Aaron, how do you register
in Minnesota?
to vote?
Like,
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
No, it's
how
not
do you
a lie.
How do
It's
you
actually
register to
true.
vote? No, it's not. How do you register to vote without an ID? Please tell me. Or without any form of identification.
I don't know. You don't need voter ID in California. So
Okay, but I live in California. In order to get my registration, in order to get my ballot, I had to give some identification. Okay, so I live in California. I can refer to this specifically, and you just lied because you benefit from the lies. So Aaron, stop lying. Let's fight for a better country, and let's base our beliefs on facts and on evidence, not on delusion because you want to be in a cult.
I want to be in a cult. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're honestly delusional. I can't really honestly have a conversation with you because you don't listen to anything anyone says.
I do. I'm listening to what you were saying right now.
I don't think you really do listen.
Aaron, earlier in this conversation, I literally showed that you didn't listen at all. So you are now gaslighting me and trying to say that I was the one not listening when actually this entire conversation, that's what you've been doing, Aaron. So why do you constantly project?
I had asked you a simple question. I had asked you a simple question.
What question?
Were there more border crossings under the Harris-Biden administration than the Trump administration?
By the way, you didn't ask me that question, but I'll answer.
Okay.
The
Were there more?
cumulative level of people that have come to the country is higher now over the entire administration than what it was under the Trump administration. I'm not disputing that. I think the cause of that.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
I think the cause of that.
That's all I needed to know.
I think the cause of that. So, are you going to listen so that I can explain the cause?
No, I'm good. I just wanted. That's all I wanted
You
to
see,
know.
that's called being disingenuous, Aaron.
No, it's not
because
being
you don't want to hear
disingenuous.
the explanation.
That's
You're
all I
saying
wanted to know.
you're engaging in a correlation causation fallacy. You're saying just because two things are associated means one caused the other. Actually, the reason why more people are coming to the country is because of economic insecurity caused by inflation globally because of the pandemic. Where's the rock star? So why are people coming here for economic security if you're saying that the country is so bad, it's uncivilized, it's a third world country, like Donald Trump said at the debates with Joe Biden?
Why are people coming into this country? Probably because the countries that they're coming from are not so economically stable.
Oh, okay. So the United States is more economically stable? So then how are we uncivilized?
So why would we want to make it economically unstable by bringing in more illegal immigrants that we have to support?
I just want to let you know there's no policy under the
Taxpayers of
Biden-Harris.
America have to support illegal immigrants that come into the country. I mean, we, as a taxpayer, I think we could probably use those funds for probably better things. Maybe FEMA, or I mean anything else besides funding illegal immigrants. Or how about our veterans?
Can I address these real quick?
I mean, our own homeless people. Like,
Aaron, can I address this real quick? So, Trump under his administration diverted $155 million of FEMA money specifically to pay for migrant detention centers. So what you just claimed that the Biden-Harris administration is doing, Trump did under his administration. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, Donald Trump and Republicans have constantly advocated for cuts to programs that help people who are specifically coming to this country, that cuts for people who are specifically in the country legally. It's not specifically for people who are here undocumented. Now, there's no Biden-Harris administration policy that allows for undocumented immigrants into the country. That's not a Biden-Harris administration policy. That you're just making that up. And secondly, immigration, undocumented and documented immigration, right, are significantly better for our economy. According to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, they indicated by 2034, our economy is going to grow by $7 trillion in GDP, mostly due to immigration, right, documented and undocumented, and $1 trillion in federal revenues, which allows us to pay down our debt, which allows for us to pay for Medicare, which allows for us to pay for Social Security for standard. So actually, immigrants are paying for the older people in this country because they have a higher labor force participation rate than the average natural-born U.S. citizen. Okay? So to make this claim that they're coming here and they're just using social programs and that we're paying for them, push the paper grant, thank you so much, is ridiculous because the economic data indicates you are wrong.
Okay, so how about housing? How does that work? How does that work when we have illegal immigration and we have a housing crisis where people can't get a home? There aren't any homes.
What's Trump's plan?
What is Trump's plan? Probably to deport the illegal immigrants out of this country.
I just want to let you know, immigrants are not the reason why housing prices are high. You understand?
It's partially.
Okay, so
it is partially. I'm not saying it's totally, but there is partially illegal immigration does.
Then prices are high partially because of you, Aaron. So they are no partially greater, right, in terms of the influence for higher prices than you are. They are no much more of an impact than you are. So if you want more babies to exist, if you want people to have more children, right, they're just as much of an influence, right, on the raise in prices as it relates to housing as you would say immigration is. Appreciate the marvelous confetti. You're only saying it's immigrants because immigrants are the Republican Party's scapegoat for all the problems in this country. Instead of acknowledging the real problems of this country, the fact that people are living paycheck to paycheck, that people don't have health care, people don't have housing, people don't have child care, things are unaffordable. What you do is you scapegoat immigrants for all the problems in the country. Who has policy and who has plans to help the affordability for Americans? Appreciate the hand art. It's Kamala Harris. Now name me the policy to help with housing that Donald Trump is advocating for.
Okay. I honestly don't know, and I don't know Kamala's policy.
What about his health care policy?
I don't know his, and I don't know
What about his
hers.
child care policy?
I don't know. There was some sort of tax credit for like $5,000. I think JD Vance said it was $5,000.
Nope.
And hers was like $6,000.
Nope. So you don't know what you're talking about at all. So actually, JD Vance was asked this question in the debate, and he didn't answer because they don't have a plan to change the child tax credit. It's supposed to stay at $2,000 is what it currently is, whereas Kamala Harris wants to increase it to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
Agenda 47 said 5,000, but anyway, I'm not gonna go tit for tat on that. But you mentioned inflation, and honestly, inflation is caused by spending. Like you do know that, correct?
Did you know that Trump signed off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration? And also, Priscilla Pinning, again, this is both from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. His plans will cause more spending and more debt-related spending than the Harris administration. Would you like me to show you?
Well, first of all, okay.
Aja, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Zipporah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Nadia, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Inflation was actually the highest under Biden and Harris. That's not even debatable.
The highest ever?
No, I'm saying it's probably, I think it was since the 1980s. I think it's been the highest. Like
that is true. But that happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. To say that wouldn't have happened if Trump was president is actively delusional. Okay, it happened globally. The same trend.
Okay, and price controls or price gouging is not going to bring that down.
Price gouging causes more inflation, which is what the Biden-Harris administration is having.
Well, who's price gouging? There are laws against price gouging.
Admitted to it.
Who is price gouging right now?
Kroger admitted to it.
Kroger admitted to price gouging.
Yes, look up Kroger admits to price gouging.
Wow. So you want me to just Google it and that proves it by Googling it?
Yeah, like their own representative admitted it.
Oh, shame on Kroger then. But so that would mean that everybody is doing it, not just Kroger. Then you just go after Kroger. Okay, if Kroger
I'm just giving you an example, right?
Okay, so that's not really a legitimate answer.
I don't know how that's not a legitimate example, right? I gave you
not
a
legitimate answer.
Example.
It's not going after people for at first it was price control, which we all know that's ridiculous.
It's not price control. So I just want to let you know the price gouging laws she's referencing for groceries are the same ones that already exist in 46 states and that she's just protecting federally.
Well, you have to cut spending to bring inflation down, and you have to lower.
So what are you going to cut?
And you have to lower energy costs.
So what are you going to cut?
What am I going to cut for spending?
Mm-hmm.
There's probably a million things you could cut that our government spends useless money on.
Give me some.
I would probably cut the amount of money that we send to the Ukraine.
That's
probably
1/32 of our military budget, and Trump doesn't want to reduce the military budget.
No, I wouldn't want to reduce the military budget either.
He doesn't. Okay, so you understand that the money we sent to Ukraine, most of it was from our military budget, right? It was literally 1/32 of the military budget over the 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration. Glenda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
That sounds like a bunch of mismanaged funds to me. But
so then why did Trump sign off on more debt-related spending? 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Huh. Okay. And so
you
why
just said spending was the issue, but Trump is spending more, and he's not cutting spending.
Spending is the issue. We're in this mess because of their policies. We're not in this mess because of Trump's policies. We're in the mess that we're in because of their policies.
Aaron, that made no sense because Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
You keep referring to everything as Trump's fault. But, I mean, you're saying like everything over the last 4 years has just been peachy keen and they've just done a bang-up job and everybody is good. If everybody was good, then why are we even having this debate at all? I mean, I don't know about you, but it hasn't been really that great, and it hasn't been really great going to the grocery store. It really hasn't been great trying to pay my bills, and those aren't from Trump's 4 years, which was literally 4 years ago. These are from the last 4 years. They haven't done anything to bring down the cost of anything.
So 4 years ago, you're telling me it was really bad, right?
Yeah, but what are you saying?
4 years ago, it was really bad?
4 years ago, no. 4 years ago, it started when COVID started getting bad. Okay?
So who was president?
When Trump was in office and COVID
Aaron,
did not
who
exist.
was president 4 years ago?
I had the best economic situation when Trump was in office.
Who was president at that point 4 years ago?
Well, that was the end of his presidency.
It was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So why do you ignore that part of his presidency?
Well, who's been in presidency for the last 4 years is what I'm asking you.
Well, there was two separate presidents the last 4 years.
There's been two separate presidents within the last 4 years. So Kamala Harris has been president in the last 4 years. You're saying
no? 4 years ago today, who was president? It was Donald Trump. Jeez, bro, like I don't know why you're so illiterate in this conversation.
I don't know what you're trying to get at, because when Trump was in office, like literally it was I had more money in my bank account, prices were lower. It was a great economy under Trump's economy. Like I don't understand how you think everything was just so terrible under Trump's presidency. Like I thought things were great. Gas prices were low.
4 years ago,
I could afford to pay my bills.
4 years ago, there was 7.8% unemployment. Okay. At the end of Trump, you understand, prior to COVID, if you even want to look at that, if we don't want to look at COVID specifically, there were lower real median wages than there are now. There are higher real median wages right now than there was in Q4 of 2019.
Yet everything is still costs so much more.
Hey, Aaron. So real median wages means median wage increase accounting for inflation.
Okay, so when you raise the price of everything and then you raise how much money I make, it doesn't net me anything. So
hey, Aaron, I'm explaining to you. Real median wages means wage increase accounting for inflation. So wage increase minus inflation, which means if you take into account inflation, your wages still increased. Like on for the median worker.
Sorry, my guinea pig's yelling at me. What's going on? Sorry.
So again, real median wages, right, are higher now than they were in Q4 2019, which means accounting for inflation, wage growth has gone up. Wages are higher now, accounting for inflation, than it was under Trump's administration prior to COVID.
Okay, but it doesn't net me anything more when it's not. It's
Aaron, I'll give you an example. I'm doing way better right now. I'm doing so much better right now than I was under Trump's administration. Does that mean that like the policy is better off now because I'm doing better off?
You might be, but I don't know.
Do you see, Aaron? So you're just saying, oh, you might be, but when I look at the overall data, the real median wages, right, people are better off now than they were Q4 2019. accounting for inflation.
I don't know. You see it, I guess. I don't see it. But
Glenn,
anyways,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I got to get going. But it's been nice talking to you, actually.
Do you still think I'm
Actually
uninformed?
Very pleasant at the end. So, but
You still
what's
think I'm
that?
uninformed, Aaron?
What? I think you need to do your research on statistics a little bit about border crossings, but
Really?
that's about it. Yeah.
Really? I need to do statistics, right?
Yeah, I think you need to look up the real numbers. That's all.
Can you
Just
tell me,
look up
can you
the
tell
real
me what a
numbers.
quintile is?
What a quintile?
Mm-hmm.
That's 4 of something.
Okay, so in percentage points, what is that?
In percentage, I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah. So how about you go do statistics? You go take a statistics course because I have. Push the pumpkin.
Okay, just look
I've
up the
taken
numbers.
statistics course because I
That's
have an
all I'm saying is
economics
look up the
degree.
numbers. You can spit out a fancy word, and I don't know
Aaron,
that word.
no,
but just
I have
look up the real numbers. That's all I was asking you.
Aaron, I have a degree in economics. I studied these things. Okay, that means I took statistics courses. That means I took economics courses in macro and micro and industrial organization, right?
No,
and
I'm not
higher
telling you
advanced
that you're not smart.
macroeconomics,
I'm not saying
right?
you're
And
dumb, Parker.
econometrics. Okay, so like I did economics and statistics. That's what econometrics is. Appreciate the handout. So yes, if you want to tell me to go get educated, I already have. How about you go educate yourself?
Okay. What you want to actually give me something that you want me to read specifically, and I'll read it.
Yeah, go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right,
Okay.
and go to the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look up real median wages, and look up unemployment rate. Look up the macro indicators of our economy, inflation, and I want you to compare that to global inflation. You'll see the same trend that happened globally as happened here in the United States. And then I want you to go read up on the effect of tariffs, right? Even people who are on the right, like Milton Friedman, think tariffs are really bad. Really bad. That's actually where I learned that tariffs were bad, was in my economics courses, hearing Milton Friedman talk about them. Okay?
Well,
so I've learned from right-wing economists.
Tariffs, though. They did
Like-
keep some of the same tariffs.
I'm talking
Like-
Trump advocating for universal tariffs. I disagree with them keeping tariffs, but you can justify the usage of a tariff if it relates to national security reasons, and it's not universal. Universal
Right.
tariffs are not for national security reasons.
No, I don't
They're
think the use
inflationary.
of tariff. I don't think the overuse of tariffs is necessary as well. And that's one thing that's one negative thing about Trump that I honestly don't agree with is tariffs. Like the overuse of tariffs is never a good thing. Like I understand that. I mean, there is a time and place for tariffs, and I think that is one negative hit on Trump that I don't agree with.
Sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Aaron.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If everyone taps in here and fills up the bar a few times, we'll be able to easily get there. Brent, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Molly, thank you for the $1 for guinea pigs for Harris. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Mike?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Fuck yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Okay, why so?
Why would you not vote Trump? Anyone voting for Harris is preying on America's downfall. Let's not be stupid. You're not going to sit here and interrupt me like you did Aaron. Let's talk about the border. You were just talking about the border, so that's interesting. And you're like, oh, statistics. Do you know how many immigrants they let in America? Yeah, your administration that you're voting for. Let's be real here. Do you really know? Because you don't. You don't have a clue. Millions are in here. And you know why they did that? To get votes. They did that to get votes. Just like Trump had the best growth in economy than any president in history. That's a fact. Look that up.
That's not true.
That is a fact.
Keena, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
That's
I
a
appreciate it.
fact.
Lisa, thank you so much for the $10. Where'd you get that
Yeah,
source from?
keep ignoring the facts and keep talking.
Mike,
But
I'm
anyway,
asking you where'd
that's a
you get
fact.
that?
You can look that up. He
What's
had
your
the
source?
best economical growth.
What's your
on
source?
top of that, gas was cheaper, groceries were cheaper.
Hey, Mike, I want to have a productive dialogue with you. But if we're going to have a productive dialogue, right, it doesn't mean you shotgunning. It means you answering the question that I just asked. So can you tell me what your source is for the best economic growth we've ever seen? Because that's nowhere near true. Mike, in order to unmute yourself, you have to click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. in order to get the baby bottle out of your mouth, Mike, you have to click the profile picture on the bottom right, and then there you go. So can you tell me what your
I
source
never
is?
shut it off. You must have shut it off.
I did. So can you tell me?
Yeah, he goes, I did. Yeah, so you can talk crap because you have no facts. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're 11 years old. You look like you're 11 years old. Anyone voting for Harris is preying on America's downfall. That's a fact.
Can you
You
tell me
guys should all be locked up for terrorism. That's what you should be locked up for.
So can you tell me what
You
what
mean
your
to tell
source
me
is
that
for
they
the
didn't
largest
start
level
COVID?
of
They
GDP
created
increase?
the whole COVID-19 so they could do mail-in voting and steal.
Okay, so do you guys see how like delusional and insane this guy is? He thinks they created COVID-19 to be able to steal the election from Donald Trump. This is how fucking delusional these people are. Because he doesn't even know that Trump voted mail-in. Okay? So I just want to let you know, right? GDP growth has happened under every single year of Biden's presidency. The issue was that median wages, were staying stagnant, accounting for inflation, right? Whereas GDP was increasing, accounting for inflation. So that means that the overall gains from our economy are not being passed on to the median worker. Trump's tax policy seemingly being negative there. But we actually have seen wages, real wages, accounting for inflation for median workers, for the median wages, have gone up, right, since Q4 2019. Okay? So if you want to talk about the largest level of increase in GDP, not only is it not true to say that it was the largest under Trump's administration, and there was plenty of times in American history where it was larger, right? But the GDP increase under the Biden-Harris administration for real GDP was on the exact same trend. Okay? So there wasn't a difference in trend, right? The only thing that was there was COVID, okay? So this idea that there was a higher level of GDP growth under his administration than any administration ever is just a lie that you've been perpetuated into believing.
Traders that are smarter than you.
How many continents are there, Mike? How many continents?
Keep shutting my microphone off.
Mike, how many
I've
continents
met
are there?
fourth graders that are smarter than you.
Mike, how many continents are there?
Anyone voting for Harris is preying on America's downfall.
Mike, how many continents are there?
We're not talking about continents right now. We're talking about you voting for Harris and I'm voting for Trump. Those are facts.
Talk about are you smarter than a fourth grader?
Let's
how
talk
many
about
continents
all
are
the
there?
great things that Harris has done for America. Start talking about them.
I will, but
Listen,
before
Start talking about
I
them.
do.
We're not talking about continents right now. Let's talk about the great things that she's done for America. Name them. Come on. I'll write them down as you're saying them.
Yeah, bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Bipartisan infrastructure. What has that done for America? What has that done for America?
Yeah, it gave funding for roads and bridges, gave funding for EV infrastructure, it gave funding for
Have you been
getting
driving
lead
on
out
any
of
roads lately?
Yes, gave funding for getting rid of lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, right? I don't know why you're laughing. I'm just telling you what exists in the bipartisan infrastructure.
Okay,
bill,
keep going.
which
That's
is
one
something
thing. Keep going. That's one thing.
Which is something that Trump wanted but couldn't get passed. The
Okay,
Chips and
yeah, he
Science
couldn't get
Act,
it passed.
the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
What has
Those
that
are
done
just a
for
few.
America?
So the Inflation Reduction Act had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. Right, the PACT Act expanded veterans' access to healthcare to 1 million veterans that were exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. And the Chips and Science Act is going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips, computer chips, things that we use in our overall economy by 2030.
Really? Is that why
Andrew,
we
thank you
have
for the $10. Thank you so much. Melanie, thank you for the $10. Thank
Is
you
that
so much.
why we had a
Rebecca,
computer
for the
chip
$5.
shortage?
Thank you so much.
Is that why?
Alana, thank you so much for the $20. Callan, thank you so much for the $1. Caroline, thank you so much for the $1. Molly, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Panya, thank you so much for the $15 for my youthful looks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So what was your question?
Is that why we had a shortage on chips? Is that why the dealerships couldn't produce any trucks or sell any trucks? They were just overcrowded?
So
Because we were short on computer chips?
So the Chips and Science Act increased domestic production of chips.
Oh, it did? I don't think it did. Those are not facts at all. I'll fact check them right now.
Go for it.
They're not facts at all.
Go for it. Go
I just
fact check
looked it up. I just looked it up. It's not a fact.
Really?
Fact
What
check.
year was
So-
what year was the Chips and Science Act passed?
Next thing that I'm going to fact check real quick. Let's fact check your.
See this guy? Okay, so you just said you're so intelligent, Mike. Can you name me one
I
policy?
never said I was intelligent. I just know that
Well,
whatever
you said
you're
that you
saying,
said that word
whatever
dumb.
you're saying to back Harris is not right at all. That's all lies. You sound just like her during the debate. All lies.
Mike, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Not only do you sound unintelligent, but you sound fucking insane and delusional. So I'm trying to genuinely engage in a conversation with you.
I sound insane and
you're
delusional.
not
Why?
doing
Because I'm voting for Trump? That Trump makes you that mad?
No, it's not that Trump makes me mad. It's that you literally said that they created COVID-19 to steal the election from Trump. Okay? So the reason why I'm saying that
That's a fact.
is because
I
you
guarantee
sound
they
like a
did.
cult member.
You think
sound
it
like a
came out
cult
of
member.
nowhere so they could have mail-in voting? And did you really think that at 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 million votes came in and they were all for Biden? Come on, dude.
One
wake
that
up.
wasn't
Wake
true.
up, dude.
Two,
Wake
Mike,
up.
Mike, I just want to let you know, how did Trump vote?
What'd you say? I can't even hear you. I'm reading these ignorant comments.
Yeah, that doesn't remove your ability to hear, but how did Trump vote?
How did Trump vote? What are you talking about? I'm not counting Trump's vote. He's a fuck. What are you talking about? He was the president. He's trying to get votes. He don't give a fuck about voting.
He did vote, and guess how he voted?
Did he mail it in, buddy? Did he do it at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Wait, so Mike, you
You
understand
really
that,
think you really think he mailed in his vote at 3 o'clock in the morning?
you understand that it takes time for the mail to transfer your ballot? So no, he didn't do it at 3 a.m. No one did it at 3 a.m. that they counted, right? It was done well before that, and things took time to count, like many political analysts knew was going to happen. People like you don't understand how mail-in ballots work, push the confetti, and you think that it was just stolen, but because you're delusional and you're misinformed, the same way you think that the
No
Democrats...
one's misinformed, dude. That's
the
right
same
in
way
front
you
of your
think-
face.
the same way you
you
think
gotta
that the
call
Democrats-
a spade a spade. You
the
gotta
same
call
way-
a spade
the
a
same
spade.
way-
It's right in
the
front of
same
your
way-
face.
The same way
It's
that
right in front of your face.
Push the head mustache. The same way that you think that the Democrats created COVID-19 to steal the election. Like, that's just delusional, man. Push the hand art. Okay, Mike? I want
That's
this
a
country to be
fact.
better. I really care about this country, Mike. And when you believe in things such as that, it destroys the integrity of this nation. It undermines our democracy, and it leads to more people being misinformed. Push the head mustache. So if you care about this country, you'll use facts
If
and
you
evidence
care about this
rather
country, you
than just your
wouldn't vote
feelings.
for the Biden administration again. Are you kidding me?
Can you tell me
We're
one?
failing, dude, as a country. And you're going to continue to vote for this administration. We were not failing as a country until the Biden administration took over. That's a fact. Fact check that, motherfucker. That's a fact. We're failing as a country, and you're going to continue to let them fail us. And you're going to do it. Like, are you kidding me, dude? Wake up, man. Wake up. Go woke, go broke. And that's exactly what you're doing. All you guys that are voting for Harris are going to go broke. That's
So
what's going to
wake
happen.
up, but don't go woke.
We're
That makes
looking
no
at a
sense.
depression, and it's coming, guys. It's coming.
Mike, no economist agrees with you. That's why they're lowering interest rates. So I just want to let you know this, Mike. As it relates to this, you have no clue what you're
There's
talking
no
about.
video.
Push that mustache. Let me explain to you why this is ridiculous, okay? Push the hand heart. This is ridiculous because you've got no evidence. Over 60 courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 34 of them were Republican-appointed judges.
That's okay,
17
there's
of them were Trump-appointed judges. Okay? So Donald Trump appointed judges that stole the election from him? Is that what you're saying?
I'm listening to my daughter talk right now. What are you talking about? The election is still? You really don't believe it got stolen? You really believe they counted 7 million votes at 3 o'clock in the morning for Biden? Not one of them for Trump.
Mike, what's your blood alcohol content?
Blood alcohol content. I just got off work, buddy.
Yeah,
no
so let's-
alcohol at all.
First the gold
No,
medal.
you know what fires
Mike,
me up?
I'm gonna be
when I
totally
hear,
honest. That's
you know
really
what fires
sad.
me up when I hear people
That's
like
even
you
worse.
want to
That's
have
even
a
worse,
debate
Mike.
with people. When you want to have a debate with people and try to back Harris the best you can. You can do the best you can and try to back her, but you're preying on America's downfall, buddy. You're preying on it. It's sad. You should be locked up for terrorism. You're preying on America's downfall. We've been failing for 3.5 years. Do you not see that we're failing?
Can you name me one Biden-Harris administration policy they influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
One Biden policy that they passed that I disagree with?
Yeah.
How about not closing the border down? Are you kidding?
It's not a policy. Also, you got flagged for civic and election integrity, so I have to go on to the next person. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Stacy, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Stacy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. My blood alcohol content is about to go up listening to this guy, dude. For real. Justin, thank you for the $25 for Go Woke, Go Broke. Thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alicia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because he's going to be a better president.
Okay.
And our country's going to shit right now, and it's going to be even worse if Harris becomes president.
Okay. So can you tell me one Biden-Harris administration policy they influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
Their open border policy.
When did they pass that bill?
They've been letting millions in the last 3.5 years. I don't know where you've been.
Patty, I'm asking you, when did they pass the Open Border Act?
They threw everything that Trump put into place when he was president. They threw it all out the window.
Can you name one thing they threw out?
Millions. What about the Remain in Mexico?
So actually, Donald Trump himself says that that wasn't an effective policy. He shows a graph of the border from the
I don't know where
Customs
are
and
you
Border
getting your
Protection.
facts from, Parker? Where are you getting this from? Because that's a total lie.
I can show you the graph that
That's
Trump
a total.
shows.
That's a total lie.
Patty, can I finish explaining, please? Okay. So I can show you the picture that Donald Trump himself shows that has labels on it that tells us that the border clampdown that he proposed happened when Title 42 was implemented, and that before that, there wasn't the policy that was beneficial because there was an increase in border crossings and encounters into the country. Okay?
Okay.
So you
And
can't tell me that the
according
remaining
to the
Mexico
graph-
pushed my gun. Patty, can you please let me finish?
Go ahead.
So, according to his own acknowledgments, purchase the Casey thing for subscription, that's not effective. Secondly, the Remain in Mexico border policy didn't exist under the Obama administration, yet we had significantly less people coming to the country. So, seemingly, the Remain in Mexico border policy isn't the cause of more people coming to the country.
I don't know where you're getting your facts from.
Gene, think of the
Another
$2.
thing,
Brogdon, think of the $5.
Kamala
Thank
Harris
you.
said herself, the American dream is dead. Why would you vote for somebody who says that? Why would you vote for somebody who wants to open the border wide open? And we're supporting millions of. I think it's fine if you want to come here, do it the right way. We don't need to be supporting millions of migrants when we can't even support our own homeless vets. There's over 70,000 homeless vets in the United States. Do they get free housing? No. How come they can't help the homeless vets?
So, what party is more likely to provide social services for people in need?
Why can't they help the homeless vets? That's all I'm saying. If they care so much about America and American citizens, why can't they help the homeless vets? So over 70,000 homeless vets are on the street. Have they done anything to help them? Nothing. Okay, and you're supporting Kamala Harris when she doesn't give a shit. And she said out of her mouth, the American dream is dead. Okay, if she becomes president, God help us all. That's all I got to say.
Patty, so can you tell me what party is more likely to provide social services for people in need? She ran away. Okay, so what happens when a Trump supporter is confronted with facts and reality? They get mad and leave the live because they can't answer the question. Everyone knows Democrats are more likely to provide social services than Republicans. Purses sunglasses. So if you want something effectively done, vote for the Democrats. She said they wanted an open border. There's no open border policy. She's making that up. And then about the American dream. Yes, the American dream is dying because the American dream is about your children having better conditions than what you had. And increasingly since the 1990s, that is not happening. And that's not happening because of Republican legislation, because of trickle-down economics, and because we have destroyed the middle class of this country. If you want a better country for your children than you have for yourself, let's advocate for universal health care. Let's advocate for universal childcare. Let's advocate for housing for everyone. Let's advocate for things that will fundamentally make this country a better place, because they're not advocating for that policy. They're advocating for tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and people who are rich at predominantly high rates, way higher than they ever give to middle class and lower class Americans. Whereas Kamala Harris is advocating for lower and middle class Americans. And she's fighting against Republicans to get this passed, okay? Because Republicans want to cut the spending, okay? Push the cap, thank you so much. I appreciate it, thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal's in the bio. Follow me here if you haven't already, because I go live literally every single day. Camille, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Camille. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Camille in the comment section for MAGA is ruining the country with their lies and fear-mongering? Totally true. Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for educating the Delulu while staying calm. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much. Chris, thank you for the $3 for you are doing a good job keeping a cool head. Love that. And Jessica, thank you for the $5 for the Trumpers trying to entertain us extra. Sorry, so you don't have to. Feel better soon. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am a little bit sick, everyone. I am a little bit sick. You know, Michael Jordan, he had a flu game, everyone. You know what I mean? We might be having something very similar here, everyone. Yeah, Mar, thank you for the pumpkin. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Lewis, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. I named my dog Parker. That's so based. That's so based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Brian, thank you for the $2. I did enjoy the anniversary. Taylor, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $2. And Gene, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. They said for the DNC residuals. Jeff, thank you for the hand art. That's so funny. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Brad, thank you for the $5 for Parker's flu game. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Parker's a great name for a dog. I honestly do like my name. I love my name. I love my name. I don't know if I could name my dog Parker, but I do love Parker as a name. Kenzie, thank you for the $5. Renee, I appreciate the ICU. Megan, thank you for the $5 for how did your anniversary with your girlfriend go? It went amazing. It went amazing. I had a very great time. Jude, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lisa with the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. Healthcare ain't cheap. MAGA is weird. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section. Kenzie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jacob, thank you for the $1. What'd you do for your anniversary? My girlfriend actually posted a video on it. We went to a hotel in Newport Beach, and we had a good time hanging out there. Really nice hotel. Appreciate the pumpkin. And we got food. We just like spent a bunch of time together. Things like that. I got her a little what's it called? Like a bracelet from Tiffany & Co. She really likes the bracelet, so I'm happy I picked that out correctly. I was scared she wasn't gonna like the design, but she likes it. She likes it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Yo, Kara, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
And why is that?
I don't know. It didn't work out when I voted for Biden. I had a great life, actually.
Shay, thank you for $2. Nicole, thank you for the subscription. Can you tell me any policy he influenced to get passed that benefit you?
During Trump administration?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a small business owner, like a contractor. It was really great. I'm from California. There was a lot of money there to build.
Okay, I didn't hear any policy. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 for my cat's name, Parker. Thank you so much. That's so cool. And Elizabeth with the $42 for schooling the woefully ignorant. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Elizabeth. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. What's up?
I don't know what was the policies, but it was great. I had work. There was a lot of money out there, and we were doing a lot of construction in California, and all of a sudden it stopped. So I don't know what changed. Maybe you can help me out on that.
Trisha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so what are you saying is better off? Are you saying inflation has been bad?
Yeah.
So inflation went up globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So it wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Also, real median wages, which means median wages accounting for inflation, are higher now than what they were at the end of, what they were in Q4 2019.
It's higher now?
Yeah. Real median wages are higher now than what they were in Q4 2019. You can find this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look up real median wages, and you'll see they're around $368 right now in 1982 to $1984, and it was $362 in Q4 of 2019. So there was a stagnation of real median wages for a while. But that was actually due to trickle down economic policy, all right? Because it is the case that the real GDP was increasing every year. So GDP was going up accounting for inflation, but wages were not going up accounting for inflation.
I see.
And yeah, what state do you live in?
California.
California? What time is it?
It's 6:38.
Yeah. So you're California. So let me ask you this question. Can you tell me any reason why you're voting for Donald Trump, given that he's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud? He has 34 felonies. He tried to coup the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslim center in the country. Right? Like there are a lot of bad things this guy's done. So like, what reason do you have to vote for him?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe all of that stuff that he's done. I think all this stuff that they're putting on him, it's just to get him off the ballot. And hence that, I think he might be the right candidate for now. And main reason that I want him so to avoid the World War III. I think if that happens, I think he can do that. I think he can stop that.
Yeah. So, okay, World War III. So, how is the Biden-Harris administration? How are they causing World War III?
Well, right after
Caitlin, thank you for the $5, and Karina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Administration, Ukraine war started. Middle East, the war is going on in the Middle East.
But how did they cause this?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me. How come it didn't happen under Trump's administration? Why is there always a world war going on when there is Democrats in it? I voted for Biden, and I voted
Can I address
for
that real quick?
hold on, and I voted for Obama. Every time when they're in office, there's war going on. I want to understand why. You keep telling me about these policies. What policies? I don't look at the policy. I look at what happens under their administration. Help me out, buddy. I would say change my mind.
Yeah. So, did you know that under Trump's administration, not only were there wars, but more service members died in conflict than under the Biden-Harris administration? 65 under Trump's administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. So the wars included Afghanistan, Syria, drone striking Yemen, increasing military drone strikes in the Middle East by 432%. Right? He actually vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they used to commit a genocide in Yemen. Right? There was war across the entire world. To say that it was only caused by the Biden-Harris administration, especially without mentioning the policy, I think is ridiculous.
So why, how come they can't stop Ukraine and Russia war? Why is it happening and it's going on? Or Palestine and Israel?
Yeah, so there's a few things as it relates to this. Donald Trump was urging Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire. Not only that, right, but it is the case that with the Ukraine and Russia situation, Russia wants Ukraine, okay? That means that they're not willing to come to a peace agreement unless they get Ukrainian land, which then they would use to reload and reinvade. And Ukraine doesn't want to give up their land. So what we're doing is we're helping Ukraine defend themselves and upholding their sovereignty. Okay.
Look, I'm an immigrant. I'm from that area. I know what's
from Ukraine
going on. I know why this is going. I don't want to say Ukraine. No, I'm not from Russia. I'm not from Ukraine. But I'm very close
Eastern
area.
Europe.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I kind of know what's going on there. Would you believe if I tell you that NATO wants to keep going forward to be border with Russia? That caused this war with Russia and Ukraine.
So the reason why that didn't cause the war is because Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia have been are in NATO since the early 2000s, and they are on the border of Russia. So that's actually a Russian propaganda talking point that they use to justify the invasion of Ukraine.
Not necessarily. It's not like that. When it was Clinton in office, they promised Russia that NATO will not go closer or be border with Russia.
That was with the Soviet Union. That wasn't with Russia.
Exactly.
Soviet Union and Russia are two
it's-
separate entities. That was before the collapse. And actually, when the Soviet Union collapsed, they gave up that land. Okay? They signed it away.
Oh, okay. Okay. That was, you're talking about, the Soviet Union was ended in 1992. Okay? Soviet Union ended in
1991.
92. 91. Yeah, well, it took a little while than that. But after that, in 1997, and when it was Putin, I think, first signed, or it was before him, I forgot his name. They had agreement that NATO will not be any Russian border. They will not, how do you say this, put any country in the NATO that is bordered with the Russia. And they broke that agreement. So that's what led them to this war, because if NATO wanted it to include Ukraine in the NATO.
So again, the U.S. actually indicated no evidence that they were going to bring Ukraine into NATO. That's one. Two, as it relates to this, even if that was true,
It's all
this is
over.
a bad
It's all
argument because,
bad.
can I please finish, Alexander?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so not only if I assumed both of those things to be true, even if I did, right, you would still be wrong because, again, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia joined NATO in the early 2000s, which, again, they are on the border of Russia, so that would have violated the agreement if you were saying that it was in place. So why didn't they invade?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why they didn't.
Oh, okay. So it's seemingly that's not true then. It's seemingly the case.
No, it is true, but they raised questions. They made it sound it's not acceptable. Obviously, they didn't want to go war for that, but they did everything they could not to include Ukraine.
So Alexander, again, your point that the only reason they invaded Ukraine was because the West was encroaching upon their borders is wrong, because of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia being on their borders and joining NATO in the early 2000s. What you're doing is you're perpetuating Russian talking points and Russian propaganda that they were specifically using to be able to justify their invasion of Ukraine. Okay?
Okay.
Keith, thank you for the $1. Lily, thank you for the $2.
That's
Thank you
your
so much.
opinion. I
And
don't
Caitlin, thank you so
believe-
much for the $5. So do you want to respond to what I said? And Trisha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
No, I don't. I think that's your opinion, and I have my own opinion. And
well, I just showed
stick
how
with
your
that.
opinion was wrong.
Well, it's not wrong. You just said your opinion, and I'm telling you that your opinion is wrong. We could just keep it here.
So if it was the case that that you were right, they would have invaded those countries in the early 2000s. They didn't invade those countries, therefore that's not the reasoning. And secondly, Ukraine was not on plan to join NATO. That's a total lie. Kevin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Drink more liquids. I definitely will. I got you.
I don't know, man. I think that's not lie. I think that was the plan to include Ukraine. It's.
Can you give me one indication
I
of
don't
that?
care. Yeah, I don't care about Russia. Honestly, I don't give a shit about them. My point was, why are we in a war? Why are
Alexander,
the whole
do you think
country-
Putin is a bad person?
Of course.
Okay. Do you think Russia has bad reasons to invade Ukraine?
I think they have no choice to invade Ukraine to
There you
protect
go.
their borders.
So here's my question, right? They have good reasons to invade Ukraine then? Is that what you're saying?
To protect themselves, so everybody would do it. For example, if
No,
what if
that's not one, that's not protecting yourselves. Two, right, you're just perpetuating Russian propaganda talking points because you just said that Russia had a legitimate reason to invade Ukraine. That is straight Russian propaganda. Okay?
Listen, let's say hypothetically, Russia attacks on Mexico, right? Let's say, or not even attacks. Like, let's say Mexico falls under Russian. What's it called? I forgot the name. Russia's control, let's say, right? Would U.S. let them Mexico to go under Russians? They wouldn't, right? They would. They would not
You
let
think
them
the
go.
United States would invade Mexico?
Yeah, I think they would.
Okay. So
What do you think?
I don't think that they would invade. I don't think they would invade. One. Two, I don't think that they would be able to get control over Mexico. And three, again, we were already on the border of Russia. So you're just not responding to my point. What's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
Okay. So I don't know why you're perpetuating Russian propaganda talking points.
I'm not.
We're still trying to find out, like, where do you get your media?
I don't get media. I don't even watch news.
So you don't watch any news. So where'd you get this
No.
information?
Well, again, I said I'm from Eastern Europe. I get the news mostly from there.
Okay, so what news do you look at in Eastern Europe?
BBC. I don't know.
ABC? ABC
No, no.
doesn't say this.
No, BBC.
BBC doesn't say this either.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Okay. Well, I watch them. So, and then I watch other news from my country.
And that is?
Albania.
Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. No, I wasn't asking for the country. I was asking what news.
Yeah, I don't know, just random news.
Okay.
And of course, the social media.
Okay, that's exactly what I mean. So what you're doing
Hey,
is you're just looking at
who's-
social media.
You know who agrees with me? Robert Kennedy.
Putin.
No, Robert Kennedy.
No, literally Putin. Okay, you can say RFK agrees with you, but then that means he agrees with Putin as well.
RFK. Really?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Okay. I'm not trolling, Alexander. Like, you're literally perpetuating Russian propaganda talking points.
All right. Well, that's your opinion.
Okay. Well, you had no explanation for why they didn't invade Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. So that means your explanation is not as good as my explanation, right? That it was provoked by Russia.
To Moscow, it's not that close from those countries. Moscow is very close from Ukraine.
You know that
So-
those countries are closer to Moscow, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's.
Do you want to see a picture of Russia?
If you look at it, yeah. If you look at the if you put the map, if you can. If you could see it, Moscow is very close to Ukraine, the capital.
So it's actually closer to Belarus, okay? And it's about the same distance. So if you look at this, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are about the same distance to Ukraine. I mean, to Moscow as Moscow is to Ukraine. Because what you see the border right here, that's Belarus.
Like miles, yeah. With the miles, if it's from Ukraine, it's closer. But to answer your question, I don't know why they didn't made a big deal. Well, they did made a big deal. If you go back to look at the news, back then 2020 or 2001, when those three countries joined NATO, they did made a big deal. But I don't know why they didn't invade it. So it's a good question.
Okay, so actually, it takes longer to travel from Moscow to Ukraine than it takes to travel from Moscow to Latvia. Okay, if you actually look, okay, Moscow, Latvia, there is Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine. Where? Look at the border.
Moscow,
Are you looking at
Latvia.
the-
There's Ukraine, all the way down here. This is Belarus. This is Ukraine. There's Latvia.
You're all the way. Yeah, but which city was that?
I'm showing Moscow.
No. In Ukraine.
Here, I'll change it to one right
Just
here.
go to the border. You're missing the border.
Yeah,
It's
I did the same thing for both. I did the same thing for both.
Closer.
I got you.
From the border,
got
it's
you.
closer actually.
So it's not at all. Okay.
From the border is not closer.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no, it's not closer. It's Latvia is literally closer. If not, they're the same length. I don't know what you're making a point from. All right, Alexander, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that's good. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
Because the last time he was in there, the economy was real strong. Business was good. I'm a small business owner in Ohio. I have a car lot, and the car business has just fell on its face big time since Biden administration's been in there.
Do you think your taxes are too high right now?
Well, it wouldn't matter if I was making good money. If I could actually afford everything else, because parts has tripled. Costs 3 times as much to fix anything, so I'd pay a little more taxes if everything was cheaper. You can't afford nothing anymore.
Okay.
So do you have a small business, or you just do this?
I do have a business. So this is a business.
Right, but
so
I'm saying
John,
this is all you do, right?
John, can I address something?
No, but let me answer my question. Is this all you do?
Uh-huh.
You do well at it. You're smart. I'm not saying you're not doing well at it, and I'm not trying to mock you for it, but make fun of you or whatever. But I guess if you're not in business, you really wouldn't understand if you're trying to run
John,
a business.
John, I have an economics degree. So if I'm I understand from a macroeconomic perspective the effect of the different administrations. So can I address that, or are you just going to tell me I don't know anything?
Well, I'm just saying.
So if we look at this, if we look at it, real GDP is higher now than what it was then. That means accounting for inflation, GDP has gone up, which helps businesses. Okay, that's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, in terms of the policies for like small businesses, Trump has no plan to help small businesses, and actually, he's going to hurt small businesses.
It don't matter because it's.
Can I address something, please?
I'll address something. Hold on,
John. I'll just mute you.
Well, that's
So
fine.
let me finish,
you
please.
You don't hear the truth like the rest of the liberals.
John, I'm going to let you speak. I just want to be able to finish my statement
But
first.
none of that stuff matters. What you're saying, though. You're
Yes,
gonna
it does.
say-
I'm currently explaining. You say it doesn't matter. You don't even know what I'm going to
Yeah,
say.
it does matter because I'm the one running the business. You're not. You don't know. You don't.
see what I mean?
TikTok.
So this
But
is a
you're on
business.
TikTok. There's a difference.
John,
No.
this is a business, buddy.
So what are you spending? Do you have customers come to you?
People tip me, yeah.
No, but they're not coming to you buying stuff. They're not purchasing things. I gotta buy parts. I gotta pay electric bill. I gotta pay insurance. I gotta pay all this stuff that's triple, quadruple.
I had to pay for my iPad.
Okay, big deal.
I had to pay
Wow.
for my computer. Those are administration
Okay, I spent
costs.
more than that today just on parts on one car. I guarantee it.
Okay.
That's my point.
So
You're-
can I
you're-
like address this, or
Go
are
ahead.
you just gonna
Go
like?
ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, so you know different businesses operate differently. So an entertainment business isn't going to operate the same as a car parts business. You would know that if you knew anything about businesses. Okay. 1, 2 as it
You don't
relates to
know
this.
that.
Can I please finish? 2
But
as it
you don't
relates.
know that.
Jesus Christ, man! Do I need to mute you, Pete? Think of the subscription. Okay. So Kamala Harris has a plan to help small businesses. For the first year of a small business, they get a $50,000 tax deductible. Donald Trump actually increased corporate taxes on income for corporations under $50,000. Right, from 15, it went from 15% under Obama to 21% under Trump. Thirdly, as it relates to this, Donald Trump's tariffs will cause your cost of production to go up. Okay, 10 to 20% universal tariffs will cause car parts to be more expensive, will cause your groceries to be more expensive, will cause the gas to be more expensive, your clothes to be more expensive, the TVs you buy to be more expensive. Everything that you buy is going to be more expensive if you vote for Donald Trump and he gets tariffs passed.
So do you actually think Biden's been running this country for 3.5 years?
Yeah, he's been the president.
You actually believe he's been running? So, be honestly. Do you actually believe
I am
he's
being
been
totally honest.
You
Joe
really
Biden
think that
is the president of the
you
United
really
States.
think- no, listen. You really think he's actually been doing stuff
Yes.
himself?
Yes.
Come on, buddy.
You can
Come on,
literally
bro.
see him sign bills into law. Like he's literally signed bills
Yeah,
into
he
law.
was telling him to do it. He's been out of his mind. Come on, man. Be honest with me. You know that.
Daily 50/50. Thank you for the subscription.
Come on.
So
Come on,
you just
buddy.
say that
Listen,
he's
you're not
told to
dumb.
do
You're not-
everything. So I'm
you're
going to
not-
say
you're-
that Donald
you're not-
Trump doesn't do anything based upon his own will. Donald Trump only does things
Yeah.
because Pokemon tell him what to do.
But here's the thing. He's racist,
Right?
right? Is that what I'm saying?
Pikachu
No,
Pikachu
listen,
tells
is that-
Donald Trump all of his plans, and that's why
Listen.
you support his plans, because Pikachu
Listen,
knows
no,
what
I'm
he's doing.
supporting plans because when he was president, it was good.
Okay,
And I
so
don't believe in abortion either. I'm a Christian, so I don't go for killing babies. But
should blasphemy be illegal?
She preaches every time. Every time she
should
wants-
blasphemy be illegal?
Listen to me. She preaches every time she's doing any kind of debate. Abortion, abortion. That's all she cares about, killing babies. That's her main agenda. That's what she wants to do. Second of all, it just, oh my God, I go on for days.
Okay,
Like, if you
should
actually
blasphemy
believe
be
it-
illegal?
If you actually, you don't know nothing. Obviously, you're not Christian, so don't speak of it. Listen.
I grew up in
So,
a Christian
obviously-
conservative household, so can you answer my question?
You're not-
Should blasphemy
you're not
be
right now.
illegal?
You're not right now, obviously. You're not right now.
Should blasphemy be
Listen.
illegal?
Listen, abortion should be not illegal. No,
Oh,
But
so it should
listen.
be legal? So abortion should be legal?
abortion should not be. It should not be against the law. You should not be allowed to do it. Period.
Okay, so
Period.
John, should blasphemy be illegal?
I'm not. Why are you saying that? What's up? What's up?
Because you based the reason why abortion should be illegal on your religion. So also predicated off of your religion, you would also put people in prison for blasphemy, because blasphemy is an unforgivable sin.
That's got to do with God. This is not God. This is the
Randall, thank you for the
courthouse.
subscription. So then don't bring up
I don't-
religion as your justification for why you are against abortion.
Because I can't vote against it if it's against God. That's why.
Okay, so
If-
then
if
that
you're-
means
if you're
you
not
want.
Christian. But listen, if you're not Christian, that's fine. I get that. If you're not a Christian, I can see why you would vote against it. Okay.
I
But
just
gotta
want to let
see
you
the
know,
other side.
as a Christian, you don't have to hold the policy you do. You know there are Christians on the left, right? Kamala Harris is a Christian.
No, I would say no.
Joe
She's not.
Biden's a Christian. Pete
But she's
Buttigieg
gonna
is a
have-
Christian. Tim Walz is a
Yeah.
Christian.
We'll see when they die and when they have the judgment. You know the word. Obviously, if you grew up in the
Yeah,
word.
and also
You grew up.
you're gonna get pudged by Peasus. Okay, so
It's
stop
fine.
using your Christianity
Why?
to
Because it
control.
offends them,
Can I please
right?
finish?
I
Stop
don't care.
using your.
I don't care if I get completely taken off. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, John.
That doesn't matter to me.
John, I want to have a productive dialogue with you, but you're not allowing for me to have a
I do
productive
too. I'm
dialogue
just
with
telling
you.
you. I'm telling you my side of it. Why I wouldn't vote. You asked me why.
And
I
John,
wouldn't vote.
and we can run this conversation with me muting you every single time I speak. But I
It
would
don't matter.
prefer.
I turn it off. I don't care.
I would prefer not to run it that way. Okay, but if you force me to doing that, I will do it. Okay,
I mean, it doesn't hurt my feelings.
so
I don't
answer
care.
my question. Okay.
What's that?
All right. Why should blasphemy not be illegal, but abortion should be illegal?
Because blasphemy is decided on the person. It's not a law. They're not trying to make a law on it. They're trying to kill babies. That's my point. We can't play God. You're playing God.
You're not understanding. Can I clarify the question? So
No,
you
go
think
ahead.
that you think abortion should be illegal because it's against your religion? Well, blasphemy is also against your religion. Should that be illegal as well?
No.
Okay, so why should one be illegal but
Because
not the
killing
other?
a baby is completely different.
Okay, but why should it be illegal? You said it was your religion. Now is it not your religion?
I'm not religious. First off, I have a relationship with God, so there's your difference.
That's religion, genius.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's called relationship. You know that. You grew up in a household.
John,
Don't
I'm
play
sorry to
stupid.
break it to you, but that's religion.
Don't play stupid, buddy. You know the difference.
I'm not. Define religion.
Ask your parents.
Yeah,
What
they'll
would
tell
they
me
say?
it's a religion. They're literally still Christian, and they'll tell me it's a religion.
What would they vote? Would they vote for abortion?
My mom is going to vote for Kamala Harris.
What would your dad?
My dad's still a Trump supporter.
See, that's what I'm saying. But it's your right.
I don't see what your point is, though.
It's
It's
your
not.
right.
By the way, that's not because he's a Christian. By the way.
Yeah, because he wants a better country.
No, it's because he's
Kamala
delusional.
Harris wants
To
this
be honest with
country.
you, it's because it's delusional.
You know my opinion, really, honestly.
Right? Like I've talked to my dad on plenty of
If
occasions.
Kamala Harris becomes president, my business is closed. I won't make it.
Okay, so I just want to let you know what policy is she going to cause to make your business?
She'll probably do nothing. Like she hasn't done nothing in the first place. Like Biden hadn't done
Kenzie,
nothing.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate that $6.66. Anita, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Anita. Lisa with the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. And Susanna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Cash App as well. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much, everyone.
I keep waiting to hear her policies from her, but I never have.
She's talked about them many times. I can tell you what they are if you'd like.
What's that?
Yeah, so I can tell you the policies if you'd like to hear.
Well, I mean, I want to hear it from her. I don't care what they read or whatever, or saw on TV or saw on CNN or Fox or any of that. I want to hear it from her mouth talk about the policy she's going to do. I haven't heard yet, not in a debate, anywhere, a policy that she's doing. Not one.
Okay, so at the debate, she talked about the policies. She has a website, KamalaHarris.com. She's talked about it at rallies. You have done no research.
I don't have to. I have.
I don't have to do research. Well, that was like a ridiculous thing to say.
It's felon. It's felon.
Yeah, you understand we're still under Trump tax policy, so thanks to Trump tax policy.
Let me ask this: how's come when Trump was president, in the 4 years made more money than I ever have in that 4 years?
What years was Trump president?
Huh? I'm
What
saying
years
the
was-
4 years he was president.
Yeah, what years was he president?
Up till COVID, right?
What years was he president?
Oh, answer me. It don't matter. Listen.
Between what years was he president?
What's that matter? You know what years?
You don't know?
Yeah, I do. Right
So
before
tell me
this
the
idiot
years.
was in
Tell me the
office.
years.
Right before this idiot was in office.
What years was Donald Trump in office?
What does that matter?
Just tell me.
Well, tell me the point of it.
Because I don't think you know.
What does it matter? I do know.
Because you don't even know.
It don't
So
matter.
Tell me. So tell me.
I'm saying, what does that matter? Tell me, what does it matter? You're
Because
smarter than me.
I think that you don't know, and it's going to
Yeah, but-
demonstrate that you're just pulling shit out of your ass.
What does it matter?
Because you're just pulling shit out of your ass,
Also,
and you got
I'm
no
making-
evidence.
I make it up when my business was doing good. I made
Kenzie,
it up.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
So I'm making it up. My business was doing good.
So you don't even know what years Trump was president.
Yeah, I do.
Tell me which years.
2017 to 2021.
Did you read that from the chat?
No.
Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
look at the chat. I don't care less about that chat.
Sure. How many branches of government are there, John?
What does that got to do with my business felon? That's my point. You want to go into policies and my business is felony. It was doing good. See, that's what the problem is. You read.
So John, why do you rely on the government to?
Stuff. Wait a minute. Why do you believe?
So John, here's my question: why are you relying on the government to fix all your problems instead of just pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, John? Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Why are you relying on the government to fix your problems instead of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, John? John, click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Oh, he can't figure it out. Okay, so John, why are you relying on the government to fix your problems instead of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps?
That's why I'm not Democrat. I don't need welfare.
Oh, okay. So then why are you saying it's the fault of Kamala Harris that your business is failing?
Because
why don't you blame yourself? Why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Stop blaming the government for all your problems.
How old are you?
Wait, stop blaming the government for all your problems. Pull yourself
I'm
up
not
by your
blaming no
bootstraps,
problems.
bud.
I'm saying that when Trump was president,
Then fix your own problems. Your business is failing. Fix it yourself, buddy.
No,
How are you
can't.
supposed to fix the
You can't.
I'm
You
not-
can't. So now, why are you relying on the government?
I'm not the president. I can't fix the economy. I can't.
Oh, okay. So now you're relying on the government. You see how he relies on the government,
How
that he
can
doesn't
I
pull
give
himself
more
up by his own bootstraps?
How can I
No,
give people
reverse
more
card.
money?
Look at that.
How can I give people more money? How can I make everybody else have more money? How can I do that?
Wait,
How's
so are you
that
relying? Are you going to rely on the government for free money? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm relying on the government to get better, more jobs. Like when
More
Trump was
jobs?
in that.
That's so. What
Up
did Trump do
until
to cause
COVID
more
hit,
jobs?
Up until COVID, up until the Democrats caused the COVID, and
Cause the
destroyed
COVID? How'd they cause COVID?
destroyed the economy right before the election.
John, how did he? How did the
How many
Democrats
people
cause
voted-
COVID?
How many people voted was dead?
John, how did the Democrats cause COVID?
How many grandmas voted it was dead already?
Well, you should have told Trump to tell people to wear
They were
masks.
mailing ballots.
You
mailing
should have
ballots.
told Trump to tell
And then
tell people to wear
immigrants
masks.
Come in here so they can vote too.
So John,
They
can you
make-
answer? Can you answer
if
my
I was an
question?
immigrant, I would vote Democrat too.
Yeah, can you answer my question? So, can you tell me why? Can you tell me why specifically you think that the Democrats caused COVID?
Well, because they wouldn't want Trump out there. Hate Trump.
No, how
I
did
wonder
how did
why.
they? Here, I'll ask you. How did
Why-
they cause COVID?
So do you think that Trump's a racist and all this stuff? Is that true?
Before
You think
before we
that's
go
true?
talk about that, can you answer my question? How did the
What?
Democrats cause COVID?
I don't know how they did it, but they did it. They get rid of Trump. They can't stand it because they can't control him.
This guy's
They
such a
can't
joke,
control
bro.
him.
This is like you guys
You're
actually
doing- they
believe
can't
delusional
control
shit. It's like literally
They can't
delusional
control.
shit.
They can't control Trump, but they can control Biden. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because Biden's an idiot. Don't even know where he's at.
So then why did they
I'm
steal
pretty
the
sad
election
about-
from him? Did they
Pretty
the
sad
dollar
he got
11
some
cents?
grandpa walking around. Can't he walk up
Hey
steps?
John, if they don't
Making
control
policy.
Trump, push that mustache. If they don't control Trump, why did he leave office?
Why do you leave office? What do you mean? Why you leave office?
Is he still president?
He got voted because he got cheated.
So is he still president?
He's about to be again. He's about to make his country
No,
better.
so he's not right now. So then if
Well,
if
obviously
he's not
not. Look at the
controlled by
country.
them, if he's not
No,
controlled by
Look
them,
at the country's destroyed
wait,
right now.
John,
Obviously, Trump's not president.
John, if he if
he didn't get reelected. What are you talking about?
yeah, oh wait, so he lost?
because of the votes in the middle of the night. All of a sudden, went up out of nowhere because it got counted in the middle of the night. Yeah, okay.
How did
Come on,
Trump vote?
Come on, wake up, buddy. Wake up.
How did Trump vote, John?
What does that got to do with it?
Mail-in ballots. So the same thing that you're critiquing right
you
now.
know that you did. Oh, so you watched him mail it in? You did it? See,
No,
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
recorded. I didn't watch him do it. The same way that
You
you
wanna
haven't been
people
you haven't been to
read-
Australia. Hey, John, John,
How
you
you know?
haven't.
You don't know where I've been.
John, you haven't been
You
to
don't even know where
Australia.
I'm from. You don't know where I'm from.
John, you haven't been to Australia yet. You still know Australia exists.
Whatever. Dude, you made this. Whatever.
So just because you haven't been somewhere doesn't mean you don't know what happened, right? That's a ridiculous statement.
Exactly.
The
You
person
don't
laughed
either.
in the background because they
That's
realized
good.
how dumb your position was there.
Just because you read something don't mean it's true.
Because I read something, you understand that this
Well,
is what the
I know.
evidence points
That's all
towards,
you
right?
do.
You just made
You
it
have
up.
no evidence. You have no. You're like, I read all the evidence. I read this. I read
John,
that. How
how
you know
did?
that's true?
Can I ask you a question, John? How is it the case that he's not controlled by people if he left?
I can flip this TikTok page and go to someone that says I'm voting for Trump, and they'll have all the policies. Just they'll do the
Justin,
same
thank you
thing.
for $20. Thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate it. Thank
They'll do
you.
the same thing you're doing, but
Casey,
the
thanks for
opposite
subscription.
way.
I don't know what your point is. What's your point?
My point is, they'll say they have proof too.
And they
So
don't. They can come on and
So why's
debate
your
me.
proof-
They're scared.
Why is your proof better? They ain't scared. No, they're not.
Why
your
is my
any
proof better? Because
Yeah.
because I actually have evidence. Okay, they don't. They claim they have things. They have nothing.
How do you
Okay,
get- how do
tell
you
them to
get
come on
evidence?
here and debate me.
So did you do it yourself? You went and
Still
did it
up
yourself?
panning. No, I look at the government data. Right, I look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I look at
I
the
don't trust-
St. Louis
well, there's
Federal
your
Reserve.
problem. That's your problem right there.
So you just believe nothing. You literally believe like fucking conspiracy on Facebook and Twitter.
No, I don't watch all that crap. So
where do
I
you
don't
get your
believe
evidence
it. I don't
from?
even watch the news no more.
Where
I
do
get
you-
my
where do you-
evidence from when I go to the gas station and go put my pump in there, and it costs me $150 to put gas in my car. That's what I get. My
How
evidence
big is
from.
your tank?
When I go to buy parts, and I start,
John,
it
how
costs
big
me
is your tank?
$100.
Are you
Listen to
driving
me.
a semi, dude?
Don't matter what I'm driving. Listen to me.
Wait. What state do you live in, John?
I live in Ohio, buddy.
Ohio, you're not paying $150 unless you're running like a semi.
You don't know what I'm driving a diesel truck. You don't know what I do.
So
Yeah, I just
even
told you
even with
before,
a
I
diesel
made out-
truck, like I don't know how many gallons you have in your tank that would have caused that.
Obviously, you don't know
Justin,
what
thank you
you're
for the
talking
$20. Thank you so much. They do
Come
tell
on.
us to wake up and then call us woke at the same time, which is a contradiction. Someone did that earlier too. Donovan, thank you for the $10 for having the patience of a
Obviously, you
saint.
don't know
Thank you
what
so
you're talking
much.
about because the semi could hold more than that. So obviously, you don't know what you're talking about.
Appreciate
You
that.
never
The
drove
animal
a semi,
band.
have you? You wouldn't know what a gas tank is if you never drove a semi.
Do you have a 50 to 100 gallon tank?
This is his business doing a TikTok, so he's hoping Harris wins so he can keep just doing TikToks.
He's making money.
I'd be able to do it regardless of whether or not Harris
That's
or
all
Trump
you
are
do,
president.
though. That's all you do.
Yeah, I come on here and I
And shut
debate
this
people.
down, you're broken. You're on welfare with the rest of the Democrats.
So, John, you understand that Democrats have more education than Republicans on average, which means they make more money on average. Did you
So
know
why
that
they dumber?
Democratic states actually fund
So why they
Republican
act
states?
dumber?
So actually, the ones that are getting more funding are the Republican states because they're doing so bad.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
again,
yeah,
California, New York, we pay for you guys.
I pray that you grow up a couple years from now. Grow up.
John, I hope you get some education, man. You've got nothing, bruv. You just ran away because you got destroyed in an argument. GG, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
Are you voting for Trump?
yes.
Why so?
For a lot of reasons. I've seen what he can do when he's in office. I've seen what Kamala can do as well. There's just no match in my mind.
Okay, can you name me one policy Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class and the low and the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Yeah, actually, you were talking about small businesses. Small businesses have not done that well under Kamala Harris. I'm not sure what data you're looking at, but it's definitely they're definitely benefited by Trump's policies.
What policy?
Well, specifically, like the help that he provided whenever COVID was happening, that was like a big one.
So you're saying prior to COVID there was no help, and you don't even
Oh, no,
know what
there
you're not
was.
even referencing a policy, by the way.
Well, I mean, I'm not on Google right now. I don't know if you
you
are.
don't need to be on Google.
I just know that there is one. Do you want me to?
Tell me the policy. Yeah.
Yeah, you want me to pause and
Yeah,
look
go
for
for
it?
it. Go for it. I'll talk to someone else in the meantime. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Chris, are you voting Trump?
I'm a little bit I'm not sure who to vote for, really.
All right, Chris, you should listen in. I think I'll be able to convince you over time, man. I'm just looking for people who are voting for Trump right now, but I do appreciate you, and I think that if you listen in, you'll be convinced, man. All right. Did you find the policy, by the way?
Am I still on here?
Yeah. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you, Professor. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Autumn?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I don't know how to say this. I don't try to be shallow, because I'm 21 and nobody's opinion is wrong. The only thing that matters is that we are all red, white, and blue. We are all human. There shouldn't be people killing each other for an opinion. There shouldn't be. My grandpa was a veteran, and he recently passed away from stage 4 lung cancer, and he could not get the help. So he did not get the proper help he needed from the VA. I don't care what anybody else's opinion about who did what or who didn't do what. It's about doing it now. And I'm hoping that Trump can do that. But you know what? If he can't, it's still wrong. There's a lot of things that are going on now that are wrong. And there was a lot of things that didn't go right back in 2021.
Yeah, so Autumn, did you know that a 4-star general that worked with Trump said that Trump said veterans are suckers and losers? Did you know that he said that John McCain, who was a POW for this country, who got tortured for this country, appreciate the ICU, thank you so much, said he was a war hero because he said he wasn't a war hero because he got captured? Okay, so he doesn't care about veterans. He's actively disparaged veterans, according to, again, a 4-star general.
Sorry, I'm a little sick.
Same here.
But And like another thing is like when you look at groceries and you think about it, I know you've made it multiple clear because I've been on here for a while and I know you've set her policies, but she's even admitted that groceries like bread, I watched her say it. She said that bread is 50% more than what it was. And she's been under the Biden administration and she's been doing all this, but why isn't she doing the little stuff? Maybe she's doing, she's changing whatever, but she's not changing the little things either. Everybody is so worried about all these big things, and yeah, they're important, but what about the little ones?
I don't know what little ones you're referencing. What do you mean?
Like, where was it? I can't remember what she said. Something, it wasn't. What she said.
So, Autumn, while you think about that, I got one thing for you. So, yeah, inflation has gone up under the administration. Now, that doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That just means it happened under the Biden-Harris administration. The same way there was 14.8% unemployment under Trump, but we don't blame Trump for that. We acknowledge that was a byproduct of COVID. So in the same way that the 14.8% was a byproduct of COVID, the unemployment under Trump's administration, the same way the inflation is a byproduct of COVID under the Biden-Harris administration. Appreciate the little crown, appreciate the hat mustache and everything, everyone. Appreciate the hand art. So it was inflation happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Right, and I agree. A lot of the things that you said are very accurate. No, not all the things that you said are wrong, or none that I disagree with. I'm just saying that there needs to be a change, whether it's Kamala or whether it's Trump. Something needs to be getting done. And most importantly, it is about our veterans. It's not about the homeless. It's not about the immigrants that are coming over, because you know what? They fought for our country and they need a little bit of better health care.
Wait, let's do both. How about we do all of this? How about we help immigrants? How about we help veterans? How about we help people who are homeless? How about we do all of that? Why do we have to say, because we want to help veterans, that means we can't help anyone else? Girl, it's about everyone, right? Don't you care about people who are homeless?
Well, God, yes. But what about our veterans that have
So,
fallen?
Autumn, here's my question. Why do we spend more money housing murderers and rapists than we do with people who are just living on the street because they can't afford a house? Can you tell me why we give more humanity to rapists and murderers? Push the pumpkin.
Yeah, that is wrong. It is wrong. And like I said, we are all red, white, and blue. It doesn't matter what it is. Every one of us are the same. I've seen some of these comments. They're nasty. Some of you guys need to just stop. This is hateful. We are all Americans. Why is everybody missing that point? It doesn't matter what political side you choose. We are all Americans. It matters, but we are all Americans. Why does everybody got to be so hateful and blame this and blame that? Can't anybody take accountability for their own actions?
John, think of the $10, and Jeremy, think of the $2. So again, when we say that there is blame for certain things, appreciate the gold medal, that doesn't mean that we're like going against other people for being Americans. What it means is we're just acknowledging the reality that if it is the case that they engaged in this policy, it caused this, right? Like that's all we're acknowledging. Like for example, under Donald Trump's presidency, right? Or not his presidency, what he's advocating for, appreciate the little crown, he's advocating for universal tariffs. What would happen if we had a universal tariff? Well, there would be inflation. And this isn't just said by me, it's said by left-wing and right-wing economists. And like, if you're saying Donald Trump cares about veterans, he called veterans suckers and losers, said that John McCain isn't a war hero because he was captured, and dodged the draft. This guy is not in support of veterans, Persh the Handart. He just says it to get political points, Persh the Hanging Lights. He cares about Trump. He's Trump first. He's not America first. The confetti. If he was America first, he'd be advocating for health care for Americans. He'd be advocating for child care for Americans. He'd have some housing policy. He'd have some policy to increase the affordability. He would have some policy that would benefit small businesses making under $50,000 a year. Push the cat, push the gym gun. Right? He has none of those things. He'd have some policy to fight climate change. He doesn't have that. He wants to literally eliminate the Department of Education. That's not America first. That's Trump first.
Right. And yeah, like you said, some of the things that he has done is wrong. And I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to say that the things he said was appropriate, because God, no. Just like Biden. Biden did the same thing. When all those veterans got shot, he was more interested in looking at his watch than a funeral. Both sides are politically wrong.
So the watch that he was looking at, that was his son's watch who died as a veteran. Okay. So the reason why he was looking at that watch was not because he was checking the time. It was because he was remembering his son who died. Right. And was a veteran. Okay. That son was given, that watch was given to him by his son.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I get it.
And actively, he advocated and she advocated for the PACT Act, the Honoring Our PACT Act, which expanded veterans' access to health care to 1 million veterans who have been exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. So they've actively done things to help out veterans. What is the thing that Trump did?
Seems like at night maybe I've been wrong about a few things. Seems like nobody's doing anything for this country.
Again, I just told you what Biden did and what Harris have done for this country. Right? I can also reference the bipartisan infrastructure bill Trump wanted, couldn't get done. I can reference the Chips and Science Act, which is bringing back American manufacturing jobs, bring us back up to going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips by 2030. Right? I can reference the Inflation Reduction Act, which specifically is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which builds manufacturing jobs here in the United States, and it is specifically has the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. They've done things to benefit Americans, real things that are tangible. Push the coffee. Thank you so much. Donald Trump, his main economic plan was to cut taxes on rich people. Most of the tax cuts within his tax policy went to people who are rich, and it added $1.9 trillion to the debt, and according to a paper from a liberal and conservative economist, only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is around $28 billion a year. By the way, Autumn, you have to swipe out of the app and then come back in. I muted you because you had an echo. So just
Me?
swipe out and come back in. No, not you. I was talking to Autumn.
Wait,
But yeah,
can you hear me?
Did you find the policy?
No, I was just looking at the company promises he's doing, and then also like some of the things that were happening under his direction. And basically, it has to do with just having less regulation, more tax cuts, things that actually allow capitalism, the good kind of capitalism, to happen. You know, not monopolies, not big government.
Oh, okay. So free markets. So what about border security? What about tariffs?
Exactly.
Wait, you understand?
Exactly. Border security is another huge one that does affect our economy. I've worked.
Wait, can you you just contradicted yourself. You want free market capitalism, but then you also
no, I'm
want
talking about capitalism, the one that allows someone to open a new.
Precisely. I understand. I'm referencing that right now.
Okay. Well, I just want to be sure we're on the same page.
I understand what capitalism is. I have a degree in economics. So.
Well, good. Yeah. So you should know that.
Yeah. So again, as it relates to border security, having a border is a regulation on the free market because you're limiting the free flow of labor for the market.
That is
tariffs are an increase in taxes.
Every single country has border security. Like I'm not opposed to immigration. I'm an immigrant myself. I just know that there needs to be regulation on that.
So no free market.
It's not just like a free for all for the whole world to just.
So now you're big
us.
Government. Push the Tom's hug. Thank you.
The
that's a
government
restriction
has
on the free market.
a role, but it doesn't have a role in so many things that it's trying to do under Kamala Harris. The government's role is to keep our country safe as far as like border security and, like there's other things, obviously. I'm not just saying that's the only thing, but border security has to be one of the major things. That's kind of why we pay law enforcement and people that work at the border so that we have safety. I mean, there's every single country has some degree of this.
What about economic safety? Push the gold medal.
Economic safety, I mean, I would say, protect yourselves against monopolies, against
that's antitrust laws, that's big government.
Huge companies like Kellogg's or Kraft or, just big companies that buy smaller companies out because they just have so much power and influence
So
already.
limit the free market? That's what you're telling me now?
No. I mean, I think there's debate on that. Some people on either side have voted to, for instance, bail out the auto industry whenever, it ran into issues. And I feel like there's room for debate in that. But what I'm talking about is, in general, Trump does better with small businesses because of that. And it kind of leads to a lot of different areas. Like you guys were talking about groceries. You guys were talking about.
Let's address this because those are two separate things. So his tax policy did not predominantly go to people who are lower income. His tax policy mostly went to the top 1%. 83% of taxes go to the top 1%. Okay. Now, $1.9 trillion added to the debt, and it only added $28 billion to the annual GDP, which is around 0.04%. Okay, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. So its effect on our economy is very marginal, very small, not enough to justify the spending of the bill. So how about we cut out the middleman of the business owner and we just give money directly to the workers?
No, because what kind of country would that be? You want to have the American dream.
A better
You want to
country.
have the ability to own your business. And yeah, you could be a worker if that's what you want to do, if that's what your passion is. But what if you want to own a small business? You shouldn't have to jump through so many hoops and so many regulations just to like have a bake shop or, something that you're passionate
Can you name me
about.
one regulation Trump got rid of that was good?
I'm talking about tax cuts and regulations for
No, can you tell me one
businesses.
regulation that he got rid of that it was good to get rid of?
Well, I guess regulation, when I'm talking about that, I'm talking more about the tax cuts that he enabled. That's the main one. I mean, do you want me to state a specific
So
thing,
I just want
or-
to let you know, most of the tax cuts went to rich people, did not go to the middle class. If you support tax cuts, why don't you support tax cuts for the middle class?
I do.
Okay, so then why don't you
I mean,
wanna
I'm a
do
small
most-
business owner. It has affected me. I mean,
Are your taxes too high right now?
a little bit. Yeah.
We're still under Trump tax policy, just letting you know. Christian,
I
thank you so
know,
much for
I
the
know.
$50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So I just want to let you know, a tax cut is not a removal of like a regulation in the sense that you're referring to it.
Yeah, but I think it's a broad term because it's going to apply to a lot of different places. For instance, if you're talking about gas, I feel like there's so many factors that go into like why gas prices are what they are right now versus what they were under Trump,
Yeah, so what did the Biden-Harris administration do that caused gas prices to go up?
Well, I mean, we are at war, and I'm not necessarily blaming that on them, but there's just a lot of expenses going out because of war and because the spike in asylum seekers that we've had. The amount of money that is spent on that. Like most people don't realize how much money is spent.
None of this has anything to do with gas prices. Okay.
Yeah, the
And also,
government
I want to let you
spending is
know
out of
the
control.
I want to let you know the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicated that immigration adds more to the economy than it takes from it, significantly more. And actually, by 2034, will cause the
No,
economy.
I'm sorry,
First,
but no,
recession.
I don't believe that. Let
Can
me
I
tell
finish,
you why,
please?
because I've worked in these places.
Can I finish,
The
please?
amount of money
or
they
do
were
I need to mute
paid.
you?
What was that?
Can I finish, please?
Oh, sure.
So again, right, you can sit there and you can dispute that. The CBO is full of economists. You don't know more than economists, Kania. You have no clue what you're talking about as it relates to economics.
I don't know what you're
Okay?
referencing,
Crystal
actually.
massage.
You're
The
very,
I just
very,
told you
very
the
vague
congressional.
right now.
I said the Congressional Budget Office.
Okay,
Look up
what year?
Congressional Budget Office, immigration, $7 trillion. Okay.
That's
right?
how
And
much
it
they
tells
added
you.
to our economy?
I'm trying to finish right now. Please let me finish, or I'm going to mute you. Okay. So as it relates to this, they added $7 trillion to our GDP it's going to add $7 trillion to our GDP by 2034, right? Which is mostly influenced by immigration, including documented and undocumented immigration. And it's going to add $1 trillion to our federal revenues, which is going to allow for us to pay down our debt, allow for us to pay for Social Security, allow for us to pay for Medicare, right? So actually immigrants are subsidizing American citizens that are on Medicare and Social Security. Push the cap.
Yeah, you want to know why? Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because they don't pay taxes, dude. Like they're paid.
That made no
They're
sense.
taking jobs. No, I know this. Okay.
They're taking
'Cause
jobs
these are
and then they're also
teenagers.
taking so much from the government. This is such
Honey,
a
you're not letting me finish. Okay. So these are teenagers. They're 13, 14, 15 coming over the border without their parents. They tell us that they're going to go to school and they're supposed to because that's what our government tells them to do, and they're not allowed to work. But I will tell you that probably 80% are working, and they're working jobs that, they're not required to show proof of residency, and they don't pay taxes. And I mean, honestly, I admire them because they're very hardworking people, but they don't, they don't really benefit from the system because of that. In a way, we're kind of exploiting them. You know,
You just contradicted yourself. So you said they're taking too much from our social programs. You said that they're not taking enough, and you also said that they're stealing the jobs.
well, it's kind of both.
So are they a drain on our governmental system, or are they not taking anything? And
I would
also,
say it's kind of
please let me
both.
finish. Also,
Yes.
they literally add more in terms of tax revenue than they take from it in social programs. Okay, it is actually the case that they do pay taxes. Immigrants and undocumented immigrants pay taxes. You making the claim they don't pay taxes is ridiculous.
Well, they're not here legally, and their process there. I think it just depends who you're talking
I'm
about. You know,
referencing
everyone
legal
has different.
and undocumented immigration. So for undocumented immigration, yes, they do pay taxes.
Yeah, for documented, they pay taxes because they have documents, you know, to prove, and you know, they have a way to, you know,
And
get on
undocumented
E-Verify.
immigrants can get ITINs. Undocumented immigrants pay sales tax. Right? There's plenty of things that undocumented immigrants pay into in terms of our system.
I mean, yeah, they add to the revenue because they're shopping, that kind of thing. Yeah, I could see that. You know, but did you just forget like what I said about them being minors? I mean, they're being exploited when they come here. And I guess I could see what you're saying, like, okay, she's contradicting herself because at first she's saying they're draining our economy, but then they're not. I guess it's kind of both. It just depends what cases you're looking at. But the ones I was, I guess, thinking about right now when I was saying how the numbers have spiked during this administration, it is for unaccompanied minors, which, you know, they actually, the whole process of getting them here is a lot of money because most of the time they don't find family to live with. So they, you know, they either end up in foster care or they run away and they just, you know, they just kind of disappear because there's no other way to know where they are.
So let's make the legal system go faster so that people are less incentivized to come here through undocumented mechanisms and they're more likely to come here through documented mechanisms. Let's provide amnesty for people who are currently in the country.
Yeah,
Elizabeth,
yeah.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Yeah, yeah, it's not necessarily like, I don't think that it's like, oh, we don't want immigrants or let's close our borders. No, I think we just need to have a better system, more regulation. The wall wasn't a good idea. At first I thought it wasn't a good idea, but I realized, oh, it's actually a great idea because there's a lot of parts of the border that there's actually nothing there. Like there's not anything like preventing anyone to come in. You know, like usually in the desert areas that are, you know, are a little bit harder.
So I just want to let you know, if you think the wall is a good thing, the bipartisan border bill that Trump torpedoed gave funding to build the wall. So
Yeah,
Donald
well, there
Trump
was other
undermined
stuff
that border
attached to
bill.
that bill. There was a lot of other stuff that most conservatives wouldn't agree with
Like what?
in that bill. That's actually why that happened.
Like what?
I don't remember, but I remember thinking, I'm like, why would he shoot this down? Like, oh, because it's attached to a whole bunch of other stuff that definitely don't align.
So did you know that the bipartisan border bill, they separated it from the appropriation funding from the Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza funding, right? And it didn't pass, but the appropriations bill did pass. So like the idea here that it's because of the funding going to Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza is ridiculous. It's fundamentally ridiculous because then he would have called people to not vote for that bill, right? Instead of undermining the border bill.
Yeah. Well, can I ask you one question before I go? Because, I mean, obviously we will disagree. I get that. I think you just want to hear why people are voting for Trump because maybe you feel like you don't understand it. But, like, okay, what I don't understand is, like, why is it that you guys always talk about how Republicans, or Trump specifically, are against democracy? Like, you know, we're anti-democracy, we're like a totalitarian, or, you know, what are the other ones, that a dictator, that he's going to be a dictator. But then Kamala Harris,
Trump
like,
said that
had
about
no opponent. Like, she legit just like, hey, well, I'm your nominee.
I knew
Like,
you were
how
gonna say
come,
this.
how
Okay.
come that like flies by just fine, even though no one technically voted for her? I mean, some people did, I guess, but how do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, so we vote for delegates. Delegates vote on behalf of what the party wants. Versus coffee. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Harris being the nominee. Joe Biden endorsed her. No one ran against her because they all endorsed her, and the entire party is united. Okay, so that's not anti-democratic. People could have run against her. They chose not to because they were in support of her. Okay, that's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, Donald Trump sent false slates of electors in 7 different states to undermine the election. You understand that he sent false slates of electors to overturn the election results? That's what he did. Okay? He tried to get his vice president, Mike Pence, to not certify the true election results and to instead certify the false votes. Which Mike Pence said specifically that he would not do that because it is against the Constitution. Because anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. That's what Mike Pence said. So if you care about our Constitution, you wouldn't vote for the guy that wanted to terminate articles found in the Constitution and tried to actively undermine our democracy by sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College in 7 key states. Okay, what's the source for that? Trump's own lawyer argues to the Supreme Court that they sent these alternate slates of electors, right, to to the states. So, and that it's a what's it called? Official act of their presidency. So when you say alternate electors, right, what is the alternate to the truth? False. The alternative to the truth is what's false. So he sent false slates of electors. And even in private email messages, they even referred to them as false slates of electors. Okay? And they said, oh, you say alternative as a joke.
Yeah, I think that the election, everything that happened last time, like there's some things that I don't agree with 100% either, but I don't know. There's not a lot of facts, I feel like, as far as supporting my view of like, oh, maybe like it wasn't 100%, how do you call it? It wasn't like a true, like, how do you say it? Like there was some fraud, basically, you know.
Over 60 courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republican-appointed judges, 17 of which were Trump-appointed judges. So either Trump appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him, or he lost the election.
I mean, he lost. I mean, I don't know. I think it's one of those things that a lot of people wonder about. I definitely don't agree with some of the things that went on around that time. I obviously wanted him to win, but yeah, I mean, here's one thing that
and I just want to let you know,
I do
Kania,
believe that there's some
I just
level
told
of-
you this. The person that was trying to steal the election was Donald Trump. Again, he sent
Well, of
false
course,
slates
that's
of
what,
electors
like,
to the
every
Electoral College in
single
7
news
key
outlet
states.
was-
I'm not just
Yes.
telling you what news. I'm telling you what Trump's lawyers are arguing to the Supreme Court. Okay, they don't even disagree with the fact that they did this.
Yeah, but
They
he was
literally
never
admit to
found
it.
guilty of anything relating to. It's not like he was thrown in jail because of this. Like there was actually not enough evidence to actually convict him to sit in jail for
no,
this.
no. I appreciate the Panther Pause. No, you understand because he's running for president, they can't try it. It's still ongoing. Okay, so
Like he's
they're
not
waiting to
president.
apply
I don't
these
think
things.
he's immune right now, is he?
No, he's arguing immunity to the Supreme Court because he was president at the time when he tried to send false slates of electors. Okay, he's been indicted, right?
But he's not a president now. I mean, it didn't stop him from going for that other one where he actually was.
But you
booked.
understand he's running for president, right? This is
Yeah,
why
but he
they.
was
This
still
is why they.
booked in
This is
jail
why
for
they.
the Stormy
This is
Daniels
why
thing.
they moved the sentencing of that back. Till
Yeah,
after the election.
But nothing's really stopping him from being convicted in something like that, which it's a pretty big offense. He's not a president
It takes
right now.
time for these particular things to go through. I want you to know that. And one, again, you understand he doesn't have to be convicted for us to know that it is the case that he sent false slates of electors to Electoral College.
I mean,
because
it's innocent until proven guilty. I feel like.
Kania, please listen to what I'm saying. I've said this 4 times now, and I'm explaining it to you very, very calmly again. Okay? He literally says he did this. They acknowledge that they did this in court. Okay? So this isn't disputed by even them.
That he did what specifically?
Send false slates of electors to the Electoral College in 7 key states.
I don't know. I mean, if he did say that, then I would think that would be an easy conviction.
Okay, so the reason why it's not fully led to conviction is because they're arguing it to the Supreme Court that it is an official act of the presidency. So it totally depends upon the immunity that is given to the federal government. I mean, not to the federal government, to the President of the United States, which this is one of the first times they've done this, right, in history. So there's not really precedence on this that they can immediately act on. Okay? They're establishing the precedent.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll see what happens with that then.
But you know it already happened, so why would you vote
No,
for
I
him?
don't. I don't know anything until he's proven
Kenya,
guilty.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's
Well, you're
so
trying to
insane.
do something that's actually, everyone's a suspect until they're actually convicted of being guilty of something, right?
They
So,
admit
yeah,
it.
I could
They
say
admit
there's
it.
sus-
They
there's
admit it
some sus
themselves.
things.
They admit it themselves. They admit it themselves. I don't know how many more times I have to tell you. They admitted it themselves. Okay? They admitted it. How many times do I have to they don't have to be proven guilty for you to know they did it because they admitted it.
Okay. I mean, that's still
Also,
something.
if you
for
believe
me.
proven guilty, do you
Okay.
accept his felonies? Because he was
What about
convicted.
them? I mean, yeah, it's not something I would want to be convicted at, and not something I'm proud of.
No,
to
do you
be
accept
supporting
it? Like, do you
someone who
accept
has
the
that.
determination of the court?
What was that?
Do you accept the determination of the court?
Of the misdemeanor he got?
It was a Class E felony.
Oh, sorry, the felony. I mean, do I believe that he did that? I mean, they found him guilty of it, so yeah, I would accept that.
Somer, I appreciate the subscription. Okay. Would you accept the fact that he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Would I accept? What do you mean by accept?
Yeah, a jury. Like, do you see it as true? Because again,
Do
you
I
accept
see it
you
as-
accept the jury verdict, right?
Well, it's true. Yes, that's a fact.
So Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, and you're still going to vote for him?
Dude, I mean, that is not something I'm proud of. But when I look at policies, he is the one that has it all. Kamala
what
has nothing to offer.
policies what policies justify for a guy that raped a woman?
Listen, I don't support that. I think that's horrible. But obviously, I'm not here voting on I guess that's hard to say because I do have some moral judgment that goes along with my vote. But I don't know that anyone is perfect on the stage. And I guess like you're saying, where's the line, right? Like what is
Yeah, like would you
what is
vote for him if he
acceptable?
raped a child?
No, I probably would draw the line there.
Okay, so why don't you draw the line with a woman?
I mean, I think it's terrible, but that's not what this is about. Like I have my own family. I have, friends, communities that I care about. And while it's not like turning a blind eye, it's also like, okay, I have one vote. I better vote for the person that's going to help my community the most,
So, are you going to answer my question? Like, again, there's no difference in their policy given that the victim was a child versus the victim being a woman. So why would you vote for him in the scenario where the victim is the woman, but not in the scenario where the victim is the child?
Because you're like in a hypothetical world that I'm not really living in. And the one I'm actually living in is with my communities, the people I see every day. Those are the people that if I have a vote and if it's gonna matter, which I don't know if it does or not, but if I have a vote, I'm gonna use it for what I think is best. And to me, that is Trump.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question. Why would you vote for him if the victim were a woman, but not if the victim was a child?
I already answered. I mean, I told you that you're dealing with a hypothetical scenario, not a real one. So the
I'm
real
sorry,
one
Kenya,
is like
did you
what
know
we know
that-
what happened.
Did you know that we use hypothetical scenarios all the way to demonstrate concepts?
But it's not
Right,
how
like,
we
for
vote.
example,
We don't vote based on hypotheticals because they don't exist. We vote on real things right in front of us.
You do use hypotheticals because it is the case that you're demonstrating in this particular example. Why would you vote for them in that scenario but not the other? Like, what would be
Because
relevantly
that's
different?
not- it
Can you
doesn't
please let me
matter.
finish? The reason why I'm asking you why you would vote for one in one scenario compared to the other, because it's conceptually relevant to demonstrating why you would or wouldn't vote in this particular scenario. So you saying that we can't use hypotheticals is insane. The reason why you saying that you can't use hypotheticals is insane is because if we were building like a school, right, would it be relevant to use hypothetical scenarios of how kids could get unalived in a school by a school unaliver, right, in order to build the school in such a way in which we could reduce the likelihood of people being unalived?
But we're not talking about that. That's another issue. I mean, if you want to talk about school shootings, we could talk about that. But I'm just talking about why I'm voting for Trump. And
I'm sorry, Kenya, did you hear what I just said? Restate to me what I just said.
you said hypotheticals are important, but I'm telling you they're not.
And what was the
We just
example I gave you?
disagree. What was that?
What was the example I gave you?
You talked to me about how hypothetical scenarios help you determine something like a policy or something like that, because it kind of prepares you to confront future things. So I
I'm gonna
understand
say
that.
I'm gonna say the example again because I need you
Yeah.
to listen because it's relevant conceptually. Okay. The reason
But
why
you're not listening to my side, and obviously we disagree, so it's okay. Like my side is that I don't deal with hypotheticals. My side is that I deal with the issues that I face every day, and my friends face every day, my family face every day. You know, that's why we vote. And do you think that's
do you wear a
selfish? I
seatbelt?
mean, I don't
Kenya,
think
do you
it's
wear a
selfish.
seatbelt? Do you wear a seatbelt?
What does that have to do with it?
I'll explain. Please answer the question, or I'm just gonna kick you from the show. I'm done with this, Kenya. I've been very respectful to you, and you're not engaging with any of the points that I'm bringing up. I'm telling you why they're relevant, and you're not listening to what I'm saying. So engage with what I have to say, or I'm gonna kick you from my stream. I'm done doing this.
Okay. I mean, I'll follow you where you want me to go. I'm just saying, like, I think we're going to disagree with.
Okay. Do you wear a seatbelt? Do you wear a seatbelt when you drive?
Yeah,
Why?
because it's the law.
So if it was legal to not wear your seatbelt, would you wear your seatbelt?
Probably not all the time.
But you would wear it sometimes, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Why?
Because I'm sure it keeps me safer.
So you could get into an accident.
I mean, yeah.
That's hypothetical.
Yep.
You understand that's hypothetical, right? So it's the reason why it's relevant is because of a hypothetical scenario where you could get into a car accident, you wear a seatbelt to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
So you
Right.
just demonstrated that using hypotheticals is conceptually relevant to what you do in real life. Now that I've demonstrated that, why would you vote for Trump, given that he's held civilly liable of graping a woman, and you believe that he raped a woman, but you wouldn't do so if it is the case that the victim was a child?
Because I guess maybe I understand you a little better, because yes, hypotheticals help policies, right? Or they help you understand how to craft policies or what's the right policy to do.
Kenya, you swiped out of the app. I can't hear you right now, by the way.
Sorry. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the hypotheticals I care about are hypotheticals that affect my family, my friends, my community. And because of those hypotheticals that exist, Trump is the one that is going to help my community, is going to help my
What
friends.
was my
help.
question, Kenya? First, you're amazing. Thank you.
You were saying like hypotheticals, like how those are important.
Okay. Again, why would you vote for Trump given that he's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will? Appreciate Ange, thank you for the subscription. But you wouldn't vote for him if the victim were a child.
That's not the reason I vote Trump. I vote Trump because, so
I didn't ask
many
you that
reasons.
question. I didn't ask you that question. I asked you, why would you vote for them if the victim was a woman, but you wouldn't if the victim was a child? Per Standard.
Oh, okay. Well, because a child to me is, I don't know. I feel like they're both terrible. I didn't say one was better than the other. I think they're both pretty terrible. But I think that's kind of like a feelings question, right? Because like for someone who has been a victim of sexual abuse as a woman, that's probably like, very triggering, and probably something like they're questioning like, oh, he's done this and I've gone through this. And so, maybe.
Trisha, 200. Justin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Justin. Thank you so much. Angela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 for Thanks All You Do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Angela. Thank you on Venmo. And Justin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So again, can you tell me why you would vote for him if the victim were a woman, but not if the victim were a child?
I don't see how this question brings anyone closer to knowing why people vote for Trump.
I didn't ask you for that. Can I ask the question again? Because I've
I
asked you.
think I've answered it many times. I don't
you
know
haven't
how else
answered
you
it
want-
once. You haven't answered it once. That's why I keep asking you the question.
Yes, I have. I have. I mean, what answer do you want to hear from me? I feel like I've answered it in many, many ways.
What was the way? Tell me. Restate it.
My way is that that's not like that. You're asking me a question. Like, it's almost like you're saying Kamala Harris has stole from someone, and she's also murdered
This isn't
somebody.
an answer. This isn't
And
an
so
answer.
let's say like she had done both of those, or has
I
had
just want
done
to
one of
clarify,
those things.
this is not an answer.
Well, you're doing hypotheticals. I could do
you see that she
hypotheticals
just
about
said the same
Kamala
thing?
Harris.
And you can do that if you can do that if it's conceptually relevant, right? But
Well,
we just went
that's what
over,
I'm doing.
Kania, we just went
You're
over.
doing one candidate, so I'm going to do your other candidate.
Go for it. But like again, you
Okay.
understand avoiding the
Okay,
question
so
is
if
not
Kamala
answering.
Harris-
Hey, Kania.
Well, I'm trying to make a point with
Kenya.
my question. You know?
Kania, you're still not answering my question. The reason why you're not answering my question is because you're saying, "Oh, it's not relevant for me to answer. It's hypothetical." We already went over how hypotheticals are relevant to what you do in terms of whether or not you're going to vote for a candidate or whether or not you're going to construct a building in a particular way to reduce the likelihood of someone dying, right? Personally, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Or whether or not you wear a
so
seatbelt.
hypothetical is, so do I vote for Donald Trump that was convicted sexually abusing a woman? Or let's say I vote for Kamala Harris, who is going to make my gas prices go to like $6 per gallon. Which one matters more to me? What do you think? I mean, there's not like a perfect answer, obviously, because it's not like what he did was great either. It was terrible. So, but the thing is, I have to think about the here and now. And the here and now is the people I see every day. So that's my answer. I don't know if that, I feel like there's
You're
so
not
many
answering.
ways I
You're
can
not
answer.
answering, Kania.
Yes, that is an answer. It's
No,
that
it's not.
hypotheticals.
No, it's not.
Is that they're both terrible? Okay,
You're just
so my
tell-
answer,
so-
how about
so
this?
again-
They're both terrible.
Here, Kania, I'm trying to be
Yeah.
as respectful as I possibly can to you, but either you are purposefully not answering my question, or honestly, like I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, you are honestly not smart enough to understand a hypothetical. Okay? That's not me trying to be rude. That's me literally for the past 15 minutes trying to go over the same hypothetical, explaining to you why the hypothetical is relevant and why it conceptually demonstrates something in the scenario. I've done
gosh,
that.
You're
I've
just
gone
trying
through
to
the
corner
entire
someone.
thing.
That's all you're trying to do. You're
I've-
just
I've
trying
gone
to
through the
corner
entire thing.
someone to get an answer from them that you will
Because you don't have
twist,
an, you
and
don't
you will
have an,
make like,
I'm not going
all
to
Trump
twist it.
supporters are this exact way.
No, I'm
And
not.
that's
I'm
what
not
you're
saying
trying to
all
do, and
Trump
I'm not that
supporters
way.
are this way. I'm
Well,
asking
that's
you
what
a
you're
simple
trying to
question.
do, dude. You're trying to paint me as something that I'm not.
How?
I'm not what you're trying
asking
to
you.
paint me as.
I'm asking you a question of why you hold the position that you do. I'm not trying to paint
And
you
I
in any
told you
way.
why. I
Mr.
told you
Coffee,
why.
You did not tell me why. Okay.
Oh, yes, I did,
The reason
honey.
why you
Yes.
didn't tell me why is because all you said is that it's hypothetical. Therefore, you're not going to answer.
No,
You
no, I
telling
didn't
me,
say that.
You telling me
I
you're
said they're
not
both
going
terrible.
to
I
answer.
said both of those things are terrible. That's one thing I said. But
If they are
I
both
based my
terrible,
vote.
why would you vote in one scenario but not the other? That's again not answering the question. You're just telling me that they're both terrible. I don't understand how you can't realize that that's not an answer to the question. I really
I don't know
realize.
how you can't realize that either. I'm sorry, but you're just not realizing I've answered that question like many, many times. I think you're trying to paint me. You're trying to get me like to say one specific thing, and then you'd be like, "Oh, she's like this. See, all Trump supporters are like this. They love sex offenders." And I'm sorry, but that's not me. That's definitely not me. And when I vote, it's for the people I care about. I mean, including people, just people that I know, people in my community, people all over the country. I mean, that's the reason I would do it. And I mean, I don't even know if it matters if I vote or not because
Kania, watch
I'm
this.
just one vote.
Watch this.
But
Watch
yeah.
this. Chat, type 1 in the comment section if you think she has not answered the question. Okay, it's not just me. Watch this. Watch this. It's not just me. the entire
Okay,
comment
can I ask
section
you a question?
knows that you're not answering the question.
Can I ask you one question though?
Yes.
Okay, so
once you
give me
answer
like
mine.
2 examples of answers that would be acceptable to you. Just 2 examples. It could be whatever, like that you think are acceptable.
Yeah. So, for example, an answer would be you don't think that graping a woman is excessively bad insofar as that you would vote for someone, but you do think graping a child is excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for someone, which is insane to say. And that's why I'm asking you this question, is because it demonstrates that when you answer the question, right, it makes the view look like something you don't want to hold to. It's called a reductio ad absurdum.
No, I think it's more like you're thinking very black and white. And I don't think we have to be black and white. It can be both. Like both are terrible. I don't think you have to say one is worse than the other. They're both terrible.
Okay, so if they're both just as bad as each other, well, then
Yeah.
there's nothing, push that mustache, that's relevantly different between the two scenarios insofar as that you would vote for one, but you wouldn't vote for the other. So what that demonstrates is that you should not vote for Donald Trump because he's raped a woman.
But I'm
That's
still
what
going
it
to vote for
demonstrates.
him. I'm still going to vote for him.
So then
It's like,
you have
it
a
doesn't change
contradict.
my vote.
So then
That's
you're
what I'm saying.
So then you're irrational and you're unreasonable.
See what I'm saying?
Because
That's
even
you.
when it is the case
That's
that
you twisting.
Kania,
So this
I'm
is
explaining.
classic, dude. Like
explaining,
all
Kania,
people
right now.
on your side love painting like little hashtags around conservatives because that's the way it's kind of weaponized, and that's the way that you just lead to a very how do you call that? Just not rational thinking. I mean, if you're very black and white, or just
I'm sorry, Kania. Don't even
Yeah.
get me started. You just said that I'm not rationally thinking.
yeah.
Don't
I'm
even
sorry,
get me
but you're
started,
not.
Kania. For the past 20 minutes, I've been trying to explain to you how a hypothetical is demonstrating how whether or not you would vote
Oh
for
my
someone in a
God.
particular scenario or how it could be relevant in real world scenarios. Okay?
No,
So you
no.
can't come up here and tell me that I'm irrational. That is insane for you to say. Okay, Kania?
Well, it's insane for you to say that because Trump has been counted,
no, what
has
I
been
did, Kania,
convicted
Kania,
of what he
listen,
was convicted,
listen,
that I
listen.
can no longer vote for
No,
him.
no.
I'm sorry, but you can't tell me
because-
who I can't vote for.
What? I'm telling you that your position is contradictory. Push the pumpkin. If you want to continue to be reasonable and continue to be rational, you wouldn't hold you wouldn't hold a contradictory position. Does that make sense?
You
So
mean
if I
I
show that
wouldn't
your
vote
position
for
is
Trump? But you're trying to get me not to
because
vote for
it
Trump.
yields
but I'm still gonna
because
vote
under
for
your
him.
own values it yields a contradiction. That's what I'm telling you. So if you want to be reasonable, right, you
No,
should
if
not
I
vote
wanna
for
be
Donald
reasonable,
Trump based
I
upon
would
the
vote for
values
the
that you've
person that has
expressed.
the right policies. Dude, this is not about feelings. It's about policies.
Can you name me one Trump policy?
I already did. We talked about tax cuts. We talked about the border security.
What was the name of the tax cuts
we
bill?
talked about, what was that?
What was the name of the tax cuts bill?
No, I'm talking about his platform that he's running on.
Can you tell me the name of the tax cuts? Like the policy.
He's going to cut government spending, tax
No.
cuts for the small businesses.
Where's the elephant? No, I'm asking you for the policy name.
I'm talking about his platform that he's running
I'm
on.
asking you for the policy name.
It's a platform. It's not a policy name.
So you don't know a policy name. Can you tell
Yes,
me
I know
any
what
of
policy names
the
are.
Can you tell me any of the parts of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that specifically reduces taxes?
For
Tell me one
small
part of it.
businesses?
Yeah, tell me one part of it.
Well, I mean, less regulations for small businesses.
That's not an answer to the question. Now, can you give me an example of a regulation that he got rid of?
No, I'm talking about his platform, what he's running with.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is something that he's passed. Okay? So again, you don't know policies that you're referencing. So don't tell me and don't hide behind the fact that he specifically has some policy that you like, because that's
Yeah.
not the reason, okay?
Well,
the reason specifically,
yes.
and also I just want to let you know,
Okay.
you saying that you support his policy is not a reason to vote for him if the victim was a woman, but not if the victim was a child, because his policy is the same in both scenarios. So again, what I'm demonstrating is that one is excessively bad enough insofar as that you wouldn't vote for him according to your own values, but the other one isn't.
Okay. I mean,
Ali,
you're
thank you so
bringing
much
up
for the $5.
hypothetical
Emma,
stuff
thank you for the
again.
$5. Thank you so much. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Christine, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Christine. I appreciate it. Justin with the $20. And Angela, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Justin, again, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Mista, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. And Richard with the $10 on Cash App. Thank you. Appreciate the hand heart. So again, do you understand my point here? You can't hide behind the policy if the policy is the same in both scenarios.
Well, you can't hide behind hypotheticals because that's not necessarily why I vote for someone. So I explained it to you. It's just we're better off as a country with Trump in office.
Okay, Kania, I can't engage in this conversation anymore. To be totally honest with you, I'm not trying to be rude by any means. I'm not. Per standard, you are not smart enough to engage in this conversation. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean to you at all. You are genuinely not smart enough. Okay?
Okay.
You
I
are
don't think
genuinely
you're
not
smart enough to do what you're doing.
You genuinely
either.
don't have a high enough IQ to understand a hypothetical. And again, I'm not
I
trying
do,
to be
but
rude, but
you're
it's genuinely a
weaponizing it.
thing.
Dude, you're just doing something that everyone else.
I don't care. I actually don't believe that there's someone out there that can't understand that bad. Like, I just went through, 20, 30 minutes, persisting be, of peacefully and calmly explaining to her, right, how a hypothetical works. Okay? She's genuine. I am not trying to be rude. She genuinely is not smart enough. Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the animal band. Thank you so much. Kristen, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kristen. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Allie with the $5 for the therapy. Sophia, thank you so much for the $15.78 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Luna, thank you for the paper crane. Ethan, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Are you driving? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I am 30 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
And what's that?
So, my main reason would be a constitutional reason. So I think that one of the primary responsibilities of a president is to defend the liberties found in the Constitution, and specifically, but not limited to, the Bill of Rights, which is what our Constitution. What's that?
I was just saying thank you to someone.
Oh, sure. I have pretty big concerns about Kamala Harris in terms of things that she's said about free speech and
think of the confetti.
Gun control.
Okay, so let's reference those real quick. So, how do you feel about Donald Trump saying he wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles even found in the Constitution?
Can you give me that quote?
Push the hand heart. So with the revelation of massive widespread fraud and deception, and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare a rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles even found in the Constitution. Okay, that's his tweet. He tweeted that out. Push the pumpkin. Thank you so much. Secondly, Mike Pence himself said the reason why he doesn't support Donald Trump is because it is the case that he asked Donald Trump, or Donald Trump asked him to put himself over the Constitution, and that anyone who does that should never be president of the United States. Also, he has actively said he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which the Supreme Court already identified was is protected by the First Amendment, and he wants to take people's guns first and then do due process second. Do you want to hear him say that as well?
You're saying that Trump said that he wants to take people's guns away.
Yeah, and do due process second. Do you want to hear him say it?
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. This is an article that indicates it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then I'll play the video for you. I got you. I'm playing the video right now. Give me 1 second. 1 second, I have a 12-cent advertisement because it's on the Washington Post. Sharp, thank you so much for the animal band. I really appreciate it, Sharp. Thank you very much. Also, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 3 million likes. Share the live as well. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. And follow me here if you haven't already, y'all.
You spoke about it, Mr. President. Gun violence, restraining orders, or obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system, because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
What was that? What situation was that referencing?
He just literally described it to you. He just described it to you if you listened.
I tried to listen. I heard, I think, most of it. It was
So
something
it's
that happened
in the
Florida.
event of a potentially dangerous individual.
Gotcha.
So take the guns first, due process second.
So you're saying he's explaining a situation in which it was known that there was a person who was dangerous.
Potentially
and they had
dangerous.
firearm. Gotcha.
Yeah, and I also think a violent
you
sex
agree with that?
offender is potentially dangerous, right?
Say that again.
Is a violent sex offender potentially dangerous?
Yes.
So we should take Trump's guns away, but we shouldn't. We should let him be president and have access to the nuclear codes.
Was he president before?
If you understand that if someone had a gun before and yet they were still a violent offender, you wouldn't let them get access to a gun, even though they never used a gun within the context of their violent offense. If someone
Sure, I
beat their
understand.
wife with their hands, would you let them have a gun?
No.
But they didn't use the gun. So do you see that just because Donald Trump hasn't done it before, right, under his presidency, doesn't mean that he is good enough of an individual that we would allow him to get access to it? So if we wouldn't allow violent offenders to get access to guns, why would he allow for them to be president of the United States and get access to the nuclear codes?
So my response to that would be that there was a lot of fear mongering before President Trump became president, and a lot of the fears of what would happen, kind of the doomsday scenario, never did happen. And actually, he did show a lot of decision-making clarity when it came to conflict resolution in the world. So I would say that would be a good reason to assume that would continue in a second
So
President
you
Trump
would let
reign.
some violent offenders get access to guns? Lewis, thank you for the $5. And Amara, thank you so much for the $5.
No.
Okay, well, if you wouldn't let any violent offenders get access to guns, why would you let any violent offender get access to nuclear codes?
When you say define for me what you mean by violent offender.
Someone who has committed a violent offense.
Okay. And then do you understand what I'm saying about the fact that Trump demonstrated good executive capacity as far as it relates to resolving conflict in the world when he was president?
So again, some violent offenders should be able to get access to guns. That seems to be your position.
I think that perhaps those are two different crimes, if you're talking about guns versus graping someone.
No, you're not listening. So the graping someone is the reason why we wouldn't let them get access to a gun, right? Which is the same reason why we shouldn't let them get access to, like a nuclear weapon. So I don't understand what's so
Do you
confusing.
recognize that Trump made good executive decisions when it came to conflict resolution in the world when he was president?
So some violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns.
Sure. Let's go with that. Can you answer my question?
So how do you know which violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns and which shouldn't?
Could you answer my question?
And what's your question?
My question is, do you recognize that Trump demonstrated good executive capacity as it relates to conflict resolution when he was president and not abusing nuclear codes?
Okay, so I'll give you a few things. He proposed the idea to nuke hurricanes. Is that a good use of nuclear weapons?
I don't know why he would have suggested that. Do you know why he would have suggested that?
Because he thinks that would get rid of the hurricane, which is fundamentally fucking crazy. Okay?
Was he basing that on
science?
anything?
No, he doesn't believe in science.
Was he basing that on anyone's advice to him?
No, he brought it up.
So you know for sure that he did not receive that perspective from anyone.
And anyways, would you say that?
No, I would not.
Okay,
but I don't.
So is that
I have no idea what that would do.
Is that a good use of nuclear weapons?
Did he do it?
I'm asking you, is that a good idea?
Is it bad to propose an idea?
It is it's terrible to propose an idea to nuke hurricanes. That's an idiotic move, okay? If you can't identify that's an idiotic move and that no sane person would say that, I don't know what the hell your headspace is at. Right? Like, I'm serious. I have no clue. Okay? So again, let me ask my question again, because you use that to deflect away from that, because that's not a good use of nuclear weapons, by the way. So you think some violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns. How do you know which violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns and which shouldn't? Maribeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Lewis, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. And Amara, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much.
That's a good question. I would probably say that when it comes to gun ownership, that we should be looking for abuse of guns.
Marbeth, thank you for the $5. And Sophia, thank you for the $10.52. Thank you so much. I'm going to address that in a second. So you said that it's dependent upon whether or not they used guns. So again, a guy that beats their wife, right? Just because he didn't use a gun, per the ICU, thank you so much. You think he should be able to get access to a gun because he only beat his wife with his hands, not his gun?
No, not in that situation.
Okay, so why not in that circumstance?
I suppose.
No?
Probably not.
No, so then why do you do it?
I didn't know I was following a bunch of minors.
How do you not know?
Because I just follow people that follow me.
So then why do you have more followers than you have, or following than you have followers?
I told you the two reasons why I follow people. Following people that follow me, and then following people so that they will follow me.
Weird. Really weird. And you can see in the profile picture that they are a minor. I hope you know that. You can see in the profile picture. I can see their profile picture right now.
How? You just look at
You can literally see in the profile picture that they look like a minor.
I'm not so if I leave this video, will that allow me to see what you're seeing?
Yeah. Go look at your own following list and fucking change it, weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on up there? 45.
You're covering your mic a little bit.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, of course I am.
What's up?
My main reason for coming up, man, is that was awesome. I haven't agreed with you on a lot of things, but thank you so much for fucking putting that guy in his place about that.
Yeah, that shit's really weird, right? Like who the fuck is following minors to be able to get more followers as a 30-year-old man? That's so crazy.
That's not to get more followers, my friend.
Yeah, that's really weird.
If one creeps into my follow list somewhere, it's by total accident. But if there's multiple on there and you're interacting with them and they're not following you, that's fucked up, man. I watch you a lot, and Obviously, I disagree with about everything you say, but that I just want to tell you thank you, man. That was fucking awesome.
For sure,
I have
for
kids,
sure.
so. Anyway, why am I voting Trump? See, the only reason I've never come up on with you or Harry, any of those guys, is because y'all go off a lot off stats. Anybody that's ever worked in industries that I've worked in, I'm 45 years old. You see where stats can always be tampered with. You can pencil whip anything. You agree with that or not?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Stats, like statistics, can always be tampered with. Pencil whipping things. Does that make sense?
I don't
You know
think
what I mean by that?
statistics are. I mean, so logically, things can be tampered with. Now, we don't have good evidence to believe they are tampered with.
I mean, every job I've ever worked in, they've always tampered with stats one way or another. Somebody has.
Well, we're talking
Um,
about like economic data. So there's
Yeah.
like public information about this. They're forced by law to keep that public.
Understood. I appreciate that. And I respect you. I respect your opinion on that, but obviously we're allowed to have different ones. I just go off what I see, man. The prices of everything, how I was living in. I'm a small business owner.
I think that he led to less conflict. I actually think it was pretty similar. But like as it relates to things like we were related to, did you know more service members died in conflict under his administration compared to
I am
the Biden
aware of that.
administration?
Yes, right. Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. As I said, yeah, he definitely wasn't perfect, but I think well, particularly what I liked was
And also before I get into that as well, like would you say that like Trump is responsible for like the KKK voting for him? Like in that
Absolutely.
description. Absolutely.
Absolutely. No, I said absolutely not. No.
Oh, okay. So then, like, why would Kamala Harris be responsible for like Dick Cheney voting for her?
No, it's a very valid point. Absolutely. No. Oh yeah. No, I wasn't. Because I agree. That's a silly thing. It's silly when Democrats say, "Oh, like David Duke endorsed them, therefore he loves the KKK," or
Yeah,
know
like
what
so,
I'm
like
saying?
the
So
same
that's
way we
definitely a fair
shouldn't say that
point.
with like, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're definitely making a fair point. No, absolutely. But at the same time, though, it is concerning. Now, does that definitely mean that she's lockstep with Dick Cheney on that? No, you're correct. Absolutely not. But it's still concerning nonetheless.
Sure. You could say, yeah. I mean, in the same way that you would say that the KKK voting for Trump is concerning, right?
Oh, for sure. No, I totally validate your point on that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's that, and then also like I'll just reference like the things that he kind of caused, like when he left Kurdistan, that led to the Turkish-Kurdish war, right? So he like left our Kurdish allies, which led to like a lot of Kurds dying, which I mean I don't think is good.
Interventionist, I'm sure you can understand why that's music to my ears to hear him say that.
I mean, but he's not with Israel. Like so, like he has pick sides, and he's on Israel's side.
He
That
is.
is, I think
As
actively,
is every politician, it seems.
actively
Yeah.
that is the
Sorry.
least non-interventionist thing to do because
Yeah.
Israel is getting us into conflicts around the world.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I think actually, right, like the U.S. trying to engage with Israel is a huge reason why we haven't had anti-interventionist policy, right, for the last 20 or so years because of the war on terror, right?
Yeah.
There's like a huge affiliation with that. Like even Osama bin Laden said that
Absolutely.
he attacked us because of Israel, like our affiliation with Israel.
Correct.
So-
Yeah, and we had our. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
No,
to
you're good.
validate your point, yeah, because we had our. We also had troops in the Holy Land too, in that area as well, in Saudi Arabia, which they weren't happy with. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality with a lot of politicians, as I'm sure you know, and a lot of your listeners know, that that Israel, especially AIPAC, has such a stranglehold on our politicians. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. And maybe I'm missing something. I mean, maybe somebody in the comments section who's very pro-Israel can help me understand this. I don't understand what we stand to gain from Israel, or what they do for us.
Literally
to be
nothing.
honest with you,
Nothing. I don't understand it either. Like people say it's to like promote democracy in the Middle East. Has that worked? Right?
No,
Has our policy with the Middle East really worked in bringing democracy? No. I think our
Yeah.
policy in terms of that has destabilized these regions and made it less likely for them to adopt that. I think a better way would be like to incentivize them to engage in investment in their country by saying, if you like support human rights, if you support democracy, we'll like help invest in your country, right? As like conditional allyship. So I mean, you might be against that because you're more like anti-interventionalist, but I think that's the best way to promote peace, democracy, and human rights around the world.
Now, can you explain that to me again? I want to try to understand that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like kind of conditional allyship. Like if you support democracy, if you support human rights, right, to our particular conditions, well, then we're going to be able to invest in your country and be allies with you, right? Like that's kind of my thoughts. So like investing in their infrastructure, if they uphold human rights, I think is the best way to, instead of destabilize regions through the use of military, instead to build them up, right, is to incentivize them that way.
I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Maybe like a crawl, walk, run approach to more non-intervention, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm 100% on board with that, but it would certainly be better than what we're doing right now, just willy-nilly sending them, all these weapons, and it just, I just don't understand that. But
and then also, I kind of want to ask you, because I like the non-interventionalist perspective and like the libertarians. I like talking to libertarians about these things. Like, how do you feel about Donald Trump on Agenda 47 saying that we're going to restore America's depleted military?
Restore America's depleted military. I haven't read that deep or that in depth into it. Can you explain it?
Yeah. So he thinks our military is depleted. Right, which I think is insane because we spend like $900 billion a year on the military.
Oh yeah, it's insanely high.
Like so, it's like the claim that like we need to like restore our depleted military is like one of the most insane things that I've ever seen. So like, yeah.
Oh yeah, if you take the military budget, I mean it's common knowledge. If you take the military budget of every single country and add them up, I'm pretty sure it doesn't even come close to what we spend on our military.
I don't think it's every country. I think it's the next 14 nations combined is as much as we spend.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And most of them are our allies too.
Yeah, no, I thought it was like way higher than that. But I mean, maybe perhaps there could be like the other side of our argument might say, well, just because you throw dollars at it doesn't mean it's good. Maybe there's an argument to be had there. I don't know. But I'm more on your side with that, where I'd like to think because we're spending so much. Yeah, like really, is it really depleted? Like what?
Yeah, it's like not
exactly
depleted at all. Like I
that?
think that's a delusional thing to say. Yeah, I was just asking you because of that. There's no gotcha there. I was just asking because I was curious what your opinion was. But yeah, in terms of,
no, I didn't think you were gotcha. I mean, go ahead.
Oh no, I got you. In terms of Donald Trump, though, like you said, you were a veteran, correct?
Yes.
How do you feel about him saying veterans are suckers and losers, according to a 4-star general?
According to it's definitely like a he said, she said. Now, could he have said it? Maybe. I don't 100% know. Now, obviously, he's Donald. He's not a good orator. I'll be the first to admit that. And
then here would also be my question: who's more trustworthy, a 4-star general, right, or Donald Trump?
Who's more trustworthy? I mean, I don't know this 4-star general from Adam, so I honestly can't.
General Milley.
General Milley. Yeah, I can't speak intelligently on him. I don't really know anything about him, to be honest.
I would say in typical that like a 4-star general would be more trustworthy than Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump has 30,000 confirmed lies under his administration. He's lied about sexual abuse. He's lied about the election, right? Like I can give plenty of circumstances where he like lies all the time. And I'm guessing you'd agree with that, especially from a libertarian perspective.
Yeah, like I said before, he's certainly far from my ideal candidate. I wanted to talk about the spending too. That was obviously, it was expected. I didn't expect him to be Calvin Coolidge on government spending, but he was worse than Obama when it came to deficit spending there. But like I said, I liked that he had a more non-interventionist approach that we've come to expect from most presidents. But again, the military.
By the way, it was General Kelly, not General Milley. I apologize. I always mistake them for some reason.
No, it's okay. There's
Marley,
so many of them. It's hard to keep track.
And Jim, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. And Brooke, thank you for the dollar. I will talk about that. No, their names are very like similar in terms of like the ending with like with an E. So like I apologize, or ending with a Y and like the sound being an E. I apologize.
Right. But more importantly, to get back to the main question, like why am I voting for him? It's just fundamental disagreements with Democrats on certain economic policies. Again, it's a lesser of two evil thing. Now with Kamala Harris, I know she just recently put out all of her policies. Can you tell me like in detail, like where is her stance on government spending? I mean, I know Trump. I mean, I'm hopeful that I know Elon Musk has his faults, but he was talking about cutting departments, and as a libertarian, you could see why I'd be excited about that. But I'm interested in what you have to say about Kamala's economic policies.
Yeah, so the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget just recently posted like an analysis of what it's likely to see from the Trump plans versus the Harris plans.
Say that committee again. I'm sorry. Say that committee again.
Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. And they indicated Trump's proposals would cost more in terms of debt-related spending, because he doesn't have mechanisms to pay for it. All he's brought up is like tariffs, which, as a libertarian, I bet you think tariffs are a really bad one. And then two, like, he hasn't really talked about much cutting of spending. He's talked about cutting the Department of Education, but that's really all I've seen in terms of cuts for what he's advocating for. And then like things like maybe the National Weather Service and things like that. But that's kind of like separated.
Yeah.
That's really small revenue that he would get.
No, you're right. It is a drop in the bucket. Has Kamala? Kamala, has she talked about like any actual cuts though, at all?
Yeah. So she's not advocating for like cuts in terms of spending. She's advocating for like increasing taxes on people who are more wealthy. So I'm guessing you would disagree with that. But what I would say is that tariffs are definitely a lot worse from a libertarian perspective, especially a 10 to 20% universal tariff, than what you'd see in terms of like a 28% corporate tax rate, which is the lowest corporate tax rate outside of Trump since 1939, right? Or like the 28% long-term capital gains for income over 1 million, right? Things like that. Like the taxes are going to be applicable to significantly less people if you are running the Kamala Harris tax plan versus the Donald Trump tax plan.
Correct. What do you make of it? Because a lot of big Trump supporters have talked about wanting to, the reason for the tariffs, it's kind of a big reason for some of the tariffs, not all of them. Some of them are because he wants to keep, the idea behind it, his reasoning behind it is because he wants everything to be made in America. But he's also said he wants to heavily tariff imports from China because, as he has correctly said, they have been ripping this off and have been doing a lot of tariffs on us. Obviously, we can't pass legislation to get China to stop ripping us off. So the only way, obviously, our consumer and our buying power with China, we could say, well, look, you're going to keep doing that to us. We're just going to keep doing that to you. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so like Milton Friedman, specifically, like a right-wing economist, a libertarian economist, he specifically indicates that we shouldn't put tariffs on countries that put tariffs on us because that harms them. It harms their consumers. It harms them more. So like from a libertarian perspective, right, I've seen, I see most libertarians holding the position that like we shouldn't tariff countries that tariff us, and it doesn't make conditions more fair.
Okay, no, I appreciate that answer. Another big question I wanted to this is a topic.
By the way, if you do want to hear him say that, he has like this whole documentary on free to choose. That's like his like main thing. He has like a free to choose book and stuff. I learned this in my school. I studied economics, so like that's like you can literally hear him talk about it and stuff.
Who is this again?
So, Milton Friedman. He's like
Milton Friedman.
He's like the most well-known libertarian economist.
I know Milton. Sorry, my
no, you're good. Don't worry.
The sound went off for a second. Sorry about that. There's one big though topic on monetary policy. Would you be interested in discussing that?
Sure. I mean, I don't think that's changed by the President of the United States. I think that's totally dependent on the Federal Reserve, which Trump has already indicated that, right, he's not going to change the chairman of the Fed.
Right, Powell. There seems to be like a huge debate and a big disagreement on what causes inflation. What do you think deficit spending, if any, what impact do you think deficit spending and the Federal Reserve printing money to offset that deficit has on inflation?
Yeah, so in terms of printing money, I think that it can cause inflation. Do I think that was where most of the inflation came from? I don't actually, because then that wouldn't explain why it happened globally at the same trend.
No, it absolutely did happen globally because obviously you would agree because of the pandemic, which led to lockdowns, which required lots of bailout spending, and when that happens, the dollars and currencies get printed, and the more abundant they are, obviously the value is going to go down, does it not?
So I do agree that the value goes down, but I'm saying the most of the inflation wasn't just caused by the increase in money supply. Most of it was related to like the global trend in terms of supply chains affected by the pandemic, because I don't think that money supply went up anywhere near to the same degree, right, in every one of these countries that experienced that level of inflation. So we would have a hard time saying that it was the predominant explanation for why there was global inflation, is kind of my point with that. But yes, it does cause inflation to some degree.
Okay,
Totally.
yeah, because one of the things that Democrats keep saying, and I strongly disagree with this, is they say corporate greed is what causes it, and I fundamentally disagree with that.
It's partial. It's not most. I don't think it's most. I don't think corporate greed is most of the inflation. I do think it's part of it, though.
You do think it's part of it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This was a very, very good conversation. I enjoyed talking to you.
Appreciate you as well.
I follow Charlie Kirk a lot, but I got to give you mad kudos. You know, he's not an easy person to debate with, and you certainly held your own. I didn't really agree much with a lot of what you had to say, but you're a bright young man, and keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate you coming up, man.
All right, take care, bud.
I wish conservatives were just libertarians. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, Chet. Do you know how much better political discourse would be if all conservatives were like that? Dude, oh my god. It actually sounds reasonable. Like I disagree with the libertarian position, but like, dude, it's such more of a respectable position than like what Trump has, especially from an economic lens. Now, I definitely disagree with it because I think there are some absurd reductios that you can bring up with libertarians, but like, it's definitely preferable to engage with. Christina, thank you for the $2 for sorry, not more. Feel better. Oh, thank you so much, Christina. Don't worry about that at all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Yo, what up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I think so.
What's your age?
22.
For sure. So why are you voting Trump?
Oh no. Parker, why do you think I should vote Trump in PA? I mean, I don't know. I think I'm pro-choice, but I don't know. I'm pretty pro-Second Amendment. So in PA, I think my vote's pretty important. I was thinking of abstaining, but I don't think I can.
Yeah, I get you there, Jake. So my point with this is that Trump tried to undermine the Constitution. He called for the termination of all articles and rules found even in the Constitution. So that's one thing. Two, he said he would take people's guns first, do due process second. And then thirdly, he's even undermined the First Amendment by saying that he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. So if you care about upholding the Constitution, the people that are more likely to do that is the Democrats. And I know that you think that's a bit crazy, but in the Second Amendment, there's still a well-regulated militia. So under both of their views, they're still going to have some level of regulations, right? But if you want the Constitution to be upheld, the only one that's actually going to do that isn't Trump. It's Kamala Harris. Because if you undermine the Constitution, what's protecting people's gun rights?
Yeah. I mean, obviously nothing, right? Obviously, if the Constitution doesn't defend it, obviously nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm not that closed-minded, but I mean, I don't know. Like I mean, you have to go to the border thing too. I mean, people really are they really find that to be an important thing. So I don't know what Harris has to say about that. So
in terms of the border, yeah. So I don't think the border is open. Like I don't hold that view. I think people who are saying that, right, just I don't think they would be able to define like the open border in the way that like we typically refer to it, because we're typically referring to like the legislation. But again, as it relates to the border, Trump actually called people in Congress to undermine a border bill that was written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford. Langford called him out for it. Mitch McConnell called him out for it. Lindsey Graham called him out for it. Donald Trump even admitted to it himself and said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." Now, he gave two reasons for why he wanted to undermine the border bill. One of them because he didn't want Democrats to look good, and the other one was because of the appropriations in the bill, which was the Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, and Gaza funding. So what they actually did is they separated the border bill into the Border Act of 2024, which is a solo border bill, and the appropriations bill. And within Congress, the appropriations bill passed, but the border bill didn't pass. So I think it's very clear that Donald Trump is the one undermining doing something for the border because he puts himself over solutions for the country. He'd rather actually just talk about the fact that there's an issue at the border than actually fundamentally solve permanently the issues at the border.
Yeah, I mean, Trump. You're saying Trump's all talk and not action. Is that kind of what you're saying? He's all just blabbing off and just there's no action behind that.
Yeah, I'm saying he proved that because he called people in Congress to undermine it.
I mean, he's constantly saying, "Yo, I'm going to close the border." Blah blah blah. When I step in office, it's done. Day one, border closed. That's what Trump says, right? Right?
Yeah, so Trump does say that, but my point is that if he actually wanted border restrictions, why wouldn't he have been in support of the border bill passing, even if it wasn't going to happen under his administration? Because, for example, right, if Kamala Harris is running for presidency, she wouldn't undermine a bill to expand the ACA, right? Just because Republicans were going to get it done under their administration, she'd be in support of it because she genuinely wants to get something done with healthcare in this country.
No, not just about health. I mean, not just about healthcare though, just about the jobs and everything. Not only healthcare. I mean, I don't know where the healthcare thing comes into it, but
I was just using it as an example. Again, she wants to expand access to the ACA. She wouldn't go against that, right? Even if she wasn't in presidency, because it would make Republicans look better. She cares more about getting the policy through than she cares about running on it as an issue. Right? Whereas Donald Trump is the opposite. As it relates to the border, he runs on it, but then when push comes to shove, he undermined the bill because it would have made Democrats look good.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, you're saying that he's doing it more just as a hey, I look good rather than
actually getting the solution through. Yeah.
Oh fuck, Parker. Oh shit. No way. Actually?
Yeah, genuinely. And again, if you're from your position, you don't want to vote for a Democrat, I would say in this position, hold your nose and vote for Harris, and then next time get a better person in the primaries. Because it is the case that Donald Trump, he goes against all your values, right? The Constitution, push the confetti, the border, right? If you care about tax cuts for the middle class, most of his tax policy went to rich people. If you care about cutting spending, right? Debt spending. He signed off more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration, and his proposed plans are going to cause more debt-related spending, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. I mean, dude. I mean, Trump got the border on lock, right? Back in the day, from 2016 to 2020, he got the border on lock. No more crossings, blah, blah, blah. No more crossings. He got it on lock back then.
Well, 2016, Obama was president. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, there was actually an increase of encounters and border crossings under his administration, right? Up until Title 42, which was a COVID era emergency sort of lockdown for the border.
Oh, it was COVID era.
Yeah, and that's where he said his border clampdown was, which most of his policy was well before. So he kind of doesn't argue that his policy had much of an effect. It was kind of just the COVID era policy that wasn't really related to him, which would have been passed regardless. So I think he just kind of acts like he's doing stuff for the border, but when push comes to shove, again, when he was in office, didn't really do much for the border. And now, as it relates to running for office, he's undermining something that would be a permanent change to how we conduct the border, the biggest border bill in the past 20 to 30 years, right? People like Langford, he was a Trump endorsed Republican. He literally has been calling out Trump for this because he's saying that, okay, say you want a better border bill in the future, we should at least do this now, right? To help it now. And then in the future, we can get more, right? Appreciate the hand art. Chat, if I find Kania, I would mute her, but I don't know. I don't even know where she is in the guest box. I mean, not in the guest box, in the chat. So, by the way, everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. Linktree in the bio. And Jim, thank you for the $25. Jim, thank you very much. Yeah, so are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
He's got it going on. I like the way he done things the last time he was president. COVID gave him a raw deal, but that could happen to anybody.
Sure. So can you name me like a policy he influenced to get passed that you like?
America First policy.
Which America First policy?
Everything going to America First. Manufacturing, working on getting more manufacturing back in America, get the middle class strengthened up.
What bill did he pass to do that? Because the Biden-Harris administration passed the Chips and Science Act.
He couldn't do anything in Congress.
Okay, so if he got nothing passed, well, then he didn't do anything to bring jobs back to the United States, one. And two, the Biden-Harris administration did do something within the context of Congress. They influenced to get past
they've done a lot.
Yeah, they influenced to get past the Chips and Science Act, which is going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips, and it brought back American manufacturing jobs to the United States.
They're not back. They're not back on the scale that Trump's trying to get it back to.
With what policy, though? Because it sounds like he's just saying it, and he's not really passing policy.
And just like the tariffs you were talking about earlier, you said something about, you're talking about the tariffs, but y'all are still using the money from that. Y'all haven't stopped the tariffs. So if it's such a bad thing, why don't y'all just take them away?
So I don't like tariffs. So I disagree with the Biden-Harris administration, unless there's like some national security reason to do it.
Yeah.
That would be one thing. And then two, as it relates to this, I'm arguing against Trump's universal tariff policy. He wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff.
Well, that can be worked out. You know what I mean? Just because he says he wants that, he's a negotiator. You admit that, right? Trump is a negotiator. He has a long, extensive life of negotiating deals.
Okay, so then why couldn't he get an infrastructure bill passed? Why couldn't he repeal and replace
Well, I mean, he tried, but
Why couldn't he drain the swamp?
The Democratic Party was so triggered that anything that had Trump on it, they were just big no's.
So he's not a good
Just
negotiator?
like the wall, just like the wall. Why didn't they should have went ahead and spent that money on the wall? It would have saved a lot of trouble.
Chad, thank you for the $6.69. Thank you so much. So did you know that as it relates to the wall, that the bipartisan border bill that Trump torpedoed would have given funding to build the wall?
Yeah, and you know what it would also done? Tell them the whole bill, man. Tell them where all the money's going. The majority of the money's not going to us. The majority of the money is going out of the United States. See, that's the problem with y'all people. Y'all don't get it. That's why the FEMA budget is bullshit, and we're going to have hurricane victims that are going to take a long time to get to and get back to normal. And that's unacceptable for America.
So FEMA's not the only pot of money we can
nice
use?
and warm tonight, but how would you like to be stuck on a mountain wondering where your government is? You've been over there for 2 weeks.
So FEMA's not the only place you can get money from. Plus Trump under his administration diverted $155 million of FEMA money to pay for migrant detention centers. Okay, so he spent money on immigrants, right, rather than spending money on...
talking about it running out of money, bud?
Also, right, Donald Trump...
why are they talking about that? Don't
yeah, so that's one pile of money that
You're pivoting, bro.
I'm not. So that's
Yes,
I already told you. I already responded to this.
You ought to be mad as an American that you got fellow Americans sitting out there dying, and your government is dragging their ass. That ought to make you feel like shit, and that's coming from your party, bro. And you ought to step up as an American and do something about it, and stop being a damn drone, acting like you don't see shit. You act like you don't see nothing, man. It pisses me off because you put that smug ass fucking look on your face, and you look at everybody else and you look down on them like you know every fucking thing. You don't know every fucking thing, dude. And quit acting like you fucking do. You're trying to influence the younger generation. They don't know what the fuck you're doing, Parker. Tell them the whole fucking story and stop you with your fucking point bullshit. Seriously, dude. And that's all I got to say to you, dude. All I want to say to you is be a real motherfucker and quit being a puppet for the fucking Democrats. Say it out both ways. Yeah, I don't agree with this hurricane and they're screwing us up, dude. Tell them. But no, you're going to make excuses for them. But y'all go ahead and make excuses. It don't matter. Because these communities, we're Americans. We'll bounce back, dude. We always fucking do. But that ain't going to bring our loved ones back, is it?
Person Meerkat. Okay, so as it relates to this, FEMA is not the only money we can get from, right? There are multiple pools of money that we can use for natural disasters. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have said that they're going to give 100% reimbursement of local costs associated with the hurricane. And they gave $750.
Where are the helicopters, bro? Where are the helicopters? They can say whatever they're going to do. They shouldn't even be saying what they're going to do. They should be up off their ass doing it, bro. That's my problem. Where's the helicopters at? Why we got people still stuck? Why? There's
so you understand they did.
Parker, we can be anywhere in this world, dude, in 48 hours. Anywhere in this world,
can I finish
we can
explaining
drop
what I'm saying?
soldiers in 48 hours. Bam, on the set, generators, tents.
Okay, so I want you to listen to me. Helicopters have been there. Just letting you know. Two, as it relates to this, again, we have provided the funding. The funding is going there right now, right? There is funding already been provided, $750 that was supplemental, like additional, to help out people who need help with home repairs, insurance deductibles, generators,
Parker,
food, water,
real,
extreme person subscription.
Parker, be real, bro. I like you. I don't like Dean, okay? I like you, though. And I'm your enemy because I'm a Trump supporter. But I'm not your enemy, dude.
Santi, subscription. Okay. So let me finish.
Look,
this
we
point
have
then.
different viewpoints, and you come out more with that. See, the other boy, he's so smug and arrogant. He likes to smell his own farts. You know what I'm saying? That's how bad he is. He needs to get off of his own adrenaline for a while, man. Seriously. But you're okay, dude. You know, you get on tangents sometimes, man, but for the most part, you try to be fair with people. You know, you listen to people, you let them say what they got to say. So I respect that, man. You know what I mean? I really do. But
Miguel, I push the Galaxy, Brian, push that mustache. So let me
just
finish
be
this
real,
point.
man, and give them the whole story. Don't just give them.
I'm giving you a story right now. Let me explain. So again, those are the things that they specifically brought for the funding. But let's go back and let's remember what Trump did for natural disasters. For 3 years, he blocked $13 to $20 billion of funding to go to Puerto Rico, right, for Hurricane Maria. In 2019, he was golfing while the East Coast was ravaged by Hurricane Dorian. Okay, he diverted $155 million of FEMA money to migrant detention centers. Okay, that was specifically spending money on immigrants, not spending on people who are affected by natural.
Logically, why did he do that? So you're telling what he did, but you're not telling why he did it. Why did he divert funds? What other agenda was he trying to do? You know what he was trying to do? He was trying to do what he campaigned on, his promises. He was trying to make that become a reality.
So again, the same thing that you guys are critiquing Democrats for doing, spending money on immigrants rather than helping American citizens with natural disasters.
Who's the immigrants? Puerto Rico?
No, it's I'm referencing the FEMA
I was
money.
say, Puerto Rico is part of the United States.
I agree with you. It's part of the United States. I'm not saying that. So again, I'm talking about the FEMA money that he diverted for migrant detention centers.
Well, we probably needed that.
Okay,
Did you think of that, Parker? They might need the detention centers.
Okay, so we need the funding for immigrants when it comes to Trump, but we don't need it with the Biden-Harris administration. So do you see how hypocritical that position is?
Y'all opened the gates. Y'all opened the floodgates. What are you talking about, bro? Y'all have broke the bank. Y'all have broke the bank, dude.
Austin, thank you so much for the $50
And
on
what's gonna
Venmo.
happen
Thank you
when the
so
money
much,
dries
Austin.
up?
I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much.
What's going to happen to the
I've
flood
been
of poor
following
people
you since
when
before
the
you could barely
money
get 1K
dries up?
viewers and over 1 year and a half ago. I'm so proud of you, Parker. Thank you so much,
Tell 'em.
Austin. That is incredibly kind of you. Incredibly kind of
Tell
you.
them
Good to
what's
see you
going to happen
around
to
for
the
so
poor
long.
people.
Ray, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. David with the $5. Thank you very much. And Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate every single one of y'all.
Hey, thank y'all for the $5. Y'all more than welcome for that $5, bro. You're awesome. You making money, bro. You making some money. But what about the poor people? What about the poor people that y'all send over here in floods?
Harry, thank you for the raid.
And then the money dries up, Parker. The money's gone. The government's not giving any more handouts. What happens then?
So again, as it relates to this, we have funding for this. We don't have zero funding.
Oh, dude.
I don't know what you're saying as it relates to that at all. That makes really no sense.
Who's going
So
to pay the bill? Is what I'm asking. You
Push the
moved,
pumpkin.
let me just take Springfield, Ohio, for example. You put 20,000 people into a 30,000 person city. What's going to happen, dude? They knew what was going to happen before it happened. They already knew. And you know what? A lot of this
I just
stuff
want to
is
let
on
you
the
know,
local
Cheeseburger,
level.
did you know that the people in Springfield asked people to come?
Yeah. And you know why they asked them to come? You don't think these people that are running the town, these Democrats that are running the town too, look into this, Parker, okay?
So, rural areas like Springfield.
And it sounds crazy, right? It sounds crazy. It sounds too unbelievable. That's why it's probably the truth, Parker. And I want you to look it up and check it out later when you ain't got nothing else to do. Okay. But the people running
Jay,
the
thank you for the
town and
$5. And
running
Karen,
the
thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Karen. I
are
really
making
appreciate
money
it.
off of this, Parker.
What'd you say?
They asked the people to come because they knew they'd be able to raise housing prices and everything else. And guess who's got a bunch of rental houses and stuff? Who do you think?
So I have a question. Do you think Springfield is Republican or Democrat? He left. Okay. All right. Or did he get banned? I don't know. It still kind of has him like up here. It's really weird. Okay, that's interesting. All right, Evan, thank you so much for the Harry raid. I really appreciate that, everyone. Let's get everyone coming from Harry's Live. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's having a good time. Having a good time. I'm a little bit sick here, everyone, today. I'm a little bit sick. I got a cold. I've got a cold, everyone. So I feel a little bit sick. Hannah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For the patience, I appreciate it.
Daddy,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
after he got Aisha when I was 7, you just forgave and moved on.
Interesting. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. All right. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Get better, Parker. I appreciate it. Thank you. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4. Thank you so much. I wish I could give you more. Hope you feel better. Oh, thank you so much. No, everything is appreciated. I just appreciate that y'all are here, everyone. I appreciate that y'all are here. Y'all are incredible. Y'all have no clue how much I fucking love every single one of y'all. I'm so grateful for everyone here. Y'all have no clue. This is literally like it's like my passion and my hobby, Perch the Hand Art, that became into a job. So like y'all being here, it's like literally supporting my dream, y'all. I love y'all so much. Y'all have no clue. That's why I'm able to be here even when I'm sick, because I want to be here. Chris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Sci-Fi,
I
thank you
am
for the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
Yes, I am voting for Trump.
You are? Why so?
Why don't you tell me why you voting for Kamala?
Yeah, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because it is the case that she influenced to get passed really good policy, like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act. Wait, were you here yesterday?
No, I was not.
He was
Why
in
you asking
Harry's.
that?
Okay. People said I already talked to you in the chat.
Why are they saying that? I mean, there's a lot of people named Chris in the world.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna believe the chat. I apologize if I'm wrong there. Person manifesting, thank you so much. But if there's that many people saying in the chat, I kind of trust them over my memory. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes my memory isn't the greatest, everyone. Especially when I'm sick, everyone. Especially when I'm sick. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Joe, thank you so much for the $20 for Love You Too, Parker. Feel better. Oh, thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate that. Incredibly nice of you. Incredibly nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, all right. This person's name is crazy. Think of his sunglasses. You said something was coming today? Yeah, I thought it was. I don't know. I don't know the day when it's gonna be here. I don't think it's gonna be today. It would have already been there if it was gonna be today. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Are you voting for Trump?
I sure am.
Why so?
Well, I don't move in fear. That's why. And there's a lot of fear mongering around Trump, wouldn't you say?
So I mean, I think that Trump is the one that fearmongers.
How so?
He says that Kamala Harris is going to cause World War III.
Wouldn't you
Alejandro,
say
thank you so much
that-
for the $20 for Parker for President and Feel Better. Thank you so much. I
Wouldn't you
appreciate
say wouldn't you say the last 4 years has proven so? Since
Proven
we're literally on the brink of World War III with what they've done.
What did they do that caused World War III?
I mean, you can check out my page, New World Order Exposed on X. Plenty of platforms on here that lay out what's going on. Just like you speak on what you feel. There's a lot of more information than what you talk about.
Then why don't you explain it to me?
Well, I mean, open your eyes, buddy. I mean, do I really need to walk you through it? It's like doing your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Haven't you seen the news? Don't you see what's going on around the world? You're shaking your head, but
No,
Are
the
you-
thing
are
is,
you- are
I
you
could say
fully
the same
awake or-
thing, Haas, but that's why we're here having a conversation. It's because we disagree on that. So, again, you're acting like I didn't look around already. That's kind of like a ridiculous point to make. So if you want to explain your point, go for it, right? Because
I don't
right now
think
I
it's-
don't believe in the conspiracy
I don't
theory.
think it's a ridiculous point to make that you haven't looked around, because it's all you do on your platform. And when you go on Jubilee and kind of, nod your head in front of other men 5 inches away from you, you guys kind of debate and go back and forth, but you have the same talking points. I mean, it's nothing. It's no traditional masculine values to you. There's no there's no
What are
heavyweight
traditions?
thinking.
What are traditional masculine values?
These are things that I keep on having to answer questions for you. Don't you like? That's the same thing as me saying look around.
He doesn't
Do
know.
you know?
You
Do
don't
you
know? You don't know? I'm asking you under your position. What are traditional masculine values? Can you tell me?
What under my viewpoint, what are traditional masculine values? Standing up on your own too, being able to stand up for what you believe in, standing up for women, truly standing up for women, not just saying you do. Like that's I guess that's where I come from with you with the traditional masculine values type thing. You say you stand up for women, you say you stand up for women's rights, you say you're always going to fake different points of view with Trump. Last time you had a conversation with somebody and you were talking about how they had been raped and had situations with Trump. Are these factual? Are you really standing up for women, or are you kind of just playing, wolf in sheep's clothing? That's what it kind of seems like when you have your buddy Dean and you guys go and talk in front of Obama and, you guys.
Obama?
It may not be you. It may be the guy that brought all
Harry?
those followers in. Harry, sissy. Yeah,
I've never
that
met
guy.
Obama. I've never talked to Obama. I've never been around any
Okay, that
presidential
was
candidate like
was that
that.
you or Sisson? You guys act the
That
same.
was Harry. So,
Okay, you
yeah.
guys are almost
So,
AI. Yeah.
no, I'm
Go
not
ahead.
AI.
Okay.
Now you just said that like standing up for women. So would standing up for women be like standing up for their rights to control their bodies? Would it be like not voting for like a rapist, push the coffee? Would it be like, not voting for a misogynist? Things like that, right?
I think that what do you consider? Do you consider grape somebody going on CNN and rubbing on Anderson Cooper's arm and telling him how handsome he looks? You know exactly who I'm talking about with this Eugene
No,
character.
so Haas, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that she got forcefully penetrated against her will.
Says who? Says her?
Says the civil court of 9 people that
Okay,
unanimously
and that was
determined
in
that
the
he
80s,
Can I
right?
finish, please? Can I finish,
Go ahead.
please?
Go ahead.
No, it was actually 1996. You don't know the date because
Not
you
not
haven't
that
looked
it
into the
matters
case.
what time it was.
Haas, can you
If
tell
that
me
actually
one piece of
happened, it'd be
evidence? Can
horrible.
you tell me one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
They said that there was supposedly, men's bodily fluids. Correct? Is that correct?
Not submitted in the case because he never gave up his DNA. So
Okay.
go ahead, give me something that was submitted in the case.
Other than that, no, I can't tell you anything submitted in that
So
case.
Haas, you want
Doesn't
to know what
make
that
me
tells
not
me?
knowledgeable on the fact that
It
people are
does.
wolves in sheep's clothing
So
moving
Haas,
around.
before you pivot,
Yeah.
you don't know anything about the
I'm
civil
not going to
case.
pivot.
So then why are you disputing it and calling her crazy?
Firstly, look at her, dude. Look at her on the news, okay? Look at her when she went on CNN. If you aren't AI, and if you're a human being that has a consciousness and you can understand that people play wolves in sheep's clothing, the whole reason that I had my point of view that you don't have masculine values when it comes to women is because, and trust me, I had a point of view standing on that. It's not the pivoting that you went down on. It's not the rabbit hole that you went down on. It's called, hey, dude, there are people out here that are saying that they are women when they're really men, and you guys are backing it. Don't you think that there are actual biologically born women that feel oppressed
Haas, I just want to let
and
you know
abused by that?
you can't be born a woman because a woman is an adult. I'm just letting you know. 1, 2. Are you Christian?
You know what I mean, dude? Don't go.
Are you
Don't go.
Christian?
Absolutely.
Okay. So God the Father, right, has no biological characteristics, yet you still use his preferred pronouns, and you still call him a father.
I'd say that it's been prescribed. I mean, that's what we all do. It's.
So are you
Are
saying
you
that
Christian?
gender there
Are you Christian?
are you saying gender there is sociological and not biologically based?
To the question. What?
Are you saying that gender there is sociologically based and not biologically based because there's no biological characteristics that exist for God the Father? So what's the relevant difference between a trans
No,
man
no, no. There is
and
biology.
what's
This
the
is
relevant
man.
difference between a trans man who is a father and God the Father? That means one is a father under your worldview, but the other one is not.
There's a man and there's a woman. It's like 1, 2, 3 ABC. Michael Jackson taught us that in the 80s. You know what I mean? It's as simple as the sky is blue when you wake up in the morning. I don't know. That's why
I'm gonna let you know.
AI.
You
It's because
understand?
You don't understand.
You
that.
know. ABC wanted that song came out well before the '80s. Okay. You
The
don't know
Michael
what
Jackson
you're talking
song?
about. Yes. That came out
Okay.
well before the '80s.
Was it not in the 80s?
No.
Okay. Was it the 70s?
I think it was. I think it was even earlier than that. Even.
Was it the 50s?
I don't think it was the '50s. I think it was '60s.
No. It was.
It was
the
either
60s.
'60s or '70s, something like that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Kimberly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Samaya, thank you so much for the
Here to argue with
$15. Thank you so much for
Michael
unapologetically defending women. Thank you so much. Dayton, thank you for the $5. Alejandro, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And
I
again,
just don't think
Alejandro
that
with the
there's a reason
$20.
to be
Thank
scared,
you.
man.
So no, I want you to answer this question. What is the relevant difference between a trans man and God the Father? That means you'll call one a father, but not the other.
Oh my gosh, dude. Are you kidding me? If you see a guy with a hairy chest and you have a daughter, you always go on the point of view of Trump walking. that would be my girl. Like I could have her. She's for. What did he say that you go on? That he was making a simple joke about. What do you say? Come on, Parker.
I have a question. Do you think this is a man?
Come on, brother. Do I think that's a man? I don't know who that is. Who is that?
You don't know if this is a man?
I don't know if they.
You don't know what a man is?
I don't know. I know what a man is. I don't know if
So
that's
is this a man?
woman that's chosen to get hair on their face.
Wait.
'Cause I know
So
how
you
like
don't
to
know?
play tricks, Parker. I know you're a trickster, so you're going to try
You
to
don't
put up
know.
a woman. Come on, buddy.
So you have no clue.
Parker, dude, why can't you laugh, man?
What about him? Is this guy a man?
Listen, bro.
Is this guy a
Besides all
man?
of this, listen. We could. I'll answer your question.
Is this
but
guy a man?
I will answer your question, dude. But I'm
Yes or no?
literally asking you.
Is
why
this guy a
can't you
man?
laugh,
Yes or
bro?
no?
Why can't you just kick down with the guys and just have a laugh? That's why people think you guys are GAY. You know what I mean?
What? How does that make someone GAY?
Because you can't just kick back and have a good time. You always get that
GAY
face
people
right
do
there,
that all the
exactly,
time.
That face.
Oliver, think of the
Like
$10.
you have a girlfriend, bro.
Yeah, so you understand you just associated with like being GAY with not being able to kick it and like have fun, right? What? That made no sense. Okay?
No,
now
I said the fact that you can't-
do you think this is a man?
All right. I think that you're trying to play tricks, man. I think
Is this a man?
I think that you're trying to play tricks.
So you don't know?
I think it could be a man. That beard looks like a man.
So you don't know?
I think the beard looks like a man. I
Yes
think
or
it looks
no?
like
Is
a
it
man.
yes or no? Is this a man?
I'm not gonna say for sure. You're hiding. Show his chest. Show his chest. You're trying to. You're pivoting. You're playing fucking games, bro. That's what you're doing. Yeah,
Is this
it's
a man?
guy. It looks like a guy. It looks like a guy.
Really?
What I'm saying is that psychologically, you guys are twisted because you. That's
Wait,
what
wait,
I
wait,
mean.
so
that you don't stand
I
up for
think it's-
women.
I think
Dude,
it's
have
so
love
funny.
for everybody, bro.
I think it's so funny. I think it's so
Trump's
funny.
awesome.
I think it's so
Trump's a good guy, but
Hold
I
up.
think
Can I
that we can be
finish?
human beings and talk.
Can you be quiet real quick?
No, I won't be quiet, but I'll give you respect to have your floor. Go ahead and talk.
Here's my question. Is this a man?
That looks like a Diddy party, man. A white dress party, man.
Answer my question. I'm gonna kick you out of my stream. Fucking
Hold the
weirdo.
camera up. Hold the camera up.
Do you think this is a man?
Yeah, it looks like a man.
So that's a trans man. I'm just letting you know, right? And the other
Really?
picture I showed you was biologically male. The other picture, and you
Dude,
couldn't
this is
tell
what
whether or
I'm
not that was a
saying,
man.
bro.
I just want to let you know, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You sit there
Parker,
and you
you
make
didn't
all
say
these
like
dumb
this,
little
man.
points. You don't even
You
know what a
didn't say
man
like
is. Okay?
You
You don't know.
didn't
You
say like
couldn't
this,
figure
bro.
out. You couldn't figure out what a man is under your own worldview. I clearly knew they were a man. You
What
didn't.
do you think my worldview is?
Well, your worldview was to come on here and to deny trans people's identities, right? One, and two, to say that you are somehow
How
a
do you figure
traditionally
that I
masculine man.
denied trans people's
You were
identity?
saying that you were a traditionally masculine man, which, by the way, you were defining that in a sociological context. Not only when you first came on the live saying that I'm not traditionally masculine, but also when you said that God the Father,
What
he,
you guys
him,
perform
and a
isn't
father
traditionally masculine. It's true.
is a man, even though has no
Don't get mad.
biological characteristics. So what I showed you is that you contradicted yourself. Is that you have no basis of gender to say it's in every context it's biological, right? Because I showed you in some contexts you use the term in a sociological connotation because the
How so?
term man and the term woman is not univocal, which means there's not one sense of the term we always use. In some contexts we might be referring to it in a biological sense, and in other contexts we might be referring to it in a sociological context. It just depends on the context of the situation. That's how language works. Okay,
So-
and it's completely
so let me get
consistent to
this.
use both a biological connotation of the term man
Is this what you're
and a
saying?
sociological context of the term man.
I'm just
You
trying
just want to
understand.
specifically use language to exclude
Gotcha.
trans people from meeting your definition. That's what you want to do.
So, do you get what
Without
I mean
reason.
by the way you just said that?
What
Do you
about
get
it?
what I mean?
No, I don't get what you mean.
That's the way. That's what you want to do. Did you see
Where's
hear
the
the way
Gen
you
gun?
just said that? Okay, all right, dude. Listen, this is what I'm saying. This is my point right here, and this is it. All right. So the whole
I'm just going to let you know at the end of the day, right? Everything that you consider to be a man or makes you more of a man than me, right, just demonstrates that you think that gender is sociological and shows that you have no reason to not accept trans people given your definitions. Stop, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. So sit up here, contradict
silly,
yourself.
man. That's
Do
silly.
you,
That's
do you
not
think?
true.
Yeah,
That's
so
absolutely not true.
I'll fucking dominate you in any debate, any conversation, right? You have no clue what you're talking about. You get intellectually dog walked, and you came on my live trying to act like I'm not masculine enough.
idea of
Is it
trying to
is it
dominate
masculine?
another
Is it
man
wait?
is-
Let me ask you the question:
is weak.
Is it masculine for me right now to be dunking on you in a debate? Is that masculine, buddy?
No, I
Because
think
you're
it's-
getting
I think
fucking
it's quite
dominated,
weak.
buddy. You're
I think
getting
it's quite
absolutely dominated on the court, bud.
I think it's quite weak because you feel
I don't think it's weak. I don't think it's weak
You're
for me to
moving in your
dominate this
feelings. That's what
conversation
I'm saying.
and to
That's
intellectually dog walk you and walk circles
no,
around
dude,
you, buddy.
No, you're not intellectually doing anything. You're
I
just
am.
blabbering off of the mouth. You're not even allowing.
Dana, thank you for the
Intellectual
$10.
will be
Molly, thank you
allowing
for the
somebody
for the
else to
dollar.
speak.
Alejandro, thank you for the
Intellectual will
$5.
be
Thank you so
able
much.
to have a
Samaya, thank you for the $10 for Cook.
Intellectual would stop acting like you're more interested in Samaya than the debate that we're having right now.
Yeah, Haas,
Intellectual
you're
will be
getting grilled
having
like
an
a steak,
actual
brother.
conversation.
You're getting grilled like a steak. How do you feel, buddy?
Just because you say that, this is what I mean. When you're moving in your feelings, you're not being masculine, buddy.
Well, I'm grilling you
can
like a
move in
steak
your
right now.
feelings and be
I'm
masculine.
grilling you like a
can.
steak
You
right now.
absolutely can.
Daniel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jerry, thank you for the
Absolutely. What
$5. Thank you
said
so
about
much.
me with the whole women thing isn't true. That's not what I'm saying at all. So you misunderstood, obviously. But that's okay.
Really, what is a woman?
A woman is biologically has a vagina.
Okay, so did you know that it is the case that you think that it's totally dependent on vagina? Did you know that there are individuals that have both sex characteristics?
Yes, I know that there's.
Wait, so what is their
Yes.
gender? What is their gender? If they're intersex
thing
and
is
have
that
both
you
sex
guys are trying to
characteristics,
claim
what is their gender?
Before the birth.
Oh, he's cutting out. He's cutting out.
When I speak on Diddy's, how come when I speak on that name,
Oh, there
you
he
guys get
goes.
offended? Like you guys get scared. You don't like to touch it. You don't like to. You don't like to go on that
Trump
topic
said
at all. Why?
Trump said he loves Diddy. Do you want to hear it? Laura, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Sweetie, thank you for the $2.
When did he say it? 1970s? Yeah, yeah. You're gonna pull up something from the 1980s, buddy? Come on, pull it on out.
Wait, but yes or no? Did Trump say that he loves Diddy?
Hey, man. I never heard him say it.
You want to hear it right now?
If you have the clip, go ahead and play it, brother. Oh my God, here we go.
You know, he's a good friend of mine.
Can you stop talking so I can?
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
Shut up, dude.
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
Okay, buddy. You're a joke.
That I love Diddy was definitely not Trump.
It was.
You're a joke.
Now,
Are you sure?
I need you to swipe out of the app.
That I love Diddy.
I need you to swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, then come back. He was saying that legitimately. Like, he was saying that because he thinks that. Trey, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, then come back. There you go. All right, now unmute, buddy. Click your profile picture and unmute.
All right. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
We here? Everybody hear me?
Yeah, Donald Trump said he loves Diddy. Donald Trump said that Epstein's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Okay?
Oh my gosh,
So
dude.
Donald Trump has a history of being around men
Yes.
who have
Oh
been
my
in
God,
positions
dude.
of power, who have used that position
Stop,
of
dude.
power to exploit people.
Stop, man. Come on. You know that's not true. Parker,
You want to see
dude,
him?
Parker, dude, you know what the right side is, man. You know what the truth is, brother. And you keep like trying to feed into these people that you know are like vultures. You know they are. You know when it turns 3 a.m. what happens with these higher ups you talk to. Come on, bro.
What higher ups do I talk to?
We know that you talk to higher ups. Come on, Parker.
What higher ups?
I wish that I could say put it on God that you don't, but you don't even believe in God. That's insane. You see how he
It's not
moves,
insane
dude?
to not believe in God.
Come on, guys. This is why I wanted him to put me on the chat.
Wait,
bro.
wait.
'Cause I could
Has
really pull out some shit with Parker right now.
Put it
Go ahead,
on.
bro.
Put it on God right now that you haven't talked to higher ups.
I'll put it on God.
Did you know that's a sin? Appreciate the ICU. You just sinned,
You
buddy.
don't believe in God.
But you just
know?
sinned. You just
What would
sinned.
you know?
You just
What would you
sinned.
know?
Did you know you just sinned?
What would you know?
You just sinned.
What would you know, bro? You don't even talk to God. Come
Did you
on,
know that you
man.
just sinned, buddy?
You don't even believe in it. Why are you so ecstatic about it?
Well,
see
you
that
do, and I'm just saying that you
within
sinned under your own
That
worldview.
ecstaticness within you is actually Christ. You just are fighting it. Do you know that?
So I don't believe in Christianity because I think it's logically incoherent, and we can go through that. We can
So
talk about it, but
logically is only what you believe in. Logic. Yeah.
yeah, you have to have logic to evaluate what beliefs are good or what beliefs are true and what beliefs
Absolutely,
are not.
absolutely, you do. But is that the only discernment you're using when you move into the realm
That's
of
the only
spirituality?
that's the only discernment I have to use to show that your religion is false. Okay.
Okay, so you're the jester. You're the guy that just wants to prove people wrong.
No, I'm not just trying to prove people wrong. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I wanted for my whole life for Christianity to be true. I cannot logically make sense of the worldview because it's incoherent logically. Right? And this isn't as like I'm not trying to dig at anyone. I'm just telling you that I disagree with you as it relates to religion and that I think it doesn't make sense logically speaking. And we can have that conversation about it and you can say, oh, I think it's logically coherent. And I'll say, I think it's logically incoherent. I'll give my argument. You give your argument. I'm not trying to come after you for wanting to be religious. I'm just simply demonstrating that you shouldn't use it as the basis of your position for why you want people to be treated this way versus another way because it's not a good foundation, right? Like, do you think that,
When did I
are
say
you
that I
pro-life?
wanted somebody to be treated a certain way?
Are you
Because
pro-life?
when
Are you
did I say
pro-life?
that? No, because you just made a statement, dude. When did I say that? Come on, bro.
Well,
when did I say that?
Okay, let me clarify. I'm assuming
right,
I'm assuming your position because you're going to say you're pro-life here in a second, and I'm going to ask you why are you pro-life, and you're going to tell me because people were created in the image of God. Okay, so again, when you tell me that, I can then say, okay, why do you think abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, but not blasphemy?
I think that.
Should blasphemy be illegal?
Dude, I think that laws should be put in place to keep people from doing bad things. I think that killing children is bad things. Do you not think?
But what? Why do you think?
Do you not think that killing children's bad, dude?
No, I do. Obviously, I think
You know
that
that's the argument we always come back at you guys with. Come on. Do you not think?
Has. So I don't
think
think,
it's bad or not,
I don't think a zygote is a child. Okay. Char, thank you for the 6-month subscription. Thank you so much. I don't
Because
think
you
a
don't
single
think
cell
that-
organism is a child.
What is it?
What is it? It's a single cell organism.
The clump of cells, right? As you guys
It's not
say?
even a clump of cells. It's a single cell.
Well, I was just using a term that you guys usually use when you're at your protesting in front of the satanic temples and stuff like that. You know?
Satanic temple. You think I'm satanic? Why would I be satanic if I don't
I
believe
think
in
you
religion?
are.
That makes no fucking sense.
I'm not a hater of you, dude, and if you're not, then I fully apologize for. I'm not going to apologize for my thoughts. but
So
I feel-
if you're an atheist and you like do the satanic shit, that's as a troll. I hope you know that they're trolling you. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm talking about full on. Let me ask you this out of respect, though. Like, do you have a problem with that word, the D word that I used earlier on the chat?
Demon.
Diddy.
I don't have an issue with the word. I just don't see why it was relevant in the scenario you brought it up.
Because I feel like, dude, that I feel like you're plugged, bro. Like, I feel like certain words I know TikTok has their algorithms and whatnot, but like,
Arlen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
are you cool, dude? Or are you actually too cool for school? Like, like, how old are you? How old are you, bro?
I'm 22.
Got you. So, is this a gimmick? Are you having people?
Is what a gimmick.
Obviously, you know your shit. Obviously, you know your logistics. Obviously, you did this. Obviously, you did that. Obviously, you talk to people. Obviously. What I'm asking you, bro, is are you on some bullshit with the government or are you actually like just a good dude? Like just trying to...
Okay.
Do you
so-
actually believe what you're saying is what I'm
yes,
asking?
I do believe what I'm saying.
Why?
Listen.
How?
I'll explain. I'll literally go through
You've
all
said
this.
before, let me just say this before you go
let me,
on your
let me,
rant.
let me,
You said
no,
you were
let
a
me-
Trump supporter before. So
I used
what?
to be, yes.
So what? So what happened?
I studied economics, right? I learned different perspectives. I heard things that Trump did that I can't defend.
Like what?
Right? He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He tried to coup the country. He tried to
Bro.
restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He denies climate change, saying
He didn't
science just
call
doesn't
for
know it
that,
yet,
man.
that the climate is going to start cooling.
He
He's
didn't call
actively
for
fucking
Muslim ban
delusional.
out of the country. He did
You
not
want to
do
hear
that.
it? You want to hear it? Alicia, I appreciate the $5. You want to hear it?
I've heard it. Okay.
So he did. So he did call for it.
You're 22, bro. Like when I was 22, I was exposing the shit just like you were. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. What are you talking about? Like,
can I,
Trump did not
so can
say
I make
that.
my
He
can I
said
make my
certain
point here?
people-
Because
he
you
said
think I'm
certain-
like.
Go
So
ahead.
you think I'm paid by the? No, he said a complete and total shutdown of Muslims. Okay, so I will play the video. Do you want me to play the video?
No, go ahead. What were you about to say?
So you
Play
think
the video,
that?
but yeah.
Yeah, I will. So here, I'll just play here.
Dude, you're smarmy as fuck sometimes, bro.
We have to look at mosques. We have to know about it. California, probably for months they knew I was the
Are you going to play a segment or are you going to play the actual clip? Because you guys lied about people on both sides that were good. You guys lied about that. Can you admit that you lied about that at least?
I didn't lie about anything.
Good people on both sides.
Oh my god, you're just gonna make it. Okay, I will address these points, but stop shotgunning things so that I have to fucking address a million things at one point.
Bro, you do this all day,
Fucking Christ.
dog.
No, I'm not. I'm currently proving
You
to you.
do that on the other side to other
Has.
people all
If you don't
day.
shut up, I'm going to mute you. Be quiet. I'm trying to be respectful to you, but you're not
Nah,
letting me
you're
fucking engage in this conversation. Be quiet.
Come on, dog. Keep it respectful.
I am. Be quiet. You're not being respectful.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown
that's it.
of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so he did say that. Now let me address the thing that you said earlier. You think I'm fucking paid by the government, okay? I have never worked with the fucking government, right? I've never gotten paid by the government. That's a fucking ridiculous claim to make. I'm a random kid that grew up in Iowa, right? I live in Los Angeles now because my parents moved out here when I was 14 years old, right?
Okay.
And
Okay.
I did this on the internet. I did TikTok in front of 5 to 10 people for fucking literally like over a year, like had no one in the live, and it randomly blew up. Okay, I'm some random fucking person that randomly blew up on the internet. That's just how it works. Okay.
God, I don't believe you.
Okay, you don't believe me? I don't
If you-
care.
If you get mad over that, dude, you know.
I don't care. I
You
just
don't
think
care?
you're
That's good.
Has
Respect.
I don't care. I just think you're delusional, and I think it harms this country for you to believe fucking random conspiracy theories like that. Okay.
Like what? What conspiracy
Like
theory?
that I'm fucking paid by like the DNC or the
Why are
government.
you so offended by it? I think that if it's not government operated, it's just NGO. Like it's an NGO. It's something. You're part of something.
I'm not the only
So
money
why
I've
are
ever.
You, Harry, fucking Dean. Why are you guys all connected? Why are you guys all in the thing? Why are you guys all doing the thing? Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Can I tell
We're
you
not
why?
Stupid, bro. We're not stupid.
Dean
Don't
did
call us
lives.
Stupid.
I'll tell
Like,
you how.
come on.
I'll tell you how we met. Dean did lives, right?
Got you.
I
Gotcha.
saw him doing lives.
Really?
We became friends out of him doing lives. I never met him before. I never knew him before. We met over the lives. Harry, I've been seeing him making videos on this app, and we started doing stuff together because I told him to do lives because he was just doing videos. I was on a FaceTime call with him. I told him to start doing lives because I thought it would be beneficial for him. So that's why we have this community now, is because I told Harry to start doing lives, and Dean I met through the context of lives.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
So you don't work for anybody. You just do TikTok.
No. The only money I've ever made has been through the context of TikTok. People pay me through TikTok. They send me gifts on TikTok. The
Bro,
subscribers in the top
Kamala
right.
Harris pays people through TikTok, bro.
Stop talking. So I've also got I have
see?
my Venmo and my
Love
Cash
that.
App and my PayPal and my bio. People send me donations and gifts through that. That's the only money I've made. And I'm also on the creator fund for TikTok. I just recently started making money off of videos. I don't post many videos though, so I don't make like a bunch of money off of that. But like the point I'm making, Beth, I appreciate the subscription, is I'm some random person that grew a platform, right? I like debating. Before I did this, before I even did lives, right? I literally would go on Omegle and debate random people under the tags of Trump, Biden, and I would debate people about it on Omegle, okay? right? Just
True.
literally random people for hours because I genuinely love doing this. Okay, I do this every single day, not because I thought I was going to get a paycheck from this, but because I genuinely love doing this and it's my fucking hobby. Okay.
You realize the way you just said that, you kind of put on that you do work for somebody.
Oh my god.
Not
Jesus
because I
Christ.
thought that I was going to get a paycheck for this. Dude, come on, bro. Like, just stop, bro.
Lay,
Just-
thank you so much for the government pay. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Gina with the $5 and Alejandra, thank you for the $5.
All right,
Thank you
bro.
so much. Okay, so I think you're just using this to like troll at this point. Like I don't think you
I'm
actually
really
believe
not
that.
trolling you, dude.
As I don't understand why you believe that. The reason why I get annoyed when people say things like this is because it genuinely takes away from the rest of the conversations because you're so conspiracy brain rotted. Right? The reason why I do these lives is because people are so conspiracy brain rotted that
conspiracy.
it undermines the integrity of this country. It undermines our ability to become a better nation because we fucking believe in conspiracy theories. Okay? You understand if you
not
go to a
believe
different country, they don't have conspiracy as prevalent as we do here in the United States?
You don't believe Kamala Harris is part of a cult?
Kamala. No, I don't. I believe you're a part of a cult because you fucking follow Trump no matter what evidence indicates that he's wrong. You follow Trump no matter what, and you believe in random conspiracy theories like I'm fucking paid by the government and the DNC.
What do I follow of Trump that I believe is that what
LA,
part?
thank you for the
Because
$5. Thank you
it's
so much.
not been proven that
Logan, thank you for the
Eugene
$10 from the
Carroll-
DNC. Thank you so much. Well, dude,
Not
you
been proven
haven't
that
even looked
Eugene
at the
Carroll is
Has,
anything's going on with her.
Has. You haven't even looked at the case yet. You believe it's wrong. Okay, so that's what tells me you're in a cult. Is you believe it's wrong without even looking in the case.
That's not true, man. I just don't know every single detail.
He believes
admitted that-
aliens control the whole fucking world. Okay, don't even get me started on why do you think he's a conspiracy nut?
Why do you think he believes aliens runs the world?
Because he's fucking delusional.
So that's your opinion that he believes aliens runs the world?
Hass, are you driving?
No. My sister is.
Okay, tell her to say hi.
Nah, she doesn't want to talk to you, bro.
Yeah. All right, later, buddy. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio. If you want to support the DNC funded live, everyone, for sure, 100% DNC funded. Make sure to support me through Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. Push the hand out because you guys are the DNC. All right. The people in chat are the DNC. They're the government, right? I should have asked him, is your sister related to you? I should have asked that. Fuck, dude. Ruthie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Donald, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. That's super unfortunate.
What's up, Parker? Hello? Can
Or
you
not
hear me?
sister, girlfriend. Sorry, I apologize, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24 and a half.
Are you voting Trump?
I am 100%. There's no doubt about it.
Why so?
Well, you know what? I was listening to your conversation with the other guy. I want to try to kind of fill in the blanks for him. With regards to the Eugene Carroll case, you said that Donald Trump didn't offer his
Operation, just to clarify,
semen?
what was her name?
Eugene Carroll.
There you go. So you don't know
Whatever it
anything about
is.
the case. Eugene,
Okay.
are you trolling,
Oh, Lord.
dude? Eugene Carroll.
Bro, are we really going to go this route? Okay,
Yeah,
I made a
if you
mistake.
tell me-
I
if you-
pronounced her
if-
name wrong.
No, if
Please
you say
educate me.
Eugene Carroll, it tells me you don't
Educate
know
me.
anything about the case.
Because I don't know her name, and I don't know how to pronounce her name. Is that what you're saying?
It's not that you don't know how to pronounce her name. It's that you thought her
Okay.
name was Eugene.
Okay, what's her name?
Eugene.
Eugene. Okay, was I that off?
Yes.
In all honesty, really?
Marty,
Okay.
think of the $5.
Okay.
Ruthie, think of the $5 as well.
I was off. Okay, so let's see how much I know about the case, okay? You ready? Go. All right. You said that Trump never offered his semen. Is that correct?
I said Trump never offered his DNA. Right? There was DNA. There was
okay.
unidentified male DNA on
Right.
the dress. Trump
I
never
agree,
gave
yeah.
up his DNA within the multiple years allotted. He did
Okay.
so well after it was allotted or allowed, which the judge indicated it was disingenuous. He knew wasn't going to get accepted and was
Right.
completely bad faith.
Okay, so hear me out. Now, first of all, two things. the reason why he didn't give it up the first time is because he was trying to get down to the nitty gritty of how to go about doing it. So when you it's such a high profile case like that, you want to make sure that the attorney's talking through about how to go about submitting it, to what facility to submit it to. So there's a lot of ins and outs that go along with this, right? That both sides have to agree on. They didn't agree on it. Number two, hold on.
How
Number
many
two.
years did he have?
Give me a second. Hold on. It was
No,
still
how many
within
years did he have?
It doesn't matter. It was still while the case was going on. That's the
Operation.
important
How
part.
many years did he have?
I know it was during the time the case was going on. I don't care how many years it was. It was while the case happened. Hold on. Let me talk.
So you're telling me within 2
Parker.
to 3 years you couldn't figure it out? Yeah,
Parker,
that's a fucking
hold on
joke.
1 second. Let me ask you this. Even if hypothetically, let's say you're right. Let's say it was 2 to 3 years, right? Hypothetically. What guilty person in their right mind would even submit their DNA? In all honesty, in your right mind, even if it was 20 years later, what person in their right mind, if they are guilty, would submit their DNA? Please explain that to me. What's your mindset behind that?
Exactly.
Thank you. All right, fair enough. So I won that one. Okay. Next
No,
one.
no. Clarify.
What happened?
You said it wrong. You said it wrong. If someone is guilty, there'd be no reason for them to give up their DNA because it is the case that it would incriminate them. So you kind of proved my point without realizing it, genius.
What?
Marty,
What are
thank
you
you so much
talking
for the
about?
$20. Thank you so much,
Dude,
Marty.
stop,
And Marty again, thank you
bro.
for the $5.
If he was guilty, why would he submit his? If he's trying to prove his innocence, what is he going to do? He's going to submit his DNA. If he was guilty, hypothetically, let's say if he's guilty, would he submit his DNA?
No.
If I committed murder, okay, and there's blood in the crime scene, right? And they ask me for my blood, for my DNA, to test my DNA. Am I going to give it up? Hell no, I'm not going to give it up voluntarily. Did he give it up
Jameson, thank you for the
voluntarily?
$10. Rebecca, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much.
Parker, did he give it up voluntarily?
So again, to clarify, no, he didn't. He didn't give it up within the time allotted.
Did he give it up voluntarily?
He did not give it up.
He didn't. What? Wait, he didn't. What did he? He said he wanted to give it up, didn't he?
Marty, think of the $5. No, he didn't give it up. And
He
Jameson, think
wanted
of
to
the
give it up.
$10.
He said, "Okay, I'm going to give it up," and the judge declined it. He's like, "Nope."
Operation, why was that?
It doesn't matter why it was. What
Yes,
I'm
it
trying
does.
to tell you is somebody that's guilty. If
Yes,
you
it
think
was.
there's somebody,
So
if somebody
listen,
is guilty, they
Operation,
wouldn't offer
I
it.
already explained this to you. I'll explain it again.
Okay,
He
go ahead.
knew that it wasn't going to get accepted. The judge literally said he knew it wasn't going to get accepted and that it was bad faith on his behalf. The reason why it is the case that he didn't give up his DNA is because it would have incriminated him. That's the you're right. That's the only reason he would have done that. Push the sunglasses. Okay.
Wait,
Now, again, if he was innocent, he would have given up his DNA, right, within the first ability he could have, because it would have exonerated him. So what
Again,
you did
the
is you just
reason why
proved me right.
Wait, I'm so confused right now. See, he didn't give it up in the beginning because they were trying to. Both sides were trying to agree how the process was going to go. Okay, remember this is the.
That's not true. Give me a source.
This is the. What is this? Is it's not true about what?
That the reason why he didn't give it up is because they were like trying to set up the process. That's a
Oh,
lie.
okay, I'll give
you
you a
just
source.
made
Hold
that
on.
up.
All right, no worries. Hey, bro. Hey, you're right. You need sources. I got you sources.
Lucy. Yeah, so you have to
Hold
show me
on.
that in the over 2 years that he didn't give
Absolutely.
it up, right? Because it is the case that they didn't set like agreements to do it, right? Because
it.
of the other side.
So before I give you the source, okay, and this is what I like to ask everyone when I debate them. What do you consider credible sources? Because I would like to get that up front so you can't say, oh, that's not a credible source. So please give me a list of credible sources.
Non-partisan sources like AP
Give me-
News,
Okay.
PBS, NPR, Reuters,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. How about CNN?
I mean, if you give me CNN, I'll look at it.
Wait, if I give you CNN, will you agree though? You can't say I'll look at it. Will you agree?
If it demonstrates your point, yeah.
Cool.
What's the title?
Hold on, wait, I'm pulling it up right now. Hold on.
Okay. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. Tessa, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. For check his bio. Typical debate request. Get on. Own liberals. Get muted or kicked. You're funny.
It's the truth. Let me tell you.
No, the only reason you get muted or kicked on my stream is because you were like saying slurs, because you were, over talking, not engaging productively, things like that.
Okay. Actually, I was on live about a couple months ago with what's his name, Harry, and I was on it for like an hour and a half, and probably I'm not exaggerating, the first person to never ever mute me or kick me. And I gave him, what's it called? Ask him. I gave him, what do you call it? A dinosaur at the end, 1,000 coin or whatever you call it, 1,000 coin dinosaur.
I just
But
want to
hold
let
on
you
one
know
sec.
then that means that you went on to a live, you didn't own a liberal, and you didn't get muted or kicked. I just want to clarify that.
Well,
What,
yeah, and I just
can you
said
tell
that's the
me?
only
Can you tell me
one. That's
what?
the only one.
Wait, what
Yeah,
other liberals
absolutely.
have you gone on their lives?
Oh God, everyone.
Name one.
From Zeus to Adam to what's her name? Running
Becky, I paid for the
Jess
subscription.
to Running Jess to
They were on the same
let's see.
live.
No, different lives, man.
Wait, Jess and Adam are almost always on the same live.
Well, they no, almost always, right? But not always, correct?
Sure, I'm not saying always, but
Cool.
it's very unlikely
Ask
for them to.
I wouldn't lie to you. I
It's
have
very
all my
unlikely
screen
for
recordings.
Jess to run her own live. And
Actually, she wasn't. I could tell you exactly where she was. She was in a parking lot, and she was getting no reception, and she had to get out of the parking lot. Yeah, so yeah, she was definitely by herself. But yeah, hold on. Now you got me sidetracked. Give me one. I'm pulling it up for you right
everyone also
now.
keep tapping that screen. Try to get to 4 million likes. Keep going. Keep going. Give it a second, everyone.
Okay, here we go. Here's
First to gold medal. What's the title?
Okay, you ready? Okay. Actually, I got. What do you think about NBC? Would that be a good one? I didn't find the CNN, but I got NBC.
Okay, what's the title?
All right. The title is Trump's DNA will not be used in suit by writer who accused him of grape. Judge rules. So go on there.
Alex, thank you for the $2 for drink some water. Keep your flutes up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And where does it say it?
So you'll go down to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph. It says further, the request is highly prejudicial given chain of custody concerns and violates defendant's privacy rights, which are especially sensitive given that he is a former president. Trump lawyer Alina Habba contended last year. So
that's not them not being able to accept conditions. That's them just saying that it goes against their privacy rights to be forced.
I know, but it's a chain of custody.
So
That's
there's
conditions.
requests.
Chain of custody is conditions.
I just want to clarify: requests for your DNA don't go against your privacy rights because they didn't force you. That's not only is that an incoherent argument, that doesn't prove your point.
Okay, hold on. Skip that part. Go to the first one. Request is highly prejudicial given chain of custody concerns. Forget about anything else. Highly prejudicial given chain of custody concerns. So that's what they were worried about. The chain of custody concerns. They want to make sure that the DNA was being submitted to the right lab. It wasn't going to go into somebody else's hand. Again, this is not a normal case. It's against a former president. Believe me, you have to get down to the nitty gritty.
Can you tell me what is the issue with how it would go through the civil court?
Right.
Like what was the chain of custody that would be an issue? Because all of that would be public information.
Okay, fair enough. So when you have here, and that's a good question. Okay, so and I'll tell you why it's an issue, right? First of all, it's a former president. Okay. Second of all, the former president, right? And you have to agree with me on this one. During the 4 years in office, he ran into how many hoaxes came against this guy? I'll give you an example. Russian hoax. Did they conclude that the Russian?
So this is what here. Let me read this. Let me read this.
Parker.
No, you're lying. You're just lying. Listen to this.
Okay, go ahead.
This is literally the 2 paragraphs below. Okay. It says there is the quote unquote there is no justification for such a deal. Kaplan wrote, noting that Carroll had turned over the DNA report more than 3 years ago. If Trump's attorneys wanted information from the appendix that was not included in the but also he said that that they're not entitled to a DNA sample from Trump, legally speaking, because of it being in a civil court. And
go ahead.
Okay. So you understand that they demonstrated specifically that Donald Trump had the ability to give up his DNA. Elisa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And yet did not do that purposefully.
I'm not debating that. I'm not debating that. He didn't. I'm not debating that at all. I know he denied his DNA at first. But the reason he denied it, okay, and this is coming from his side. You can't take it from the media. You can't take it from the defense. You can only take it from his side, right, is because they wanted to make sure that the chain of custody was in place. That's why when they actually came,
That was a
down to
lie.
the-
That's what the judge indicated. The judge said that
How
that
would
was
the judge-
bad faith on their side. I just read that.
Wait, what was in bad faith?
I just told you that him not trying to follow through with the effort from Carol was literally again. I just read it as it relates to this. If Trump's attorneys wanted information from the appendix that was not included in the report, they should have done that long before now. The effort comes too late.
What do you mean if Trump's attorney wanted information from the appendix? How does that have anything to do with the chain of custody
Because that was what they were questioning. You bringing up the chain of custody, that was a whole separate thing that they brought up that was irrelevant to the point of whether or not they were going to give up the DNA in court. So this tells me, one, you haven't read into this at all, right? And two, it tells me that specifically that as it relates to this, Donald Trump had plenty of opportunities to give up his DNA, but chose not to, and chose to impede the process of giving up his DNA. Because again, like you said, why would someone guilty give up their DNA? Stop. Thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much.
Parker,
I appreciate it.
With that mindset, right? He said, "I'm going to agree or disagree, yes or no." Whether it was within the time frame or not, forget about that part, right? If he said, agree or disagree, did he say, okay, now I'm willing to give up my DNA? Yes or no?
So wait, say that again.
Yes or no, and then forget about the time frame. Just a general yes or no question with regards to this. Did Donald Trump say, I am willing now to give up my DNA? Forget about the time frame, but did he offer that at any point, whether it was even after the court case, before the court case, during the court, doesn't matter.
I already addressed this. He gave
Answer
up
that.
he gave up his DNA after the ability in which it would never be able to be accepted. And Kaplan knew this and said that Donald Trump was being bad faith. I already addressed this. The time frame is very relevant. 3 years to give up his DNA. Okay? He didn't do it. You want to know why he didn't do it? Because it would have incriminated him. The judge gave him plenty of time. Multiple years, almost 3 years.
Okay. Okay, so why didn't the judge say, okay, yeah, you know what? Let's take your DNA.
Push the hand
If
up
it's
because
on,
because
and
you
I'll tell
can't
you what.
force. You can't force.
No,
It's a
but he
civil
offered
court.
it. He offered it. So why didn't he say, okay, you know what? Because he could have accepted it, right? Hold on. He could have accepted it, correct?
No, not at that point. They know
The
that they
judge
would.
could have ruled, okay, take it.
Operation. At that point, they indicated they wouldn't accept it. Push the good night. So he specifically did that purposefully, knowing that they wouldn't accept it. Like, for example, let me give you an example. If a teacher tells you this is the due date, if you give it to me after, I will not accept it, and you give it to them after the due date, are you really going to expect that person wanted to turn in the assignment? No.
It's up to you understand it's up to the judge, though, right? Unless it's
Oh
against
my
the
God!
law.
Wait, can you
Hold on.
can you address what I just said?
Parker,
Address what
for
I
a
just
second.
address
I mean,
address
am.
directly with what I just said.
But your analogy is not similar, and I'll tell you why. Hear me out for 1 second. Hold on. Your analogy isn't similar because first of all, we're in court, right? So the judge he could say anything he wants as long as it's within the guidelines of the law, right? So he could say, okay, you know what? It wasn't within the time frame that we asked you to, but go ahead. I agree. Let's take your DNA as long as it's not against the law. So why didn't he say, okay, let's take your DNA?
So
I don't
you
understand
say
why.
he can choose to do whatever he wants. Give me a single source that says that.
Dude, you got to stop with these sources. You know it's common sense, though.
No,
The judge
provide
can
me
say whatever he
provide me
wants.
this provide me the source.
Provide me
the
where he can't
source
say-
that
he can't
after
do
the
that.
allotted time they can do that. Give me the source.
After what a lot of time? Give me what are you referring? You're saying a lot of time.
Hey,
What-
you understand?
what a lot of time
we
are you
just
referring to?
read that. We just read this from your source.
I know,
right?
listen,
They gave them
I get-
almost 3 years to give up the DNA, and he decided to impede the processes of giving up the DNA until after he knew it wouldn't be accepted. Okay, so I don't know why you're making this point. This is not a good point for you to make at all. Like, you sound really
Hold on.
ridiculous right now.
Okay, I mean, I bet I am. Okay,
Fully
well,
appreciate the subscription.
Let me look. I'll talking in a group, and they have a picture of them talking in a group. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you.
Okay, so and that's the only picture that exists of them two, correct?
Yeah, at least to my knowledge.
How old is that? How old is that picture?
Late 80s.
Okay, let's talk about this now, right? Late 80s. So we're talking about literally 40 years ago. Hear me out for 1 second, Parker. He was a celebrity back then, correct?
Depending on how you define celebrity, but sure.
He was known back then, correct?
Okay.
So celebrities, let's say any celebrity, Jennifer Lopez, whoever you want to call, right? They take pictures with their fans. Do you honestly think that they remember who they take pictures of, one, or everybody that they take pictures with? In all honesty, be honest, Parker.
Operation.
Do you honestly think that, bro?
Operation, I'm clarifying. I just told you this and you didn't listen, right? Okay. It is not just someone that they went up to and took a picture with, right? I've done that before. People have come up and wanted to take pictures with me. I know what you're referencing. I don't remember every single person's face, right? But people I engage in conversation with, right? People that I was talking in a group with, right? That means I met them.
No, listen. You're not. I thought this is satire. Wait, you really think that anybody who talks in a group, they know each other? In all honesty, when you go to a wedding and you're trying to make friends and talking, whatever it is, right?
Yeah, when they're in the same social circles, yes. They were in the same social circles.
Prove to me they're in the same social circle.
So I know her niece, okay? Her niece, right, indicated to me that they were in the same social circles. Okay, so
Give me the source.
Her niece.
All right, give me her source.
Amber, right? I know Amber.
Okay, bring her on.
I don't have her ability to get her on right now.
Okay, so you understand that we can't believe you because that's hearsay at this point, right?
Come on, she's been on my live on plenty of occasions. Operation, listen. Can you please listen?
Okay, hear me out.
Operation, be quiet or be quiet.
All right, go ahead. Okay, are you going to kick me? Okay, got you, go ahead.
So she's been on my live on plenty of occasions. There are people in my chat that know who she is. Okay, she's been on my live. She said it on my live on plenty of occasions. If you've heard her say it on my live, type 1 in the comments section.
Bro,
she's been on my live countless times.
Do you really think that people are going to really, like, even if they weren't on your live, they're going to put 1, bro? Let's be real.
No,
Come on, man.
Dude, been on my... Dude, people who come on my live, they've been on my live plenty of times. I've had Amber on my live.
And what
Amber's been on here a lot.
What did she say exactly?
That they were in the same social circles.
So what social circle is that? Can you name me one other person within that circle?
Like in Manhattan. Wait, I'm not the person that is able to mention every single person in that social circle. I'm telling you information I have from her niece. Okay? I don't know everyone in that social circle. Come on, that's a ridiculous claim to make.
I mean, but this is the thing. It's a ridiculous claim to make that because they have there's a picture of them engaging in a conversation that he knows her, and because he knows her, that he essayed her. Like, dude, that's crazy, bro.
No, wait, that's
Parker,
not what I said.
Man.
Wait, that's not what I said. But you got to listen to me. Hey, listen to me, because you're not being fair here at all, right? You're not being fair. This is ridiculous for you to say this. I did not make that argument. What I said is that he lied. He lied in multiple occasions. He said they never met. They clearly met. They were in the same social circles. Not only that, but it is the case that he said that he would have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. Now, say he doesn't remember. Let's say he doesn't remember, right, that they met or whatnot. He still lied about the fact that he wouldn't have abused her because she's quote unquote not his type.
Okay, so hear me out now. Let me ask you this.
So why is he lying about that? Can you tell me why?
In the picture you just showed me, is he talking to her?
Yes.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. You look at the picture.
No, he's not. No, he's not. She's looking at him. He's looking at the other guy. I'm looking at her right now. So
you understand they're talking in a group, right? He's not looking. He's not looking at her either. He's not looking at her either, but yet they're still in the same group, literally in a circle. You're such a fucking joke.
How do you know
You're
they're
such
all
a fucking
talking,
joke.
though? How do you know they're all talking? In all honesty, how do you know they're all talking?
They're in a circle talking to each other.
How do you know that? I don't see anybody, their mouths aren't moving. They're just smiling. How do you know that?
Are you going to see someone's mouth moving in a fucking picture? Are you trolling? Are you literally Operation?
How do you know they're
Operation.
talking?
This is why you get muted and kicked off of other people's streams, because you are fucking disingenuous. You are super I've been having productive dialogues all fucking day. You are disingenuous. You are fucking insane, okay? It's because you're disingenuous as fuck. Be quiet. I've been patient with people all day. You are fucking annoying as fuck. You are annoying as fuck because you are disingenuous purposefully. You are not acknowledging what I said. Even if you were to assume they weren't talking there or they weren't even fucking communicating there, it is the case that he lied. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. Why won't you address that point? Why won't you talk about that?
What point? So let's move on to that point. No problem. What point? Say it again. Just say it.
Oh my God. Holy fuck. I've said it 7 times.
I know, but you were yelling throughout the whole time, bro.
This is why.
No. You were yelling.
Oh my fucking God.
I'm happy to have I'm not even yelling, bro.
Operation. You want to know why? Because you're disingenuous. I've been talking to people calm all day. The reason why I'm talking this with you is because you're deaf and you're disingenuous. That's why. So don't sit here and act like it's me. It's literally fucking you. I talk to people all the time, every single day. And I talk to them patiently. I talk to them calmly. The entire live, I've been doing that. People on this live know that I've been doing that the whole fucking live. You are a disingenuous POS, okay?
But
That's
you
why
were
I'm
just yelling
talking
at
to you
the
this
guy
way.
before me,
Okay, so
though.
let
You
me
were yelling
explain.
at
Be
him.
quiet. No, I wasn't.
Go ahead.
So listen. So again, as it relates to this, Donald Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want me to
So-
tell you what that means? It either
Yeah, please.
means that she's quote unquote not his type, and is also his ex-wife was not his type, yet he still got with his ex-wife, so indicating he still would have sexually abused Eugene Carroll. Or it is the case that she is his type and he was lying about that, right, to say that he wouldn't have sexually abused her. So why is he lying about that? Trisha, appreciate the $5.
Listen, Parker, I lost you. Just sit a little bit slower, man. I'm a little bit slow, okay? I'm admitting
This is
to you, I'm
why
a
you
little
get
bit
muted
slow.
and
Relax.
kicked from the live.
I
This
know,
is why.
but
I've said it 7
hold on.
times. I've
I know,
actually
but
said it 7 times.
I know, but listen to me. Hold on 1 second. Just repeat it one more time. I promise. Just one more time. I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm being that
Yeah,
serious.
if you
I
don't
wanna
get it
have
this time, I'm
serious-
actually kicking you from my stream because this
Okay,
is insane.
okay. Okay, cool.
Okay, so Donald Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, which means that either she is his type and he was lying about that to indicate that he wouldn't have sexually abused her, or she isn't his type and his ex-wife also isn't his type, yet he still got with his ex-wife, indicating that he still would have sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
Okay, so either or. Could they be true? Either or.
What does that mean?
So for example, you said that
Either way, it indicates that he would have sexually abused her. That's what I was telling you.
So you think based on what you just said, either way, that alone proves that he sexually abused her? In all honesty,
I think it indicates that because he's lying. It
Indicates it,
increases
right?
the probability, absolutely. So it's
Okay, so
evidence.
I
So
can
are
tell
you
you that
going
in-
to are you going to respond to it, or are you just going to be like not respond to it?
Well, no, I'll respond to it. I'm going to tell you that I disagree with you. I mean, I don't know if you like that answer or not, but I disagree with you. I think that him saying that he's not or she's not his type, and he ends up referencing his ex-girlfriend and like confusing them. It was a simple your ex-wife. Yeah, it was a simple mistake. I don't know. It was maybe a misunderstanding or whatnot. It's one of those fucking word salads or whatever you want to call it. I don't think that should be looked into that deeply. You know what I mean? I don't think that's that crazy of an evidence. But again, we are in civil court where the burden of proof is a lot lower than criminal court. But yeah, I mean,
You see how he's not responding to the point?
I
He's
mean,
just
it's not
saying
even about
he's just
responding.
saying I don't think it indicates. You're not responding to the point. Why did he lie?
I'm not Donald Trump. I have no idea why he lied.
I guarantee if Eugene Carroll was caught lying in a particular scenario,
And
you'd
I don't
write it
think
off.
No, it's not that. Okay, so Parker, and I think you care about women, right? I know you were talking to the previous guest about women, right? And women's rights, yes or no?
I do, but why are you not acknowledging what I'm saying? I want you to talk about this before we move on. Push the duck.
Okay, talk about what? I mean, about the. Okay, so if I told you, I think it was a simple mistake.
This is why you get kicked off the stream. Simple mistake. Simple mistake. Are you fucking trolling me? Saying that you
No,
wouldn't
are
have
you
sexually
serious?
abused someone because they're quote unquote not your type
No,
is not a
about the
mistake.
About the confusion. not
How does
about-
he?
stop
So listen. So
turning
let's
it.
clarify. Yeah, say it's a mistake. That means she looks similar enough to his ex-wife that he's going to mistake the two. Do you see that? Do you realize that? Do you realize that it then demonstrates you're wrong, buddy? Because it is the case that either if she looks the same as his ex-wife, right, and that he would have easily mistaken the two, well, then it is the case that she either is his type and he was lying about it, or his ex-wife wasn't his type, and it is the case that he still got with her. So that indicates that he still would have sexually abused Eugene Carroll even if she wasn't his type, apparently.
So your whole point is because he originally said that she wasn't his type, right? That because of what you just said, that now she might be his type, then that's evidence enough to say that he essayed her.
Wow,
right?
dude, this guy's either dumb or
is
he's
that what
like
you're saying?
purposefully being a POS.
Is that what
Virtually
you're
Jane,
saying,
the
though?
Galaxy. No, listen, I'm going to say this for the millionth time.
I already know what you said. I'm asking you.
Let me clarify. No, because you said it incorrectly. Okay? That's why I have to say it again for the millionth time. If I have to do this one more time, you are not only either dumb, right, or you're being disingenuous, but it's not worth even having a conversation with you. Okay? So let me go. Let me explain. So again, he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused Eugene Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her, E. Jean Carroll, with his ex-wife, indicating that they look similar enough that he's going to mistake the two. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. He got with his ex-wife, right? So
Got it.
either
So-
either his ex-wife is his type and he got with her, or she's not his type and he still got with her.
Exactly
Okay?
what it is.
Makes
you're
sense,
right.
right?
So makes sense. Yeah, so
oh, okay. Let me keep
hear me
going.
out. So his ex-wife was not his type, and he still got with her.
Yes, so
Just like a
indicating
lot of
that
people are there
indicating that he would have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll even if she's quote unquote not his type.
Okay, but
so why
just
did he
because-
lie about that? Why did he say that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type? Because it is the case that he still got with people that are quote unquote not his type.
But that solely alone, what you just said, is not nowhere. You know what I mean? Like it's not convincing. That's just one.
No, I'm
little
asking you
small
why.
fact.
Why is he lying? Why is he lying?
He was with his ex-wife because he liked her personality. He liked the inside and really didn't care about the outside. Does that make sense? That's why he was with his ex-wife.
But the point I'm making is that he still would have got someone with who's quote unquote not his type. Push the train.
Yes,
One,
he
I
could've-
just want to let you know.
absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, he could have. He could.
So he still would have sexually abused her.
Even,
So he still would have sexually abused her, even though she's not his type. Apparently.
but you can't say it like that, though.
Yes, you
can't
can.
Say, but
Yes,
he
you
would have
can.
still sexually abused her.
Yes, you can because he was essentially saying that no way he would have got with her because she's quote unquote not his type. That's what he was saying in that statement. He said I wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not my type, which indicates he wouldn't have quote unquote got with her because of that.
So, Parker,
this is not a
I know.
hard thing to understand.
Here's the deal, though.
You are purposefully trying to not
Can I
understand
tell
this.
Can I tell you what your better ground would be? Okay, and I'm going to be playing
Don't
devil's
tell me what the
advocate here.
better ground is.
Hold on.
Give me a response to why he
I will.
lied.
Hold on. One second.
No.
When
I'm
someone-
not holding
listen.
on. Answer the question.
Dude, I know.
You've been doing this for the past 10 minutes. I don't want to keep going over it.
Okay, let me tell. You're not have to. Don't go over it. I'm not telling you to go over it. Hold on. All I'm saying is, you're kind of twisting it. Instead of saying that, you should say, like somebody that says, what's it called? Somebody that says, she's not my type. I wouldn't essay her. Like that quote alone, you know what I mean? Although it's wrong to say that, right? Forget about Carol in this case. Although it's wrong to say that, it was misconstrued, right? So I think things got things got kind of twisted, right? And they were blown out of proportion, in my opinion. So don't forget about the Carol part. Rather than, you should just say, hey, him saying somebody is not attractive and I wouldn't say them for that reason, that should be your grounds. Fuck the rest of it. Does that make sense? So with that being said, I'm telling you my response to it is, again, put the Carol aside, but that statement alone, I would tell you that it was misconstrued and it was blown out of proportion. And all the other evidence leading up to this case makes me believe that he's innocent. And I'll be happy to go over all of them with you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that's why I was getting confused, because I don't know why you're bringing up that when you could just bring up that one quote and forget about the Carol part of it.
This is why you get muted and kicked, because you're not answering the question. You're saying
I just answered it.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're saying you're completely ignoring it and saying, "Oh, I just look at everything else."
No,
What?
I didn't. That's not what I said.
No, that's what you just
not what I
said.
said, though. I
That's
promise
exactly
you I
what you
didn't.
just said.
I just told you.
You just said
that
it doesn't
state-
matter. You said it doesn't matter because the other stuff indicates that he didn't do it. Okay. So
No.
tell me. So I want you to.
So you want me to agree to it? Is that what you're saying? You want me to agree? Hey, yeah, you did essay there. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Well, of course, I want you to agree with that, but that's not the point. Point I'm trying to get you to see here is that there is literally no reason you would have lied about this. And again, I'm telling you, if there was the case that E. Jean Carroll lied just once, you would use that as a reason to never accept what she said. I just want to let you know that if she lied just once, you would dispute. Stop talking. Stop talking. If she just lied once, you'd use it to dispute her entire case. But you don't do that with Donald Trump because you're perpetuating grape culture. This is why you get kicked from lives. This is why you get muted from lives, because you're a POS, okay? I talk to people all day. You're a fucking POS, okay? Because you don't acknowledge what I'm saying here, and you're a grape apologist. You're actively trying to not understand what I'm saying here and actively trying not to engage with this question because you know it makes you look bad.
I'm
Point blank, period.
I'm afraid to get kicked. I don't want to get kicked. I want to talk to you. So let me know when I can talk.
Push the cap.
Okay, so hear me out.
Mohammed, thank you so much for the $5, and Trisha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
The whole spiel you had right now
And Tony,
kind of
thank you for the $10.
proved me right, because I said, so you would want me to agree with. you would want me to agree with you, or else I'm going to get kicked. That's pretty much what you just said.
No, I want a response to my question.
I responded to your question.
Of course, I
though.
want you to agree with me, but I'm not going to not or kick you off because you're not agreeing with me. I'm going to kick you off because you're disingenuous, because you're not engaging with what I have to say. I've said that now 7 times. How many more times do I have to say the same thing over and over again for you to understand? Either you are so brainwashed and misinformed that you can't understand what I'm saying right now, you're too dumb, or you're disingenuous.
Parker, I answered your question. I mean, I can't believe you don't think I'm answering your question. But, I mean, I legit answered your question. I said what he said was wrong, but I think it was misconstrued and it was blown out of proportion. That's my answer.
How did I misconstrue it and blow it out of proportion?
Like, when you say, okay, so he said that...
That's not a response.
Hold on. He said that I wouldn't essay her because she's not my type, right? Forget about Carol in this position. Just that statement alone. Although... it's wrong to say that because they kind of like.
Why is he lying? Holy fuck, dude! Why is he lying?
But he's not lying though. That's my
he
thing.
He did fucking lie. You fucking POS. This is why you get muted and kicked. You fucking annoying ass. You're so fucking disingenuous. It's unbelievable. Be quiet. Be quiet. You fucking disingenuous POS. You're such a fucking ridiculous individual. What the hell are you talking about?
Bro, I don't understand. I'm not going to admit that he's lying if I believe he's not lying. Why would you want me to
tell me, dude? He literally said he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he's either lying about her being his type or he was lying about sexually abusing her.
But we've been stuck on this for 20 minutes. Is this the best thing you have for this case? In all honesty, this is the best you have? Because I could give you a lot of other facts that will prove otherwise, and I'm happy to do that.
Do you see how he's gaslighting? It's actually unbelievable.
We've literally been on 20 minutes. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I'm kicking you off, dude. I'm about to just end the stream, everyone. I literally can't. They're so fucking disingenuous. It's unbelievable. Think of the cap. Push the coffee. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the hand art. People like that fucking infuriate me. That person's a horrible individual. That person is such a horrible individual. Push the hand art. Squish, thank you so much for the Wanda. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Squish. I really appreciate that. Sorry, everyone. I'm like really fucking annoyed right now. That person actually pissed me off. Push the hand art. Push the garland. Push the hanging lights. Thank you so much, Shanae. Thank you, Tessa. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes. Hold on one second.
Understand our, and I'm sorry, Geeky. I can't just turn my emotions off. That's just not possible. Santina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Santina. Kiara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Christina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. And Trisha, thank you for the $3. Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we send W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Yvonne. I really appreciate that. And JD, thank you for the $10. Let's get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Yvonne.
You there?
Yeah, so why are you voting Trump? Bren, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Jim, thank you for the $5.
So I have several reasons why I'm voting for Trump. One of the reasons as a whole is kind of like how at least I see Kamala being like an issue as a
So why is
candidate.
Kamala an issue?
Hold on one second. I'm pulling up my stuff.
Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much.
So I will answer your question, but there was one question that I wanted to ask you to kind of like get an idea on where we disagree. I hear a lot about like the things that you talk about that Trump has failed to do, and the things that Kamala has done well at or whatever. But I don't really ever hear you say anything about like what she's failed at. And so I'm curious, like, do you think that she's done anything wrong?
Yeah, I disagree with her giving weapons and funds to Israel.
Okay. I agree with that. What about like, do you agree with, what the Biden administration is doing and the money they're sending to Ukraine?
Yeah. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, so we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So they gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them.
Okay, so basically that's like we're holding up our end of the agreement.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
I think this was 90. I forget now. It's 94, I think. It's been a while since I thought about the date of the Budapest Memorandum. I think it's 94.
And so,
Elle, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Elle and Ray. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
okay, like I said, I hadn't heard of it. I don't know anything about it. So like my question is, sincere. Like, was there like a time frame on that agreement? They have to give up their nuclear weapons forever, or
Yeah, their nuclear weapons are gone.
forever.
Hmm.
Okay. The next thing that I'm trying to pull up, I know you're going to ask for sources. So I'm trying to pull up the sources for this stuff.
All right, Evan, if you're voting for Trump, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. All right.
Oh, well, actually, this just popped in my mind. Because I'm, especially with the last guy, it was like a huge problem. Obviously, the whole, SA case and all that. And I'll also say, I don't know about the case in depth. I've been watching the live for a few hours, and it's been a topic several times. And so I just briefly skimmed over a few things, and from what I read, the SA case, he wasn't held civilly liable for grape. He would, and I'm not trying to defend his actions. I don't agree with what happened. I don't
Let me
really
tell you why. So New York law at that time specifically indicated that it's only grape if a male member forcefully penetrates a female member.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, earlier
right now it's currently defined as just of any forceful penetration of a female member against their will.
Okay, so the distinction, clarify that again one more time.
Yeah. So like under New York law prior, it was the case that it had to be a male member going into a female member, right? Whereas now it's just any forceful penetration of a female member. So under the prior law, graping someone with a broom wouldn't be grape, okay? But yet I consider it grape, you consider it grape, we all colloquially refer to that as grape. The reason why this case wasn't considered that is because she didn't know whether or not it was his fingers, his male member, or both, because she was actively being assaulted.
Okay, I understand. The one thing that I want to say, and again, like, I'm not defending the actions. I don't know the whole story behind it, but I heard you and then like the chat followed in earlier with an argument that you're having with a lady. I don't remember her name, but you called it grape. Hold on. Okay. You had called it grape, and then you alluded to the fact that he sexually penetrated her with, his penis.
I said he forcefully penetrated her vagina against her will.
Right,
That's what I said.
right. But to someone who doesn't know the difference between what the law was then and what it is now, it automatically alludes to the fact that, rape in the manner of, penis to vagina. I don't think a lot of people.
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But like I said, I don't know a whole lot about the case. So what, there's different forms of sexual abuse, and you might, while none of
forceful penetration of someone against their will, is that grape? Yes or no?
If you describe it that way, yes. The point I'm trying to make is that, if you were to ask me what is rape, I would say, well, a guy had sex with a woman against her will. And then like I said, I'm not trying to defend his actions. I don't know. Like, I didn't know about the law. I didn't know that she didn't know if it was her fingers or his hands. When I read the little bit about what I read, I just said, saw that it was a sexual abuse. And I know that while no sexual abuse is like, okay, there are levels to it where, like, forcefully raping somebody is, obviously way worse than like the whole conversation of, grab her by the pussy thing, or like where, if you could, there's cases
explicitly was a forceful penetration against her will.
Okay. Yeah. And I understand that.
Do you know the victim? What's the name of the victim?
E. Jean Carroll. And I didn't know that until, today when I was watching her live. So
yeah. So like,
I just want to, like, I'm just, the reason I brought it up is not to defend him. I just want, I notice in politics, especially nowadays, the sides are so divided. It's most people are very, very far left and very, very far right. So like, when I see people defending the left, I just want to make sure that their, misinformation is not getting spread. And so, again, when I heard it, I thought, oh, he's saying he raped her, but I didn't go and look at all the details. I just saw, well, it wasn't rape, it was sexual abuse, and the whatever source I read kind of made it seem not as violent, I guess you could say, as it may have been. So, like you said, you informed me of things that I didn't know that obviously make it sound a lot worse than I originally had thought it was from what I had read online. So, I don't have an argument against it at that point, but.
So you wouldn't vote for him?
I'm sorry?
So you wouldn't vote for him?
I still would vote for him. For me, the voting for the president is less like, I see all politics as corrupt in some form or fashion. And so I try to keep morals out of it. And I don't think that Trump is the very best Republican candidate. I think, personally, I was a big fan of Vivek. But I think out of all of the candidates, RFK was my favorite candidate. I've never voted before. This is my first election. So, like the first election that I can vote in, or not that I can vote in, that I will vote in.
So Cameron, here's my question.
Yeah.
If the victim were a child, would you vote for him?
You asked that question to that's the question you asked to the lady that originally heard it, and that was like the whole, well, why is it okay if it's a child or if it's a woman? It's a great question to ask somebody when you're, trying to debunk the reason why they should vote for him. I don't know. I can't say yes or no to that, actually. And I know that sounds crazy, and it's like that, and I lean towards no. No. Obviously, if that had happened, it would. I think if it actually happened versus like the hypothetical of it happening, it's a lot more real at that point. It's like, how could you possibly do that? But as for the situation,
you just thought of it in a hypothetical. I'm just letting you know.
I know. I understand. That lady was. I guess she didn't know what hypotheticals were, and that was the whole argument. Like,
sure. So how about this? Would you let someone get access to a gun if they were a violent sex offender?
I think I don't feel that a sex offender should not have, or they shouldn't have the right to bear arms.
Where's that? And also, so you think violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Well, if they have a felony, no. But this is a civil case, so
people held civilly liable of sexually abusing women should be able to get access to guns.
Yeah, if as long as by law I'm against more gun laws. As long as if he was convicted in a criminal court and lost his right to bear arms because of the felony, then obviously.
He's already a felon, right?
Yes, I understand. And so with that being said, if the case doesn't get overturned and those felonies remain on his record, he won't have the right to bear arms. And I think the sad thing about
he should have the right to bear arms?
I'm sorry?
Do you think he should have the right to bear arms if he has a felony?
So what I was about to say is I think the sad thing about our judicial system is that somebody with a white collar crime that's considered a felony doesn't have the right to bear arms. I feel like if someone commits insurance fraud and it's a felony, well, personally, I don't feel like they should lose the right to bear arms because of something like that. And I guess when you say like a violent sex offense, considering it was a violent offense, and if it was, like I said, if it was criminal, definitely not. Obviously, this is a civil case. It was a split juror.
No, it wasn't. It was a unanimous decision by a jury. 9 people unanimously determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll. Okay, Christine, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Molly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. David, thank you for the $2.22. Thank you so much. Bentley with the $50 on. Oh, Beth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna pull up the source that I was reading earlier and double check. I might have misread it.
Alex, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, I just read that. By the way, for that person. Tessa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, could you do me a favor? So when I was reading this, I was on my phone, like a different web browser. So I think this was it. AP News.
So again, you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns if it's in a civil court?
I don't think that a civil suit should determine someone's right to bear arms, regardless of what the case is, because.
So if they were held civilly liable for beating their wife, they should be able to get access to a gun?
I don't know. I don't care if Trump has a gun or not. I don't. That's not like, okay. So even fine, he shouldn't have a right to have a gun. That doesn't. Him having a right to bear arms doesn't change my
Okay, if violent offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to nuclear codes?
And have access to nuclear codes, is that what you said?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's a tough question to answer. You know, there might not even be an answer to, like, other than, you know, the answer they shouldn't. There might not really be a good answer other than that. But again, it's a civil case. I know you don't think that matters, and you know, it's just it's hard to understand why they would have waited this long, 40 years, for the case to be brought about. You know, and also it was originally, from what I had read, and this could be, you know, wrong, but it was originally a defamation case. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was originally a defamation case
over the accusation.
In order to be able to justify the defamation, she had to prove the sexual abuse, which she did. And in terms of the like how long it was after that they filed, it was so it happened in 1996, and then they filed in 2019.
Okay. What was her evidence of the essay?
So there was specifically there was a dress that had DNA on it that Trump didn't give up his DNA over multiple years. Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in the deposition he mistook her with his ex-wife. Also there was what's it called? There was psychologist notes and multiple of her friends that corroborated that she told them the story. That she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump, right, in 1996. So those are just a few of the things.
Okay. For the disposition, or the deposition, I'm sorry, I heard you talking about that with the last guy operation or whatever, but can you explain to me clarify what you mean by that? Like, or not what you mean, but what that means? Like, he mistook her in a deposition. I'm not familiar with the.
Yeah, so he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not.
No, not that. Oh yeah. Okay, I understand.
In the deposition,
I understand that part.
He mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. Right. So, in terms of E. Jean Carroll, if she looks similar to his ex-wife, that indicates that either she is his type, or if she isn't his type, that he still would have got with her, indicating that he would have still sexually abused her, even if she's quote-unquote not his type. David, thank you for the subscription. So either way, it indicates that she still would have been sexually abused by Donald J. Trump and that he was lying.
So I won't disagree with you on the, you know, I'll say I don't really like the wording he chose. He you know, he very well could have lied about her being his type, but
Oscalina, thank you for 2 months.
Her being his type doesn't mean that he would sexually assault her, though.
Gee, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. What does that statement mean?
It means that she's not his type. He's using that statement as like as an out, essentially. Like, I wouldn't do that because she's not my type. But lying about her being his type is not an indication that.
So he would have done it. The indication of that is he would have done it if she was.
Well, he would have gotten with her. It doesn't indicate that he would have sexually abused her.
Marcy, I appreciate the subscription. He said
you can argue that he would have gotten with her. You know,
no, he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type.
I understand what you're saying. I think it might.
You didn't understand what I was saying.
No, I do, and you're doing the kind of the same thing that you did with the last guy. And all I'm trying to, I guess it could be schematics at this point. Is kind of what it sounds like between the two of us, just determining word choice and what his wording actually means.
He said he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. So he wouldn't do it because she's not his type.
And
Can
so,
you tell me what that means? Can you tell me how you interpret that sentence?
just as it says, he wouldn't sexually assault her because she's not his type. I get what you're saying, that if it's kind of like saying I would sexually assault her if she was my type.
Okay. So
But
if he's lying
the
about
point.
whether or not she's his type,
Mhm.
Cyanide, I appreciate the subscription, and or appreciate the hand heart, and or that what's it called, and or if she wasn't his type, that he would have abused her. That indicates that he's lying, and that
Yeah,
he would have
I'm not
abused her.
arguing. I'm not arguing that he didn't lie about her being his type. I'm not arguing about that. I'm just saying the word choice. It's semantics. I'm sorry for my dog.
Semantics, you mean?
Semantics, yeah.
Semantics just means facts. So what's wrong with semantics?
I thought the definition of semantics was essentially it's kind of like a gray area more than black and white, or it's like nitpicking the details of something.
The facts?
Am I wrong?
Like looking at the facts of what we're talking about?
Well, what I'm saying that I was under the impression of the meaning was nitpicking, like the details of a story, whether it's factual or not, nitpicking, like, the differences of what word choices could mean, like like I said, I just
subscription. Thank you, Lenny.
I'm not arguing that he didn't lie about it. I'm not arguing that she wasn't his type. I'm just saying that his wife was his type. He didn't, for what we know, he didn't sexually assault her. So just because a woman is his type doesn't mean that he would sexually assault them if they were. It's a poor choice of words, I think, more than anything. And again, I'm not defending him. I'm not saying he didn't sexually assault her.
My issue with this is that he literally not only lied, but also you're just saying it's a poor choice of words, so he just made a mistake. Like what?
I'm not going to speak on what he did.
He said the reason he wouldn't do it is because she's not his type.
I understand what he said. I'm just giving you what my opinion is. I think it's likely that his word choice was poor and that it can be portrayed a lot worse than it possibly was. That's all I'm trying to say. But like you said, like I said, I'm not defending the guy. Like, I don't think that I don't think that he has the best morals. I mean, there's obviously proof that he doesn't. He lies about a lot of things. He says a lot of crazy shit.
I'm sorry, I don't want to talk to Cameron right now. I don't want to talk to people who just don't understand like what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't do it right now. It's like actually like getting annoying. It's really getting annoying. Lily, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Tony, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why. Yes, literally, it's crazy. Cameron, thank you so much for the $10. Garrett, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And Cameron, again, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Puts a bad view on my name. Yeah, I got you. It's funny. Are you voting Trump, Blake? Yeah, I'm about to get off. I'm thinking of getting off, everyone. That one person really fucking annoyed me. Not the last person. The last person kind of annoyed me, but it was the person before. Bless, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. I'll go for 9 more minutes, everyone. I'm going to hit 7 hours. I'm going to hit 7 hours, and then I'm going to get off for tonight. At least from this. I might like go join Discord or something. I'll think of something. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Well, I want to go back on the whole E. Jean case thing.
Oh my god, I'm gonna blow my. I'm sorry, I can't say that on live, dude. Can you you're just gonna make the same points. I don't want to hear them right now, honestly.
No,
Just
actually, I'm going to make a
different point.
completely different point that no one else made. So you're stating that he lied, yet when he said that he had seen pictures of her, it wasn't the same picture that they showed of a side profile of her. So if he said that she wasn't his type, he was probably referring to like newer pictures. You ever thought about that as an option? You ever thought about the fact that he's like 78 years old? He probably doesn't have the best vision. Can we talk about that?
Okay, so because he's old, he's not able to see the difference between his ex-wife and someone he sexually abused?
From a side profile? An old picture of her when she was younger? Okay, but
there's no side profile.
Was it or was it not a
directly
side profile of her
Do you want-
face?
You're looking at the wrong person. That's not E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, well that makes it even better because she's standing in the distance. You can barely. It's an old like.
Mustache.
Okay, yep. And then why don't we look at pictures of how she looks now? He was presented that picture when they were, asking him questions about the whole thing.
She didn't. You understand? When she got sexually abused, it was 1996, so she looked like this.
Okay, and what does she look like now? Is what I'm saying.
Why is that relevant?
He stated she wasn't his type. How do we know what pictures he's referring to when he said she's not his type?
He's referencing her back then.
Can you go back and watch the video
abuse
of him?
was from the sexual abuse happened in 1996.
Okay, but can you go back and watch the clip of them asking him questions about her? And he said that I had looked at a picture of her, and she's not my type. That's what he said, didn't he?
No, he said I wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. That's not in the deposition.
Okay, but before that, he said he had seen a picture of her when the whole case got brought to his attention, bro. He said that he had seen a picture. He had looked up a picture of her. Go back and watch what he said.
Yeah, I did watch.
We could be talking about a picture of her. She's 80 years old now, bro.
This is the dumbest point I've ever heard because he's obviously.
No, this is not the dumbest. You wanted to keep bringing this point up, and you brought a bunch of people on here with IQs probably like below zero, dude. Like you're like
yeah. You saying that statement told me how dumb you are. You can't have an IQ below zero, genius.
Yeah, dude. Obviously, it's completely it's rhetorical. But
Christian, how many continents are there?
There's 7 continents.
And what are they?
North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, Antarctica.
Okay. And how many branches of government are there?
There's 3.
And what are they?
Executive, legislative, and judicial.
Okay. All right.
Why are we trying to quiz my intelligence here?
Yeah, because you came up here and you said that they had such a low IQ, but you just made a really low IQ
They're
point.
very bad examples of people that you get. Most of the people that you get on here, you make them look like absolute retards because they don't.
Oh, look, you just
know
use
their
a
stuff.
slur. Oh my god, you fucking weirdo. Why are these people so fucking annoying? Oh my god, bro. God, dude, these people today. Oh my Jesus. It's like the last hour of the live that just like everyone just decides to like go haywire, bro. What the fuck? We had like a decent day. We had like a pretty good day, right? And then like these people just decide to come on. Like it's unbelievable. I literally can't chat. I can't do it, dude. All right, everyone, do tap that screen. Try to get to 4 million before I do end it, everyone. I really would appreciate y'all. If you did that, I would appreciate it a lot. Benjamin, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Actually, you know what? For the next 4 minutes, I'm going to sit here and I'm just going to talk to chat. Sub-only chat for a little bit. So for 4 minutes, I'm just going to sit here and talk to chat for a second. If you have any questions, you can put it in the comment section right now. I am super tired, everyone. What's up, everyone? If you have any questions, you can put in the comment section real quick, everyone. And as well, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 4 million in the next few minutes. Is Dean coming back? He should be on in like the next 2 days. Push the paper crane because he's doing some podcast tomorrow. So he's not going to be live tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure he will be live the next day after that. Thanks for another great stream, Parker. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jameson. Joanna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tony, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Steven, thank you so much for the $3. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. Getting crazier by the day? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. So yeah, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Coffee or tea? Appreciate that massage. I think I like tea better. It depends though. Like sometimes I feel coffee more, sometimes I feel tea more, but if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick tea. I feel like you can do so much more with tea than you can do with coffee. Favorite soda? That's a difficult question. I don't know. Hannah, thank you so much for the subscription. I actually drink soda a lot because, and that's why I have Perrier, because like it makes my stomach feel better. Carbonation helps my stomach. So I don't know. It's hard to pick. Probably like root beer or Fanta, something like that. Renee, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Can you post more of your live recordings on YouTube, please? Yeah, I do have to go. I used to do that, but I've been really, really like lazy with that recently. Daniel, thank you so much for the $10 for go get some NyQuil, man. I got you. Dogs or cats? It depends on the dog, depends on the cat. Like if it's my dog, dogs. If it's like miniature cats are so fucking cute. Oh my god, little kittens. I also feel like dogs don't smell as bad as cats do. Is that just me? Maybe that's just my experience with my dog, you know. Lorena, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 for go get some rest. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Kim, thank you for the $10 for dealing with ignorant people. Thank you, everyone. Y'all are so nice. I don't think cats smell well. Really? Maybe that's just my experience with cats in my life. NFL or college ball? Probably NFL. I don't really watch college ball much. Joanna, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. Tony, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I feel like I've adopted you. My other kids, you have to start taking care of yourself. Yeah, no, I get you. Coyote, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I was doing good all day, but then that one person came on and it's just so fucking insufferable. Natalie, thank you for the subscription. All right, everyone. I think I'm going to get off right now. I'm really tired. All right. I love y'all so much, everyone. I can't tell y'all yet because I don't know when it's going to come out. Morgan, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I don't know when it's going to come out, but it's like really big, everyone. It's really, really big. So love y'all so much. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. I'm super tired. Love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. All right. Peace out, everyone. Homer, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.